Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Our esteemed guests, good morning. I'm very pleased to be here to welcome you all on our last day of what has been an incredible conference so far. The amount of talent we have in this room is incredible. Thank you to all our speakers and moderators for participating and allowing us to bring forth important topics to our public at such scale for the first time in the Kingdom. Although the center opened its doors in 2018, Ithra has been acquiring Islamic art since 2009, boasting one of the most important collections in the Kingdom, which we are extremely proud of. Here at the King Abdul'Aziz Center for World Culture, we believe in the positive impact of Islamic art on society and how it can unite communities, as it encompasses the works of Muslim and non-Muslim artists, architects, and artisans for patrons of all faiths. This is where the role of the museum comes in, to make this art more accessible. We do this by bringing forth objects, artifacts, and artwork that tell an infinite number of stories. As museums, it is our duty to ensure that we acquire ethically and tell an accurate version of history. So our responsibility is to continuously raise awareness, spark curiosity, and further dialogue through developing important exhibitions such as Shatr al-Masjid and accompanying programs such as this conference. So there is intrinsic impact and value that comes from preserving antiquities and displaying them in the museum as scientific and cultural material. They create a form of inspiration that invites everyone to learn about the past, appreciate what we have in the present, and ensures its continuation in the future. In this session, we'll be exploring the theme from mosque to museum, and I would like you all to help me welcome our first guest speaker, Dr. Stefan Weber, who is the director of the Museum of Islamic Art at the Pergamon in Berlin.
Thank you. So lovely. So now go back. Can I go back to the first one and then I start again? Lovely. So good morning. Thank you, Farah, for this opening, and Farah and Idris and all the team. Thank you for your hospitality, and what you made here is fantastic. And Abdallah Rashid also for this, bringing these people together and it's fantastic to see having the vision and having the resources and having competences to make this dream of making a museum be happening in this scale, and also looking for new ways of dealing with society, and I'm impressed what you're doing here. I would discuss the question mosque and museum in 4 steps. The first one will be very simple of what is Islamic art in a museum, especially art from religious spaces, and going then back to going forward actually in time to what we can do, maybe to elaborate this a bit more. And the second part with 2 steps, I would go to the spaces outside the museum and see why is the museum important beyond its museum walls, and what can be done with mosque communities, but also with religious heritages. This said, I get often the question, isn't it strange that a museum of Islamic art has object in Germany of that time, not today, not anymore, of something other, other culture, religious objects, and museums, as you probably know, are old institutions, 200 years now in Egypt and in Germany and Berlin, but going back in England and France a bit further. And from the very beginning, religious objects were part of the collection. So religious objects, sacred objects in secular spaces, this was something that happened in the last 200, 300 years, and it's from the beginning of the museums. So that no wondering of objects from Christian art in a museum of medieval history and culture and arts, or even turning churches into museum spaces Islamic art, from the very beginning, had the same attitude to objects. Also, Islamic art entered Berlin before the museum was founded, about 120 years ago, being imported into the Buddha Museum, incorporated. But also, when you come to Cairo, 1880, the first museum of Islamic art ever, let's say not Dunya, المتحدثين الإسلامية. So this one, 1880, was the one who really made the step, bringing objects from different mosques also into a collection. One of the wonderful objects you're seeing here with the Sada Ruqayya mihrab, which actually I didn't know that it's coming here from Cairo, so I selected it to show that a mihrab is from the very beginning part of these collections. And you see here 3 ones, and they're collected or brought into the museums out of different reasons. They went to different museums, art museums or ethnology museums. So sometimes they were presented here in the museum to show fine craftsmanship, fine aesthetics, fine arts. Sometimes there were more material culture, showing how a religious space, a mosque, is fitted with different objects. So you have here 2 examples from Turkey and one from Egypt. This is also how objects of Islamic art entered, some objects, others and differently came to the Museum of Islamic Art in Berlin, where they were selected first as art objects. That means that we explain them normally first by saying this is very fine tile mosaic, or this is, here with the rahle, outstanding wood carving. It's one of the nicest rahle I've ever seen. Sorry, they're not too scared. The rahle is, of course, smaller than the mihrab, much more. But I wanted to show you this wonderful woodwork. So this is how they present it very often in Islamic art museums. And of course, this is one dimension, as we learned yesterday so nicely. And to add the other dimensions of the object is a challenge that we have still to do. However, so far, let's say that the first step is already very important, because we live in societies who come with a lot of questions. What is Islamic art? What is Islamic cultures? Very often one refers to oneself or to somebody else, and one has questions. So these places give us ample opportunities to discuss in society how important is a mihrab, what is a mihrab, how it is used, and what for, and what are the values which going with it, what are the inscriptions, and the throne verse, of course, we have always starting also reading inscriptions and talking about the object in a depth. So this is fine, but we can even go further, and we have to go further in explaining, or let's say, make Islamic art accessible and making it meaningful to people. Because the description that coming to that of something different, of something for a German society, actually it changed so much that it cannot say anymore something different, but of creating anotherness of another culture is not very helpful in a society getting together. This is very important, and this is my main point in the end, to use Islamic art to access points to understand the diversity of our culture and being and identities. This is something which is very important. So far we do that through programs, through meeting people in front of the objects. And the objects, of course, are of different backgrounds. So the objects that we have are multi-religious, very often Christian, Jewish objects they have in the collection as well, multilingual, multi-ethnic. This is fantastic with Islamic art. That is plurality per se, and helps us to look into our plural societies. Here, this one I had to show because we're just restoring it, and I'm so proud that we're restoring the famous Aleppo Symbol, so that I needed to put a picture of Lady Mary restored. So right now people are working on the room. So how do we then go further? What is the next step for us? Yeah, everyone has different answers, and this is why we're here. We're learning from each other. To think maybe what could be told, or what could be, again, not told, what could be brought to people or made accessible to people, to make not to create another one. Very often museums then bring the 5 columns in and say what a Muslim has to do, not to do, and there's a kind of creation of another identity, another an homo Islamicus, I very often call it. somebody who is different. And this I want to break completely. I want to find ways how we can find out about values, and maybe share the values, or we don't share the values, but we can understand something more important than just describing otherness, which is very important for society. This is something as a key of living together. And the values could be very different. Now we reconstructing the museum, we opening in 2000, we are open still, but in 2026 we open new galleries, 24. Will be then about 3,000 square meters. Is a size like, for example, in Paris similar, or in Doha similar, or Cairo similar. These are the big museums of Islamic art. And why doing so? Why installing these galleries? Now we're thinking, of course, how we can bring in other stories which are more meaningful for us today, not learn about the dynasties and histories only. This should be there somewhere, of course, history, but also giving meaningful ways into, let's say, realities of culture that were in the past similar to this of the present, and what we can learn from the past in the present. So for the religion, I give you a few examples. We're not yet finished, so I give you the first, let's say, some ideas that we already apply in the planning so far. And one is that we want to make space for sitting in front of here the mihrab from Konya, and having, this is much more space than you see here. The animation doesn't give you the meters, but there's quite some meters to go with a group in front of the mihrab, and then you can discuss. We will have a media station, and you can just see or have questions of different interviews of what do you believe, and we ask the question then, what do you believe, so that you can explore other people's belief and values, and at your own go in conversation with it. And this space actually is dealing very much with Konya and religious spaces in Konya. Then we have one, but the overall narrative here is moving knowledge, moving people, thinking about all the people who fled from the Mongols and created a new cultural blossom in Konya at that time. So we'll be talking about a bit here about migration, and one part of it is then this mosque story. On the other hand, we have one room which is exclusively only for the question of religion and explore. There's a mihrab, and you can hear the mihrab, so Michael will be happy to listen how it recited, the inscriptions on the mihrab, so you get aesthetics in another dimension. And I will think about to getting the noise from a mosque as well. I think it's a lovely idea, because space and noise, like smells, are memories that we create or that we bring into the exhibition halls as well. So every time I hear that, I'm going back to my experiences. Mecca and Medina will be explained, of course, as the most important holy places in Islam. There will be an extra section, but we're going more for, again, when you talk about values, about thinking about what we can tell about, not saying what is the Quran is, but maybe giving one verse. And I was very happy when we started this conference that the Surah Nur, Ayat Nur was recited, and the Ayat Nur will be then also prominently in this room. So we have really, it's going through a script band like in a mosque, and people will learn about, again, by people telling them what that means for them, the different meanings of this very important verse in their lives. And so then make it accessible, not just describe, but make it accessible. This is something that we very hope, so to have an experience and not learn something, let's say, from with distance. The other thing, and this we're going really into the experience itself, is how we can create spaces that are multisensory, and there you learn something about common values which you find around the Mediterranean and beyond, and which are very meaningful and important for us today. This is a garden hall. I call it the Garden of Creation, But the garden hall first is the place where you sit and you have animation of water, you listen to water, you have light music that you only hear on the pavilions where you're sitting in the garden, like in these wonderful miniatures that you see around. And you sit in between the objects. You can smell, actually. There will be smelling stations. You can smell the roses on the carpets that you see in front of you. And you can sit in the objects and have another relation to it. And there will be small books. And one of the books will be about Khalik and Makhlukat, so the creation. And this is something that everyone can connect to. And it's very meaningful for us today. We discuss it every day with climate change and so on and so forth. And if you see that in Islamic cultures, beauty, which is so important, beauty and God's creation is interconnected and give you the possibility through art to explore the beauty of creation. God is beautiful and loves beauty. That you can go and discover that this is something maybe meaningful for you today. Because this beauty is collapsing, this beauty is in danger, and we will have a book that you sit there and read, and can be pictures, of course, and thinking, a small book, very quick text, but thinking about what is al-makhlukat. This is something where you have shared values which everyone can connect to. And this is much better than describing somebody as others, but saying, hey, there is something that we all share, which is important for us for today. So when we're going now, this was in the museum, when we go outside the museum, we have two projects now that I would like to show you, which are connected to the mosque. The one comes out of our network of our research. Our museum is almost 120 years old with archaeological research. We have 100,000 objects, very often archaeology, that we research, a big library, and so we're doing with a lot of scholars quite a lot of research for a long time. This means that we store, we develop, create knowledge, we store knowledge in our archives. These archives are not only the holdings and the depots, but they are all very often the photographic archives, the books and the plans of buildings that were drawn, that were written. So when we started to look to Syria in the war, we thought this knowledge that we created, or that we have, and that of others, let us bring that together and make a database where this knowledge is accessible for the reconstruction of heritage, because this heritage, and this is all the heritage, this is religious or not religious heritages in the Middle East, is under extreme danger in some countries. So we thought to make us a project of at least collecting this knowledge and not following this cultural cleansing, but save this and make it accessible. This is very important, not only collecting, but make it accessible, make it meaningful. So we started a project. Let's see. Oh, that's it. It was very important because there was a point missing that I just entered. We started with digitizing our own archive and other ones, and to have now 200,000 described georeferenced items that you can find on the map every place how it was looking like before the war. Meanwhile, we're going so far that we're going into the city of Aleppo. Aleppo became the focal point of our work, where we researching what is destroyed. What do we know from the building? Which kind of pictures we have? Which kind of plans do we have? Where we get the plans from? What is the state of destruction? How we recommend to deal with the destruction? And how we can tell stories which are meaningful for people, because I'm a scholar on architecture. So if I tell this is wonderful, so important 16th century or 15th century architecture, other people look to me and say, and what? So values are given by society, not by historians. And these values, of course, they are also, let's say, we try to meet in conversation that our values are also important. However, we can only save buildings if we meet the value of the society that we're dealing with, in any society. Is it in Syria, is it in Germany? So we look to Aleppo, and in Aleppo now we create a whole catalog of buildings. And I see, why has that something to do with mosques? because, of course, mosque architecture, mosque heritage, and you see directly here there's destructions southwest of the citadel. This building, the Khosrawiya, let's see where it's coming. Yes, is one of the nice 16th century mosques of Aleppo. Aleppo is quite rich in Ottoman architecture and Mamluk, of course, as well, and before. Ayyubid, very important. But the Khosrawiya is from the master architect Sinan, so who has a Sinan mosque in its own city. There's something special. But unfortunately, this mosque was blown away completely. So what to do? Maybe this you can never bring back. This mosque is maybe lost forever. But maybe we can help to at least repair or save the memory. Maybe one day it will be reconstructed. And Germany has a long history of this, of course. And there's time to reconstruct. There's no hurry. When people are having water and electricity, there's a lot of time to reconstruct heritage buildings. But one needs to save the knowledge of them. So we made a whole foyer of history, plans, photos, values, memories, and how to deal with the deconstruction. And this is about, say, 30 buildings, and now we're going really to quarters and registering quarters. And the nice thing in the beginning, it was the theory that we may help architecture, mosques to be reconstructed. But now, in the reconstruction, we had one of the team coming back from Aleppo. He said, we gave them the packages of the buildings, and what happened is that they really changed their plans of how to reconstruct a Messana. It was totally wrong what they had, because they had no idea. The archives were lost, and through the pictures and the plans, they're going to reconstruct the mosque how it was, so scientifically. And this is what we want to do, to save ridges, but not only ridges, but also the mosques of the city of Aleppo, and helping to reconstruct them. The program is running out, and they're looking urgently for help. So if you know somebody who can help us here, I would be very happy. We're now 10 years on the road with this project and going at least next year on, but it's always year for year looking for funding for this project. But I think it's very important. And it's one thing that when I thought from Egypt, that when I saw this wonderful work on the minbars, that we really should think how to bring heritages together and to make it accessible. At least that we meet, that we learn from each other practices and techniques, how to let's at least at first document heritage under risk. And this is something which is urgent, very urgent right now for some countries, not for every, thanks God. The other place is so when you want to meet people, what to do if these people don't come to the museum. The answer is, of course, very simple. You go to the people. These museums, it's difficult. Normally, we are not staffed for this. So we have no people to do that. And I love it that you directly, from the very beginning of this project here, went out to meet people and ask what you want, how we can make this meaning for you, this museum for you meaningful. And we also trying to do that with different projects. From the very beginning, I went to schools, and I'll tell you why, and then to mosque communities. I end up with the mosque communities. But first, why? Why should a museum go to the public? We are not world change machines and make everything better just we come. We would love to, but this is not how it works. But of course, we would like to be meaningful for the public because we are a public institution, they finance us. We want to be meaningful for the public. And while you're observing what's happening in the public, you can find ways of why it could be important to develop ideas of how to be meaningful. And one is, of course, the question of who am I? And this is very important in a society like Germany, but it's all over. Go also in Europe for sure, and go to France, go to Italy, go to Holland. the definition of who am I and who is excluded, who is not me, is something that entered politics. Right-wing politics very often work on the basis to make one group or define one group and make them afraid of another. And saying, of course, if I'm the head of this group, I will save you. But this is, of course, a very dangerous kind of policy, destroying our society and making many problems which are not necessary. The museum has a chance to be, I call it often like a supermarket of identity. So everyone who needs something can come and take what he wants. So we cannot come and tell you who you are and what you think, but we could provide different access to culture. And culture, by definition, is always plural. It's always, as I said, always multilingual, multi-ethnic. It works on networks. It works on moving people. Migration is the mother of all cultures. It's very important to make this understand in the society and help people to, in the search of where do I belong to, what is my group, or how my group connects to others. And this is easy in a museum to do because it's not political, it's not first sight, it's not theoretical, and it is not intellectual in a way that let's sit down, let's discuss 2 hours about your ideas and my ideas, and people not going in the kind of defense position and afraid of maybe you will hurt my ideas, which you have very much in society right now. With art, you can have an easy space, free space, you can talk. This doesn't hurt first. Later, let's see. But this is very important to bring people in and discuss with them, and we started to go in schools. Now we are with 600, more than 600 schools are using our material. We're going to school book publishers, helping them to develop material, to go away from the simple description of otherness, but to explore the common values, for example. To help young people to discover that, okay, I am what I am, and there are many people who are other, but maybe that their otherness helped me to what I am. And as we know, culture is migration, and nowhere culture is born on situ and never changes, but changes and interaction is the very basis of culture. And if I know that any kind from, for example, take the Middle East, from alphabet to urbanism to music instruments, came via the Middle East, for example, to Europe, you understand that the connectivity of people who may I define as different is very important to that I be proud of myself, that I live my life, and that this is a very positive thing, because without this, I would not be me. And this is very easy to show with culture, and we're going to do that in schools. We're going in different communities. We brought, now with the many Iraqi, Syrians, Afghanis, Irani come to Berlin, we started to bring these into the museum to tell their stories, to make their views accessible, and all this was very successful. We are now with 18 museums in Europe and about 200 guides in different museums in Europe to make this art better accessible, not only in Arabic, Farsi or Pashto, but also in German and English, also for different audiences. And one thing was very nice, I went once to university with theology, Islamic theology, and they asked me, what can we do? I said, I do in culture. They're saying, yes, we're doing theology. We don't have to do that, but if you can connect, that would be fantastic, because we don't know much about this culture. So let's connect and make programs for our imams to learn about it. We started in 2015, and out of this we worked with a new project then to invite young people from mosque communities all over Berlin with different backgrounds and saying, guys, let's sit together, let's go to the collections, and let's think why that can be meaningful to you. What is what is your way into a public institution, number one? What is your way to make these objects meaningful for you? Because I don't know. It's not, I'm not I'm not living their lives. I'm not living the life of my children. I need my children to tell me what they need, because I very often don't know. So every group that we're talking to must tell us what they want, and not we need to tell them what they should want. So we're discussing with them together and producing materials that are now in mosque communities, and ambassadors, we call them, who are going now into all countries of Germany. There are 16 federal countries, units, and they're all independent. It's tiring. And so we're going to the schools, to the mosque communities, and saying, here, use this material, it's free, we'll help you, and it's quite good. But of course, the problem now with Corona was that the community work in the mosque communities was very weak, I have to say, unfortunately. And as there were very often no structures, it was very difficult. So now we start after Corona. But again, here we're in the search for supporting partners, because the funding here also ends this year. So we're looking now for new funding to make culture accessible in mosque communities. So we're having this kind of material that you see here that is all coming from the young boys and girls. Oh, they're not anymore young. They're young adults. Making it, the idea come from themselves. So we show them what we have, and then we're asking what is important for you, and developing the material for mosque communities on spot with them, but going then again outside. So, so far, maybe just to wrap up, there are 4 points I wanted to make. The first one is, of course, Islamic art in the museum is something which is old, is an old tradition already. Second, we need to explore new ways of making Islamic art accessible, religious art, especially when it comes to religious art, accessible to a very diverse society. Number 3, that museums are more than just holdings in some stores, but it's also a depot of knowledge. We need to know, we need to make this knowledge accessible, organized, and then be used exactly right now with endangered heritages. And 4, we need to go out. We need to go to mosque communities and find ways of how to reach people that normally not coming to the museum. So everyone who has a good idea, I'm looking forward for the Q&A question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stephen. I think you've mentioned a lot of important points, some of which we can relate to here. In terms of othering, for example, we need to make sure that we always challenge misconceptions. And we also need to make sure that we make the museum a safe space, a space for tolerance as well. Everyone, please, I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Munya Shekhab Aboudiya, who is the Senior Islamic Art Curator at the Islamic Art Museum in Doha, Qatar.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to really thank the organizers for such a warm welcoming. I'm really pleased to be here for the first time and discover Ithra. And so today I'll be presenting our new galleries trail, in particular one gallery, which I'm responsible for in Doha. Inaugurated in November 2008, the Museum of Islamic Art, MIA, is one of the very few museums in the world dedicated only to Islamic art. With its beautiful building conceived by I.M. Pei, a Chinese-American architect, it stands now as a landmark in Doha's landscape and holds an international presence on the cultural scene with its unique collection. Its permanent galleries are presently undergoing a rehang with the purpose of adding a stronger educational aspect to the visitor trail, providing more context and background information to its objects and making the stories more relevant to a larger audience and to the present day. This project, which was initiated in 2015 within the curatorial team and is then led and fully developed since 2017 by MIA director Dr. Giulia Gonella, will be uncovered in September 2022. It aims at contextualizing the collection through broader artistic, historical, and geographical and cultural themes, while placing it as a center for knowledge at the heart of a new reflection about Islamic art. To this extent, MIA has developed an entirely new storyline that is less based on purely art historical, but more on broader historical and cultural themes. In this process, MIA is introducing significant changes in the gallery trail. The museum will follow new ways of presenting Islamic art by introducing topics that are rarely presented in other institutions. One of the novelties will be a section on Islam in Southeast Asia and China, which MIA considers to be particularly relevant in the light of the large South Asian and Southeast Asian communities living in Qatar. The future museum trail will be dedicated on its second floor to the beginning of the Islamic civilization through the history of its religious and territorial expansions and the creation of a society that shares until today common values. And this is, let me see where I can point. Does that work? Yes. So you've got still the first gallery when you enter in the second floor, which is the introduction gallery with some of MIA's masterpieces, but obviously very different from the ones we've shown so far, especially because I would say 80% of what's going to be on display has never been displayed before, so it's all coming from storage. And then if visitors decide to go left on their visitor's path, they will go more to the religious section, which is dedicated to one gallery to the Quran, where we're also going to have a little bit of sound, so we're like competing with other museums. And then a gallery related to religious life, which I'm going to present today. And then moving forward to two galleries dedicated to knowledge and scientific advancements developed in the Islamic world. And then if people decided to go right, this is where they're going to learn about let's say the spread of Islam from a territorial perspective, the Futuhat, basically, starting with the establishment of the Caliphate with the Umayyad, Abbasid, and Fatimid dynasties, and then moving east to Iran and Central Asia, and then moving west to Al-Andalus. The third floor will present a journey from the Mediterranean world in the west to Southeast Asia and China in the east, reflecting the broad geographical scope of the history of the Islamic world. And here we'll be having, so coming from Al-Andalus, we continue our journey through the Mediterranean, through a gallery that will present the Mediterranean trade and exchange, and then moving forward to Egypt and Syria, so the Ayyubid and Mamluk period. And then these three large galleries, which are the only galleries that were designed to have large carpets, will be dedicated to the gunpowder empires, so namely the Ottomans, the Safavid and Qajar periods in Iran, and then in South Asia to the major dynasties that ruled, among them, of course, the Mughals. And in between these three large galleries, the three gunpowder empires will have two thematic galleries that are intertwined in terms of objects that are displayed, which all show a connection between these empires through two specific themes, Islamic arms and armor, and then the manuscripts and paintings. And then we end the journey with the Indian Ocean trade in China, and then one gallery dedicated to Southeast Asia. So one gallery of the museum's trail is dedicated to religious life in the Islamic world, and this display will be supported by objects from the collection, including prayer carpets, elements of minbars, mihrabs, as well as prayer books and artifacts, which I will present in a minute. So presenting prayer and the mosque in the new visitors trail. If we look at MIA and how it was developed prior to this relaunch, apart from the obvious initial inspiration of Pei by the ablution structure of Ibn Tulun's mosque in Cairo, and probably also some of the architectural inspirations from Al-Andalus and maybe from the Great Mosque of Cordoba, the visitor's path inside the old galleries did not necessarily include any presentation of the mosque as part of its display or contextualize objects that would historically be associated with mosques. The new galleries highlight several aspects of the mosque and its related material culture. In some galleries, the mosque is presented via atmospheric screens, large graphics or objects that are linked to specific storylines connected to different geographical areas of the Islamic world. Just to mention a few, in the gallery dedicated to the establishment of the caliphate, we'll have large atmospheric screens showing some of the early Islamic material culture and showing iconic buildings, among them the mosques of Damascus, Jerusalem, Samarra, or Cairo. When visitors also arrive in the, or discover the Gallery 8, which is dedicated to Al-Andalus, they will be able to discover the capitals and beams of Cordoba and Medinat al-Zahra with the background graphic of Cordoba's mosque. In the Cairo and Egypt and Syria gallery on the third floor, we'll have mosque lamps, carpets, but also minbar elements that are displayed together to give a sense of the impact of patronage of mosques and madrasas in medieval Cairo. In the gallery, to give you one example, the gallery presenting Iran and Central Asia from the Timurid to the Qajar period in Gallery 14 will have graphics showing beautiful etchings of Isfahan's Great Mosque that will provide visitors with visuals and really a visual experience to further their understanding of the early modern contributions of this part of the world. And last but not least, in the China and Southeast Asia galleries will also have visuals of mosques in this part of the world. So alongside these various elements, mainly graphics and atmospheric visuals, the third gallery on the third floor, which I'll be presented today, will be dedicated to religious life in the Islamic world. We'll present it through the lens of three themes: prayer, pilgrimage, and funerary practices. The material culture related to religious life is abundant and reflects the complexity of pious expressions and practices in Islamic lands, as well as the diversity of religious currents that cross the vast territories dominated by Islam as a religion even until today. The curatorial approach to the complex theme of prayer was to address it through the collection to provide examples of the variety of prayer practices. As this very broad theme cannot be presented exhaustively, it seems, however, an essential one for the general understanding of prayer rituals in the Islamic world. The birth of Islam went alongside the concept of creation, the creation of the concept of ummah, in which different communities share a common religion and values up to the present day. The overall idea for this gallery was to demonstrate how Islam as a new religion defines not only faith, but also ritual practices and religious norms that consolidate and guide its community and enable the society to flourish. At its core are the five pillars, or arkan al-Islam, the beliefs and practices commonly followed throughout the Muslim world, beginning with the shahada, the profession of faith, followed by hajj, pilgrimage, prayer, salah, fasting, saum, and then almsgiving, zakat. The display here starts with the presentation of two coins, which both include the shahada, the first pillar of Islam, which is also at the center of the call for prayer in mosques. And one of the challenges we had with this gallery was to also adapt to the showcases, which were designed for the museum for its opening. So we have these two tiny little showcases. What are you going to present in these very small showcases? So the first one will have these two coins. Then moving on to the next small showcase, which will really be dedicated to addressing the notion of qibla. As prayer salat is considered until the present day as the most important aspect of Islamic religious life, uniting all believers in a communal act performed in a specific direction, the Qibla, this second showcase displays two compasses addressing not only the notion of Qibla in religious practices, but also its history, its importance for Muslims to calculate it for praying, and for marking it physically inside the mosques. Prior to Mecca becoming the Qibla for Muslims in the third Hijri year, 624 of the Common Era, Jerusalem had served this purpose as a focal point towards which devotions were to be directed. And after a Quranic revelation changing the direction of prayer in Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 144, the inviolable mosque, the Masjid al-Haram in Mecca, would henceforth be the direction towards which the faithful were instructed to turn. This change signified both the city and the sanctuary of the Kaaba and its precincts as the spiritual heart of Islam. Not only do Muslims turn towards Mecca for ritual prayer, but also when sacrificing animals while invoking the name of God. The deceased should also be buried resting on their right sides and facing that direction. The calculation of this direction, although not always historically accurate for the building of some mosques in the history, has given prime importance to the use of compasses and sundials, among other instruments. These instruments bring the visitor to understanding how they were also used in mosque construction to determine the prayer niche, mihrab. The mihrab is presented in the next showcase, where several tiles and niches of the collection demonstrate the role of this architectural feature used to physically identify the Qibla within the mosque, as well as symbolically representing the Prophet Muhammad's role as the first imam to lead the prayer. And we have a few examples here that will be shown, including not only physical mihrabs, actual mihrabs that were used in situ in mosques, but also some other tile panels showing the niche as a symbolic representation of the mihrab on cenotaphs. And then also on foundation tiles. This is for the foundation of a mosque in Qumshi in Iran. The mosque and its mihrab subsequently influenced the design of prayer rugs, on which the niche outline was an echo of its architectural form, which idea is formulated in the nearby showcase, showing one example from the Ottoman period. The dimensions of these rugs reflect their use either as smaller individual carpets or larger ones for communal use in prayer halls on which the mihrab motif is duplicated. And that's what we've seen yesterday with the beautiful presentation of our colleague from the Museum of Islamic Art in Cairo, who showed many examples of Saf prayer rugs. Such carpets delineate sacred spaces and reference the relationship between religious and domestic architecture from the time of the Prophet's first house in Medina, which also served as the first mosque for the nascent community. This showcase will allow for several rotations in order to show visitors several examples of prayer niche carpets from different parts of the Islamic world. Prayer is observed at appointed times of the day, and its exact times of observance differ geographically and also from one community to another. Each Friday, most Muslims perform the congregational prayer, the Salat al-Jum'ah, which takes the place of the midday prayer, the Salat al-Dhuhr, and is a religious obligation, as the Quran gives as a religious obligation in Surah Al-Jum'ah, verses 9-10. The prayer is preceded by a sermon pronounced by the Imam, the khutbah, which would contain political and spiritual exhortation and played an integral part of the weekly communal prayer. Elaborate pulpits or minbars were built in mosques from which the sermon would be pronounced, recalling the way the first believers gathered around the Prophet Muhammad as he preached. Another showcase in this section will demonstrate how the production of minbars was particularly prolific during the Mamluk period, and we've obviously had a wonderful presentation yesterday by Umnia. and how they were composed of wooden structures set and decorated with intricate and decorative panels, characteristic of the mastering of marquetry and carving in Egyptian workshops. In addition to the ritual prayer, one last showcase in this section relates to the importance of other acts of devotion that may be carried out depending on time and place. While all Muslims, regardless of their particular community, rely primarily on the Quran, there are additional textual sources that may accompany it as a part of a believer's practice and study. These could include texts of Quranic exegesis, such as the tafsir, the collections of sayings and deeds of the Prophet Muhammad, hadith, and compilations of supplicatory prayers or litanies, du'as. And here some examples of the one large showcase where we're going to show some du'a al-usbu'iyya, for example, some weekly prayer books, other invocations and compilations of prayers on the Prophet Muhammad, and a volume of the Sahih al-Bukhari. But we're also going to show 2 hilye panels also related to devotional practices around the figure of the Prophet. Another aspect in this gallery, as I mentioned, we have 3 themes: prayer, pilgrimage, funerary practices. So the second one related to pilgrimage obviously also will highlight the importance of the 2 holiest sites in Islam and the importance of the Masjid al-Haram and the Prophet's Mosque in Medina through textiles of the kiswa, but also the textile covering the Prophet's tomb in Medina, and also Kaaba keys. The same section will show representations of the Holy Mosque on different materials and material culture, paintings. We have this beautiful Islamic tile, and then a pilgrimage certificate that has the depictions of the 2 mosques of Mecca and Medina, but also other sites. So let me now maybe share a few ideas or a reflection on the challenges related to this new narrative. The presentation of religion and religious life in any museum raises several questions, not only from the perspective of a museum implemented in a Muslim country, but also from the significance of addressing this set of social aspects to a general audience and through the prism of Islamic art production. The mission of MIA as an institution, and with this relaunch project, was to contribute to the understanding of the eminence of Islamic art and civilization and its importance within world heritage. Although the museum was implemented in a Muslim country, developing such themes helps fostering for locals and Muslim communities appreciation for their heritage, as well as teaching fundamental notions to larger audiences. The curatorial approach was to always see how historical artifacts can make people relate and why such notions are still relevant today and for future generations. More specifically, the permanent galleries wish to provide a comprehensive and context-based insight into the history of Islamic art and civilization, paying tribute to its regional diversity. Being one of the most prominent museums in Western Asia, and internationally, as well as one of the few museums specifically dedicated to Islamic art, its approach should differ considerably from other museums. It aims at looking at the history and production of the region from its own perspective and touching upon topics that are particularly relevant to this area and to its audience, more than in other countries. The rehang of the permanent galleries will involve several changes from MIA's original museology, shifting from an aesthetic-driven to a more comprehensive and context-based display. As the museum is facing many challenges, I think one of the challenges we're facing is the limitations of the collection, and also the limitation of the rigid museography, because of the fact that the museum was open in 2008 for a specific display, and a specific collection, and that the technical challenges of having galleries where most of its showcases were designed for specific objects displayed for the opening is not easily adaptable, as I said earlier, and which adds another layer of difficulty in this relaunch project. One other challenge of this thematic display raises, of course, the question of presenting multicultural and multi-religious regions and the complexity of ritual practices according to regions and times. As a museum inserted in the Islamic world, we have the double duty as professionals not to offend the sensitivity of visitors while offering content that is still historically accurate, which sometimes includes addressing questions that remain discussed by certain communities of the Muslim world, such as Sufism, Shiism, non-Muslim religious minorities in the Islamic world. It's therefore really important to find the right balance in order to educate on these issues while respecting local cultural values. As the museum plays an important role in building bridges across times and cultures, it seems even more crucial that a museum like MIA takes a step forward in raising awareness about Islam as a religion and the rich material culture that results from it, especially in light of the events that touch our modern world. MIA will certainly contribute at its scale in building elements of understanding that can foster tolerance, acceptance, and promote knowledge about critical notions such as prayer and mosque, while encouraging and inspiring visitors from different backgrounds in their personal experience. As museum professionals based in this region, we also push ourselves to include a whole section of visitors that do not easily recognize themselves in the Islamic culture, in the sense that its artistic production cannot be reduced or cannot appear to be understood by Muslims only. Some visitors, some people who never visited the museum, somehow expect seeing only religious items related to Islam as a faith. And if they are non-Muslims, they sometimes feel unrelated to what the museum could possibly offer to them as individuals. There has always been a misperception on the Museum of Islamic Art being incorrectly named the Islamic Museum, which may lead to real misunderstanding of what Islamic art encompasses, even if the question of religion, the mosque or prayer will be presented in its new galleries, among other topics. MIA has wrongly been assimilated to a religious institution, which role would be to teach about Islam from a dogmatic perspective. One of our challenges and our goals would be to indeed explain the spread of a religion across a territory that goes from Morocco to Indonesia, from the 7th century to the present day, and that the artistic production of each region or period is the result of a syncretism between the establishment of a new belief and the integration of pre-existing cultures. Visitors should then be able to find their own interest in our galleries and be treated equally regardless of faith or origin. They could either feel the religious spirituality behind the rituals or simply understand the human impact of the social experience. Considering as well the fact that non-Muslims may have never entered a mosque before, the exhibits would allow to further encompass them and encompass visitors from all backgrounds by putting forward the human experience above all other aspects. It is then a question of putting individual devotion at the service of human history, and the visitor, being a Muslim or not, is therefore prompted to closely observe, learn, meditate, and reflect on the different objects telling the history of the mosque. So a few words to conclude. To build a global culture, the mission of museums today is fundamentally determined by human experience. As a museum implemented in the Arab world, MIA plays a key role in knowing how to connect with a varied public, considering the globalized, inter-ethnic and intercultural communities living in Qatar. It plays a crucial function as federator of ideas, knowledge, civic and cultural education, and more so with its new visitor trail. This entails a clear strategy for communicating a message that addresses a general audience, especially when an institution chooses to convey a message related to religious practices. The collection leads the visitor's experience to make them interact on different moral and emotional levels. The presentation of religious life in the new galleries of MIA and of prayer in the mosque in particular has its importance even within a country based in the Islamic world. And even if this aspect is known or practiced by a majority of its population, historical facts and artistic elements often transcend social practice and can sometimes be misinterpreted, misunderstood, or simply unknown. For example, do all Muslims know, for example, that the Ibadis in North Africa do not practice the Friday khutbah, therefore do not have minbars in their mosques? Do all Muslims have an idea of the diversity of minarets, mihrabs, or even the architecture of mosques from sub-Saharan Africa to the borders of Southeast Asia and China? We've seen a few amazing examples yesterday, but I'm sure this is something that's part also of the conversation. To this end, presenting the mosque and objects related to Islamic history and culture emphasizes the importance of the museum as a threshold for collective memory, as much as historical monuments and mosques themselves distinctly hold a memorial function. Although museums can sometimes be perceived as benefiting only a small segment of a country's population, the new galleries at MIA, we hope, were conceived so as they would fit with the school curriculums in order to reach more the local audience. Past experience at MIA, but I think possibly in most museums around the world, has shown that people visit permanent galleries of any museum only once and rarely come back again. Some visitors also come for MIA, come only for the building. While we cannot dictate the visitor's experience, we can surely enrich it and offer them a participatory and educational experience and activities. We believed, for example, in putting together a family trail that would engage visitors with the display. This trail, alongside the new text and other means for providing more information, such as the screens, but also special guided tours, aim for a higher level of interpretation compared to the previous display and an overall dynamic and didactic experience. By presenting in different galleries of the museum different approaches of the mosque in the Islamic world, we offer some keys for a better understanding of the creation of the mosque as a common location for the Ummah to perform their ritual prayer, as a place for social gathering, as an instrument for patrons to mark their sovereignty and belonging to a specific religious and ideological current. As the collection is key for narrating its storyline, MIA is a vector of emulation for the cultural development in Qatar. But in Qatar, and certainly as well, this is the case in the Gulf region, building strong collections in diverse disciplines is contributing to the vision of developing education and culture and building cultural memory to tell the story of a nation, while reflecting on topics of human history that have a powerful meaning and role for the whole population. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Munia. I think what you presented in terms of the new galleries that are going to be in the Museum of Islamic Art enticed us all to go and visit soon, inshallah. And for now, we'll be taking questions. We have an update regarding the program. Unfortunately, Dr. Yannick Lintz will not be able to join today. So instead of the session with her, we welcome everyone to visit the Shatr al-Masjid exhibit in Gallery 3 during that time. But for now, we'll take questions and answers. Yes, Dr. Stefano.
Thank you. Thank you, Munia and Stefan. It was very interesting to see the similar but quite different approach that you're taking into developing your galleries. I want to be a bit of a devil's advocate here, and perhaps it was out of your of the scope of your presentation. What I've seen here is an approach that wants to be comprehensive, outreach for community, educational, trying to involve as much as possible in a different way your audience. On the other hand, you are historicizing your collection, right? You're using the collection that you have in a sense that doesn't bring a discourse to the contemporary. And this, as you know, is a debate that happens very currently in our field, is where does Islamic art as a discipline end in terms of chronology, and how do we deal with the contemporary? So you are using your spaces in a way that you feel involves much better, and certainly you're doing that. But on the other hand, it's the contemporary that is very relevant to people coming into your spaces. So, and Stefan, you said that there is a neutrality in presenting works of art. I don't believe that there is a neutrality at all, because the simple way you choose the objects and you display them, even if they are historical objects, means that you are making a statement on your side. So I guess that, no, it's a general comment, but my question is, for both of you, are you playing it too safe in that respect? Thank you.
Thank you for this challenging question. No, you're absolutely right. It is quite, I would say for the case of Mia, that it's challenging not to talk about the present day, but we're trying to do it while looking at themes that are still relevant today, first of all, and through the didactic component of the galleries, something I did not mention today, but and could not show as either. But part of the display will have, for example, the pilgrimage section will really show how pilgrimage is performed today. So that's, I would say, how we address the contemporary component, not through contemporary art like other museums do, because that's not the vision of Mia, and having the Mathaf Arab Modern Art Museum already in Doha, it's not really relevant to have contemporary art and modern art within the display. Although we will have one piece in Gallery 1 that will be specifically commissioned. And yeah, I think that would be like one approach. And I think also something quite challenging for Mia was that we needed to adapt to the spaces we had, and these are not really flexible spaces. So what do you show? We had the themes in mind, but we needed to adapt to the space that was available, and where you cannot change the showcases, you cannot change what you have in place. So what are you going to show? Yes, you're showing parts of the collection, but which objects to tell which story? And I think part of the vision that was developed through that storyline was to really have thematic, but also still a chronological approach, with the second floor being the early part of the Islamic world, and then the other floor on the later stages, the later developments. So I think, in a way, to be honest, each gallery really reflects the present day. I think still relate to the present day and still engages visitors with current practices. So I wouldn't say that we played safe, to be honest with you, but it might be something to continue to discuss about.
Thank you. How much time we have? 2 hours or 3 hours? Because when we're entering the question, Islamic art and contemporary art, it's a very big field, and it's we're discussing it for years, so we maybe need more than 2 hours, and writing now a book on it, because we came up with a strategy for us, which is meaningful for us, but each museum, each place has to define something. We are, by definition of the collection, something which is pre-modern, and which makes sense, because then geography is easier to describe. So we can say we talked about the Middle East in general, let's say. It's a regional art museum. It's not about world art. But if you come to contemporary art by Muslim artists, it's world art. It's all over. There is no border anymore. It's a modern art, it's contemporary art, global by definition. So we have a problem here, and we didn't find a way to solve it. At first I thought that we bring it into the Humboldt Forum, and I said, Neil McGregor, we have to bring it in the Humboldt Forum because it's not part of global contemporary art expression, but they didn't do it, unfortunately. So we thought how we can do it in a way that is meaningful to us and for the visitors. And we have now, thanks to the help of Al-Walid philanthropists, we could buy a few objects, and we bring them in the collection, where we want to make bring the past or direct the past to the present by contemporary artists. So we asked like Isam Kurbash, who made the wonderful boats of shocking boats of refugees going to the Mediterranean. We bought 12 of his objects, his boats, and bring them into the Mediterranean room, where we talk about exchange in the 12th, 12th century. So we really kind of being also not only, historians are tend to be very harmonizing and melancholic view on the past, which it never was. So we, Isam is saying, and we asked each artist that we bring the photo of the artist and the comment of the artist, so that we don't have blind dates and somebody who knows art may figure out what it is, but to have strong statements of an artist to say why this is relevant for him and what is his or her views on that. So Shadira Dirian we bring into the Kaja room, where she's all the time playing with the female roles in Iran, and so we ask her to make a statement. And with Susan Hafuna, she will be in the Cairo room. She talks about what is heritage to her. So this is artist, number one. Second, we bring in Multaka. That means the view of non-museum professionals from different backgrounds. And so far we have it only as a program, as guides coming, but we want to have, they're getting labels, so they're having space to select their objects and say what they want to say about the object and how it makes sense to them. So we're having the contemporary views, let's say, and then we are working with interviews, for example, on the heritage activists of Cairo. So we bringing the Lajin member that we had, but talking about how it came and what is heritage to people from Cairo, how much important is it to them, and that people struggle with to save heritage today. And this is part of our part, is unfortunately a part of this history of robbing heritages. And then in the Aleppo room, we're having Ala from Haddad from Aleppo, who talks about his work on saving Aleppo. So it's this kind of contemporary views that always help to make the translation from the past to the present, that we bring in continuously in all rooms. This is one thing. And the other one we see, is who select the object? Authorship is a big question, and we're not knowing. We still have some time, but so far our favorite idea is that we have podcasts on each room, that the curator identifies him or herself and says why these objects were selected and why others not. So to be transparent in the authorship and in the decision, because what we represent is not the reality, it's part of the reality, of past realities, let's say. So, and to make, not stand there and say this is how it was always like that we present, and it's God-given knowledge what we present here, but to say no, they're human figures who selected objects, and they're making also mistakes, they're having their biases. We discussing, for example, also in one place how the canon is created, so that one understands that this one is not because it was, let's say, a picture of the past, but it was a reconstruction of the past by scholars with their ideas. So this kind of authorship we try to bring in, but not yet developed very far. So we have some ideas. We want to do it. Podcast would be the easiest way to make, because we already have full of labels. So we need to watch. People read quite a lot in our exhibition, so that's fine. But we need, of course, to give other access ways, because it's too much text then.
Yes.
Thank you. Monia and Stefan, thank you so much for both your presentations. I'm very curious to know which activity have you noticed is bringing people more to the museum? Because, I mean, in Egypt, we go on with school, or if we have really parents who take us in the morning, but it's very rare that people would go and walk into a museum on their own. So being a museum in a Muslim country and a museum in a Western country, I'm curious to see if it's different. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Well, in Doha, it's been challenging to actually have visitors from the locals and nationals, to be honest with you, and that's also part of why we wanted to do this relaunch, is to reach out more to the local audience. What was bringing people so far were temporary exhibitions, but as I said earlier, most people thought that nothing has changed at MIA since 2008, so why would they come and visit the permanent galleries again if it's the same objects? While we actually have been doing a lot of rotations and a lot of objects have changed since then, but this idea of a very rigid display that never changes, I think also is stuck to many museums around the world. I mean, we probably do experience that ourselves. When we travel to a place, we visit the museum once, and if we ever go there again, we might not visit this museum another time. But surely the activities as well that are related to school curriculums, we used to have, before the museum closed, a lot of school tours. And then a lot of families would come on the weekends, especially. MIA has always been extremely busy on Fridays and Saturdays, but mainly South Asian communities. And I think it's partially part of South Asian practices. I know, like, having been to India, people do go and visit historical sites and museums. It's part of also the culture. And I think it's one of the challenges we're facing here in the Arab world, is to actually make people come to the museum, because that was not necessarily part of the culture so far, and we're trying to develop this culture, but it's not an easy task. So yes, I think through specific events and temporary exhibitions, we've been luckily having a lot more visitors, and before the museum closed, we had already reached 3.5 million visitors since the opening, and the number had been just going up, have been really increasingly, like, growing from the time it opened all the way to last year. So, well, through the pandemic. So it is a huge challenge, and let's see how it goes with the relaunch, and if it's going to bring more visitors. We'll be doing some surveys and looking at the new visitors' experience and how might change the visit to the museum itself.
Twofold answer. The one thing is visitors coming to the museum. In the end, we are very lucky that we are part of the Berlin Tourist Trail. We have enough visitors. Actually, we have limitation of visitors. Each month, before Corona, 80,000 people each month, coming to the galleries of Islamic art. And this is fantastic, of course, for us. This is double of what is 10 years before. And so we have a problem of too much visitors. But this is something that, it's a luxury problem, because we have a prime location. But then the question is not to going having more people, but to going out of the museum and reaching people who are not going to the museum, and then not necessarily need to come to the museum. But the contents that we have can be also presented in other ways. We're doing now, since Corona, a lot of online workshops with schools, and they're fantastic. It helped us to give us a push, because we suddenly had no schools anymore coming and what to do, so we had to go and find new ways. And the online workshop with schools, they work quite nicely. And we do building also with, Alwaleed helps us here, with an online portal which we open beginning of next year, so to reach out digitally. So the question now is not to getting more, but to get out, but the question now is to think who is our audience and how may diversify our audience. And this is something which is happened or came to us by a nice project that came out of a historical crisis, kind of crisis, or let's say opportunity, with many Iraqis in Iran, Syrians came to Berlin, and friends from the Syrian press told me, let's do something for them, let's bring them in the galleries. And I said, yes, great, I need money, and how to get the money. And so I had good luck. That's one of the ministries came the next days and said, do you have something on the refugees, as Kirk said? And said, yeah, of course we have. And we then hired, from our network, 20 guides to come and work with us in 4 museums to make tours. And for us it was an experience because we don't like historians, we don't like that somebody got the numbers wrong. So you have, each object has a date. And we don't like if somebody is mixing up this. But learned, it gave me the push to say, let your authority of interpretation, let it go. Give it to somebody else. And don't control. I went with them several times around in the museum, and they told stories that they were very meaningful. Many groups came, and what happened is they did not translate only their knowledge in their language to Syrians or Iraqis, but they also could translate the cultural language. So I can go with, let's say, Shukri, I can go into the museum and بحكي معها بالعربي عم نحكي عن شو موجود إلى آخره, but I will never meet her realities. I will never meet what is important to her. But if Salma is going, one of our guides, she directly meets the realities of people who are not coming to the museum. The outcome was actually that we had 16,000, more than 60,000 visitors from newcomers from Iran and Afghanistan, Iraq and Syria coming to our gallery, 16,000. And they came several times and they stayed 1-2 hours because suddenly for them the museum made sense. And this is something that I can never create. We need peer group work, and this is really the key is peer group work and give away your authority, and that others, give them space to contribute and shape knowledge, which is meaningful for those that you never will reach. We are very excited now, we're starting in January and February with the kind of youth council. I'm very bad about working with young people, but I'm decided that we will have an exit game going throughout the museum, so that to meet people, they're coming and things they're coming with their school buses, but they're bored sitting around in the galleries and don't know what to do. They're playing here and here, but then let other young people help you. So they should decide what is interesting and how you should curate. And this kind of peer group work is something that we have to learn, and others are much ahead from us. So it's not something new, it's not rocket science. But Islamic art museums are a bit late, and we're learning, and it makes sense for us.
Thank you so much. That's all the time we have for this session. Thank you all for joining, and we look forward to welcoming you in the next session that will start at 11:20, inshallah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have three wonderful speakers today. We will start with Dr. Menwar Al-Mhaid, who's an accomplished project manager specialized in architectural engineering design. One of the most important projects he did is the reconstruction of the member of Salahuddin in 2007, which he's going to talk about today. Please welcome Dr. Menwar Al-Mhaid.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. موضوعنا اليوم إن شاء الله راح يكون عن إعادة بناء منبر صلاح الدين. Should I talk in Arabic or English? Thank you. فموضوعنا اليوم هو إعادة بناء منبر صلاح الدين. طبعا في أول سلايد المفروض يكون presentation من البداية إلى النهاية في كل الأمور المتعلقة في إعادة البناء حقيقة. اللي أود حقيقة أنه أذكر قضية مهمة جدا اللي هي حقيقة غير مفهومة في عالمنا الإسلامي ككل إلا عند بعض المتخصصين اللي هي تعلق أو حقيقة الفن الإسلامي، هل هو فن دنيوي أم هو متعلق في المقدس أو متعلق في الحق؟ طبعا هناك آراء كثيرة تدحض هذا الأمر، لكن هناك آراء الآن كتب كتبت في هذا الجانب. المهم راح أشير إلى بشكل بسيط. وربما البعض لأول مرة يسمع هذا الأمر بأن هناك فرق كبير بين الفن الدنيوي والفن المتعلق في الحق أو الحقيقة اللي هو الفن الإسلامي، ويبنى هذا البعد على ما يسمى بالرمزية. هذه الرمزية ليست رمزية إنسانية، بمعنى أن ربنا سبحانه وتعالى قال في القرآن: وما خلقنا السماوات والأرض، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، وما خلقنا السماوات والأرض وما بينهما لاعبين، ما خلقناهما إلا بالحق ولكن أكثرهم لا يعلمون. هذه ما خلقناهما إلا بالحق قضية مهمة جدا، بأن الحق متضمن داخل أو بصورة معينة في الخلق. هذا البعد بالنسبة للجانب الإنساني هو موجود في الديانات الأخرى، لكن في الإسلام الضوء ما سلط على هذا الجانب على الإطلاق للخوف، لأن الإسلام مبني على ما هو معروف التعالي الإلهي. لكن اللي ما يعرفه الكثير حتى من الباحثين بأن هناك بعد حقاني في جوانب، وإلا ما يستاهل حقيقة ولا يجوز أن نسمي أي فن هو فن إسلامي. على سبيل المثال إذا كان من صناعة المسلمين. فهذا البريف اللي حبيت أقوله، إذا كان هناك وحنشوف كيف هذا الأمر اللي هو مستند عن ما يسمى في الإسلام كانت تسمى الهندسة الفاضلة، في الحضارات الأخرى سميت بالهندسة المقدسة sacred geometry، والهندسة هنا geometry وليس الهندسة الحالية، علما بأنه أنا مهندس من العصر الحديث. دراستي بالأساس كانت في الإنجينيرينج، وبعدين كملت في العمارة والفنون، PhD. نأتي على قصتنا اليوم اللي هو المنبر. المنبر طبعا كان أمر فيه نور الدين زنكي بناء على رؤية رآها بأنها ستفتح القدس، وتوفي نور الدين زنكي، بني المنبر وتوفي نور الدين زنكي، وبقي المنبر في حلب 20 سنة إلى أن انتقل إلى القدس أيام فتح القدس مع صلاح الدين الأيوبي. لذلك سمي بمنبر صلاح الدين. أما هو حقيقة من أمر ببناء نور الدين زنكي، اللي هو يعتبر المنتور أو المعلم لصلاح الدين الأيوبي. الصورة السابقة كانت للمنبر القديم، وهذه الصورة للمنبر اللي أعدنا بناءه. طبعا إعادة البناء سميت بإعادة بناء علما بأن كل ما هو يعني مستعمل أو بني عليه من مواد من غيرها كلها حديثة، لكن إعادة بناء لأن بني على طراز المنبر الأصلي، يعني كان إلى ندعي بأنه إلى 99.9% كما كان، ما عدا بانل واحد طلبت اللجنة اللي هي كانت مشرفة تغييره بزعمهم بأنه كان مشابه للصليب. والحقيقة لا، لأن كل الأشكال اللي هي المضلعات المنتظمة دائما راح يكون فيها هذا الأمر، وأمر حياتي ما له علاقة في ديانات أخرى. هذه صورة المنبر القديم. المنبر الثاني جاء في نفس المكان كمان، راح نشوف لاحقا. ممكن أطلب من إدريس بس قبل 5 دقائق يقول لي في ظل 5 دقائق. شكرا. الله يبارك فيكم. إيه بس إمتى بدينا؟ 30. خلاص كويس، الحمد لله معنا وقت. هذا الحريق اللي حصل في 69 ما أظهروا بأنه كان الشخص متطرف، لا ندري إذا كانت بمساعدة الجانب الإسرائيلي أو بعدم مساعدته، لكن هو كان إسرائيلي الأصل من المتطرفين الفناتكس اللي هم كانوا يظنوا بعودة المسيح ويريد يعجل بعودة المسيح عليه السلام. هذا المنبر اللي بقي لسنوات طويلة في المسجد الأقصى إلى أن جاء المنبر الثاني. وهذه صورة للحريق اللي حصل عام 69، وهذه آثار الحريق طبعا اللي شفناها. هذا آثار المنبر والمحراب. المنبر بقي منه قطع ضئيلة. هذه بعض القطع اللي بقيت من المنبر. كان حريق يعني الحقيقة سيء جدا ومجنون جدا. بعض القطع المتبقية اللي موجودة الآن في متحف تحت المسجد الأقصى. هذه أيام الدراسة لأنه كان الكيس ستادي حقت PhD كانت هي المنبر. جانب من هذا الموضوع اللي هو كيف تبنى هذه الأمور، كيف استطعنا أن نبناها، لأنه كانت في محاولات سابقة ما استطاعت أنه هي توصل لهذا الأمر، وراح نبين هذا الجانب. طبعا هو باستعمال ما تكلمنا عنه سابقا، ما يسمى بالسيكريت جيومتري أو الهندسة الفاضلة لدى المسلمين. هذا أحد الأشكال اللي هو في أحد الجوانب من المنبر. وهذه الجيومتريك أناليسيس اللي كنا نبني عليها هذا الأمر. كيف تبنى هذه الأشكال الهندسية؟ طبعا هذه إحدى الطرق، هناك أكثر من طريقة للوصول إلى نفس الشكل. إذا بعض الدارسين درسوا في الجانب الجيومتري في الموضوع، بينما اللي اتبعناه كانت طريقة خاصة اللي تتبع التضاؤل اللي هو نشوفه على شمال الصورة. هذا يحافظ على النسبة. هناك نسب في الهندسة الفاضلة تعتمد عليها، اللي هو جذر 2 أو جذر 3 أو جذر 5. هذه النسب الأولية أو بما تسمى الجذور الأولية اللي تبني عليها الأشكال كلها. من ضمنهم ما يسمى بالجولدن مين، اللي هو معروف بشكل عالمي. بس وصلنا للدائرة الداخلية، تبدأ الأشكال تطلع عندنا بشكل مباشر. هذا الشكل اللي شفناه في الأول، وبعدين تقطع ثم تنعمل الإطارات وينتهي الأمر إلى هذا الشكل. هذه المحاولات ليش سابقا من عام 69 كان في محاولات لدى أكثر من بلد في العالم الإسلامي، وخصوصا لقريبة من فلسطين. كان هناك محاولات لإعادة البناء، فكان أول من حاول في هذا الأمر الأردن، ومع محاولته مع بلاد أخرى. تركيا كان في محاولة، في سوريا كان في محاولة، هذول اللي عرفناهم، ما ندري إذا في بلاد أخرى. وأيضا كان في جوينت ديسكشن، يعني مناقشات بينهم على أنه إمكانية تضافر الجهود، إلا أنه كلها باءت بالفشل. المحاولة الأردنية اللي كانت في 69 كان هناك أخطاء كبيرة، لأن الديزاينر ما كان على علم فيما يسمى بالهندسة الفاضلة أو الجيومتري اللي هي تبنى. زائدا كيفية إعادة بناء، لأن المنبر حقيقة يتألف من حوالي 16358 قطعة تركب كلها مع بعضها بدون لا غرة ولا مسامير، ويقف المنبر بعدين بشكل كامل مع القطع هذه كلها مع بعضها. فالكونستراكشن أو الجانب الإنشائي كان مجهول، والجانب الهندسي أيضا ما كان معروف. للأسف المسلمين نسوا كيف كانت تبنى هذه الأمور، حتى أن أحد النجارين اللي قابلناهم قال لي والله أنا أذكر جدي كان يشتغل في هذا الأمر، وأذكر أن لما كنت طفل صغير كنت أشتغل معه. طيب الآن تشتغلوا؟ قالوا لا. فهذه إحدى المحاولات، وراح نبين الأخطاء اللي هي موجودة فيها. للوهلة الأولى ما يتضح، لأنه يعتقد الإنسان هو أن نفس الشكل العشاري اللي هو موجود في الطرفين، ولكن مع التدقيق نجد بأنه الأشكال تأخذ شكل مختلف بين الطرفين. يعني مثل ما شايفين هذا واحد، هذا الثاني في الجانب هذا، لأنه بني على أسس مختلفة. فتشوفوا الآن الاختلاف بدأ أكثر وضوحاً. هذا الجانب الثالث. الاختلافات بدأ واضحة أكثر وأكثر. بس على أي حال هذه الأخطاء لأنها ما بنيت، ولما حاولوا أنه يعيدوا البناء، لأنه في البداية في 69 ما كان متوفر المال لهذا الجانب، لكن في الوقت اللي بدأت فيه المسابقة كان متوفر المال. وحاولوا أن يلصقوا هذه الرسومات اللي كانت موجودة عندهم على منبر بروتوتايب، إلا أنه بدأوا يشوفوا أخطاء فيها كلها. هذه محاولتنا، تشوفوا الطرفين كل اللي أشرنا لها أنه هي بنفس نفس الأشكال، نفس النسب اللي هي موجودة، لأنها بنيت على هذا العلم من الهندسة الفاضلة. لما ألصقوا الرسومات على هذا المنبر البروتوتايب لقوا أخطاء، اللي هي الأخطاء اللي أشرنا عليها واحد، وأخطاء بشكل جماعي، يعني بمعنى بأنه بعض الأشكال كانت زيادة عن المنبر اللي هو موجود في 7 سنتي، من طرف ثاني كانت ناقصة حوالي 14 سنتي، وهكذا. الحقيقة الوقت غير كافي والريموت بطل يشتغل. إذا في أحد يساعدنا في الموضوع. على أي حال راح نكمل، ولو أنه هذا البناء على هذه الجيومتري وهذا أيضا تحمل معاني، وشفنا بعض الأمور حقيقة في هذا الأمر، في علاقات موجودة في بين متوسط مدارات المجموعة الشمسية، وحنشوفها بعد شوية. لكن هكذا من الناحية الإنشائية الستركتشر تبعها كان يبنى هذا أنيميشن كنا عاملينه للجنة أثناء الدراسات اللي هو عملناها، إنه كيف تبنى هذه الأمور مع بعضها. هذه بعض هذه القطع هكذا تركب، لأنه اللي شفناه بأنه من الناحية الإنشائية أيضا متعلقة في نفس الهندسة، يعني من الخلف إذا نظرنا لها من الخلف يبين معانا الستركتشر، كيف القطع راكبة على بعضها وكيف تركب على بعضها مثل الجيكسو بازل. من الأمام هو الناحية الجمالية، يعني كأنه البون ستركتشر والشكل الخارجي اللي هو موجود، حتى يعني هذا نشوفه في جوانب الخلق، حتى في الإنسان، الهيكل العظمي ثم البناء الجمالي الآخر اللي هو يتراكم عليه. هذا يظهر his own mind، يعني قاعد يتحرك بعقله هو، ما قاعد يخلينا هذه القطعة الآن في جانب الانيميشن، ونشوف انه اللي نسميهم بالحشوات الداخلية هذه هي رفيعة جدا، بينما الستركتشر نفسه يكون على مستويات من السماكات اللي هي تشكل الإطارات اللي تمسك الستركتشر كله. ما له علاقة الحقيقة، أنا قاعد أكبس وهو يمشي لوحده، ما للأسف. ما أدري هم يسمعوني. If we can skip this one. لا it's all right. It's fine. هذه التحليل الجيومتري بناء على أحد الأشكال اللي هو يبنى على العشاري في المنبر. ما وجدناه أنه حقيقة هناك دوائر تمر في أماكن محددة في مراكز محددة. هذه المراكز اللي وجدناه في دراسة أيضا أجريت في برنس ويلز انستيتيوت، كانت جون مارتينيو عمل كتاب عن سماه The Book of Coincidence عن مدارات متوسط المدارات. فما وجدناه في هذه بالاستعانة بكتابه بأنه متوسط مدار عطارد حول الشمس ومتوسط مدار الأرض حول الشمس موجودين في علاقة في هذا الشكل. أيضا متوسط مدار المشتري حول الشمس إلى نسبة 99.8% صحيحة. طبعا لا يوجد هناك على الأرض نسبة 100% في هذا الأمر، قاعد ناخذ متوسطات. الجانب النباتي أيضا اللي هو ما يسمى بالأرابيسك أحيانا أو يسمى بالبايومورفيك فورمز أو التوريق، حتى في الإنجليزية يسمى أيضا في التوريق، هي كلمة عربية. يتبع أيضا هذه اللي ما تسمى باللولبيات أو السبايرلز، وهي أيضا نسب تتبع نفس النسب اللي تكلمنا عنها إنما بشكل لوغاريتميك، يعني تستعمل لوغاريتمز اللي هو له علاقة في الدايمنشن تبع الأرض في space and time. هناك فنون استعملت من المنبر، تقريبا 6 فنون. هذه الصناعية كانوا يتابعوا الرسومات في بناء ما يسمى بالتعشيق لدى البعد العربي الإسلامي، كان يسمى بالتعشيق لأنه هو تركيب أو بالإنجليزية والجوينينج. وهذا الحفر على فكرة العاملين كانوا جزء مهم من هذا الأمر، لأنه كان صعوبة جدا بأن نجد الحرفيين في هذا الوقت اللي هم يستطيعوا على الأعمال من التعشيق إلى الحفر إلى غيرها. الحفر موجود لكن أشياء أخرى. فكانت النظرة أيضا أن يكونوا من جميع دول العالم الإسلامي إذا استطعنا أن نجيب من حوالي 3 إلى 4 دول إسلامية كانوا موجودين اللي هم ساعدوا في هذا الأمر. بعضهم كانوا بريليانت الحقيقة، يعني أن يكونوا موجودين في هذا الوقت، وخصوصا أنه كان في نوع من المقرنصات، فكان العاملين الأتراك في هذا الأمر مبدعين. اللي أمر بسيط بأنه تركيا كان ما زال فيها هذه الفنون موجودة وكان لابد من صيانتها، فكان هناك نجارين ما زال هذا الجانب حي في تركيا في ذلك الوقت. طبعا للأسف في العالم العربي تقريبا إلى حد ما عدا عن المشربيات والحفر الباقي كله ما عاد. هذا التطعيم وكان من الجوز من العاج والأبانوس. العاج تبرعت فيه السودان والأبانوس تبرعت فيه السودان أيضا. أما الخشب اللي هو خشب الجوز اللي بني فيه المنبر الحديث كان متبرع فيه من تركيا. هذه بعض الأشكال والجماليات الحقيقة، شيء يعني اللي يستحق الذكر بأنه هذا المنبر كان على جمال فائق، اللي يستطيع أنه هو ينزل إلى القدس الشريف ويشوف هذا المنبر حتى يعني ولو أنه عمل محدث إلا أنه الجمال اللي هو موجود فيه أخذ حقيقة. لما يسمى يعني أحد الكتاب سمى هذا الجانب من العمل الإسلامي وأيضا في الفنون الأخرى بتشريف المادة، وحقيقة هي تشريف المادة من خلال الجمال، يعني أخذ المادة الخام وبعدين إظهار الجماليات اللي هي كامنة فيها. هذه القطعة كلها كانت لبانل واحد، يعني للوحة واحدة. هذا اللي قلنا عليه الستركتشر من الخلف، في كيف يبنى على الجيومتري نفسها، يعني ما كان صعوبة، إلا أنه إعادة البناء كان لابد أنه هو يعتمد على من يعرف هذا العلم، وهو علم إلى حد ما يعني بسيط وسهل ويتعلم بسهولة، إلا أنه البعد الآن الرمزي هنا تكمن الصعوبة، لأنه متعلق في علوم الحق والحقيقة، وهذا بعد يسمى الآن بالميتافيزيكس أو الجانب المتعلق في الحق، وهذه قضية ليست بالسهلة يعني، لأنها موضوع متعالي. هذه أول اللوحات اللي هي انتهت، أو البانلز اللي انتهت، وكان جلالة الملك عبد الله في الأردن هو اللي حاضر وكان متابع لهذا الأمر، لأنه كان على حساب جلالة الملك. المنبر نفسه القطع ما استعمل فيها أي دهانات حالية، إنما هذا اللي تشوفوه هو بس مانع للعث حتى ما يأكل الخشب، ودهن في زيوت خفيفة بس المحافظة على الرطوبة، وإلا طبعا المنبر السابق عاش 800 سنة، لأنه كان فيه إمكانية في هذه الطريقة من العمل. اليوم هذه مكلفة، تكلفتها الحقيقة فقط في الصناعية وليس في أي شيء آخر. مدة البناء، مدة التصميم أخذ معنا حوالي من جانبنا سنة واحدة، من جانب الأوقاف اللي كانت مشرفة على هذا الأمر 2 في المراجعة، ثم البناء الفعلي للمنبر بعد أنه وجدنا الحرفيين اللي هم قادرين على هذا البناء، أخذ معنا 3 سنين و10 شهور، وهي مدة قليلة تعتبر بالنسبة للعمل يدوي ل 16,000 قطعة و358 تركب مع بعضها بدون غيرة ولا مسامير. وهذه أيام التركيب اللي قاعد نشوفها كيف تركب مع بعضها كلها. الإطارات الأخيرة طبعا لابد لها من شبه مسامير خشبية وليس مسامير بالمعنى الفعلي، وفي إحدى الصور شفنا مسامير من القديم. هذه بتصورنا كانت فقط في لأنه خلال 800 سنة حدث عدة صيانات له، فكانت ربما أيام الصيانة اللي استعمل المسامير في وقت لاحق، لكن ليس في السابق. هذا جانب من الدربزين اللي هو موجود في المنبر، يعني الجمال أخاذ الحقيقة لأي عين، يعني ما أحد يستطيع إنكار هذا الجمال اللي هو موجود، ونقله بهذا الهندسة، يعني لأنه في إشكالية في العصر الحديث بين الجمال والاستعمال، بينما في العهود السابقة ولدى المسلمين ما كان هذا الأمر موجود حتى في أبسط الأدوات. ليس هناك فارق بين الجمال والاستعمال مثل ما احنا شايفين الآن. الجمال أخاذ والاستعمال هو المنبر. هذه بعض جوانب المنبر، نشوف فيها أيضا القدرة على الكتابة في نفس الصنعة، يعني تجهز مع بعضها. هذه إحدى الأشكال اللي هي أخاذة أعتقد أنه اللي ينتبه لإطار معين موجود يبين كأنها قطعة من الألماس والريفراكشن أو انعكاسات الضوء فيها، فإبداع الحقيقة شيء يعني يفوق الخيال. هذه البوابة تبع المنبر كما كانت الأصلية. على فكرة البوابة من الداخل والخارج كانت بنفس يعني نفس الشكل ونفس القطع الخشبية، إنما من الداخل نفس النسبة، إنما شكل مختلف عن الخارج. هذه آخر زيارة للملك بعد ما ركب في الأردن، وأرسل إلى فلسطين ووضع في مكانه المناسب في المسجد الأقصى. وجاء فعليا، هذا هو جاء فعليا، أقيمت أول جمعة صلاة، هذه أول جمعة صلاة في المسجد الأقصى. أنا آسف الوقت قصير، فهذا ما أردنا تبيانه ولو أنه بشكل سريع عن إعادة البناء لهالمنبر العظيم الحقيقة. شكرا لحسن صوت، الله يبارك فيكم.
Thank you very much, Dr. Menwar, for showing us the depth of Islamic art and how it's connected to different sciences through analyzing geometry of this amazing project, Member Salahuddin. Thank you so much. I can imagine what an honor it is to be involved in such a project. Our next speaker is Dr. Talia Kennedy. She is a creative director in the conservation body of Turquoise Mountain. She completed her PhD in Islamic Art and Architecture. She will speak today about bringing together Turquoise Mountain's work with a master artisan around the Islamic world. Please welcome Dr. Talia Kennedy.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much to Ithra and the Al Fawzan Award for the invitation to speak here today, and in particular to Dr. Hani, Idris, Young, Amna, and Ahlam for the amazing opportunity and invitation for Turquoise Mountain artisans to participate in a very meaningful way in this conference by creating objects for the mosque that are now on display alongside the amazing Shatter al-Masjid exhibition. It's been an extraordinary journey since Idris so kindly approached us about creating this series of mosque objects. And over many months this year, master artisans in Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, Jordan, and India have worked together to create this set of objects. And we're also lucky enough to be able to include 3 earlier pieces recently renovated and shipped from Kabul. I would really like to thank Idris and Young in particular for their immense patience through this process and for their conviction throughout. We're also honoured to have the work of the extraordinary stone carvers and inlay artisans of Sarai design led by Mitchell Abdul Karim Kreitz, the next speaker, who are showing their work with Turquoise Mountain here at Ithra. So first, I'd like to make a brief introduction to the work of Turquoise Mountain. We are a not-for-profit charity founded by His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales in 2006, with a core goal to regenerate historic areas and support artisan communities and traditional craftsmanship, with our first place of operation in Afghanistan. We started our work in the old city of Kabul. You can see here one of the buildings that we renovated that now forms the heart of our Institute for Afghan Arts and Architecture. And at the invitation of the local community here in Murad Khani, we worked with them to restore around 150 buildings, to establish training programs in the traditional crafts of the country, and to support artisan businesses in bringing their products to international markets. We have since established building programs and support of carpet weaving communities in the northern and central areas of the country, and alongside run health and primary education programs. And I'm happy to say that all our programs in Afghanistan are continuing today. From around 2014, 2015, we also had the honor to start a program here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, working with artisans around the country. And we've also established programs supporting heritage restoration and artisan communities in Jordan and in Myanmar. Today, I hope to represent the master artisans in their work for the pieces on display here at Ithra and bring something of their voices to you today, and to draw out some of the elements and themes that have been important to them on our journeys together. So first, heritage. The concept of artistic or crafts heritage, what we inherit from those who have gone before, made tangible in particular places, buildings or objects, naturally informs our process and the practice of our master artisan colleagues. Ustad Nasser Yasna Mansouri, a master artisan from Afghanistan who now lives and works in London, has devoted his life to the finest woodwork and carving. For many years, as a much respected and revered master tutor at Turquoise Mountain Institute in Kabul, Ustad Nasser sought out new ways to develop the skills he had learned, drawing deeply from artistic heritage in Kabul for his inspiration. And in this video I'm going to show he speaks about a transformation in the way he approached his practice as he discovers his heritage of the past.
وقتی که اومدم افغانستان دمو وقت هم فیروزکو نو تأسیس شده بود و میخواست کار بکنه یک سری ترمیمات در یک قسمتی از شهر کنه به نام مرادخانی و من اون وقت آمدم و استخدام شدم به حیث یک استاد کندنکاری در فیروزکو. وقتی که من مرادخانی آمدم و در یکی از خانه‌های قدیمی داخل شدم، از روی دیوار و دروازه هم وقت میکنم که خراب بود بسته بود و من وقتی که داخل اتاق شدم متعجب شدم که چقدر با مهارت کندنکاری شده سر چوب و چه با چه ظرافت و چه تناسب. من دمو وقت شاید اونطوری ندیده بودم کندنکاری. وقتی که من اما خانه را و مواصل که داخل از بور دیدم متوجه شدم که فهمیدم که افغانستان واقعا چی گذشته داشته، تاریخ داشته، تمدن داشته و از نظر هنری خیلی قوی بوده و من فهمیدم که ما یک چیزی داشتیم قبلا که باید ادامه بدم میره و ایره پیش برامش.
For many of the master artisans we work alongside, the buildings and objects of the past form a network of interaction. We've heard a lot about the wonderful sounds and experience of the mosque, and to that today, with the colleagues in this set of presentations, I'd like to add the idea of touch. The touch of earlier master artisans transferred through objects to the masters of the present in a kind of transcendent network. In the case of wood carving in Afghanistan, it has over centuries encompassed different styles under today's concept of classical wood carving, now one of the staple features of Afghanistan's decorative and architectural vocabulary. It reflects a range of artistic influences from Mughal to Bukharan and latterly European, but perhaps the most dominant stylistic source is that of the Timurid era, and it was this that influenced Ustad Nasser in his search to refine his craft during a visit to Herat in 2009. The extraordinary artistic achievements of the master artisans of the Timurid era are still visible in monuments around the western city of Herat, mosques, madrasas, and tombs. Many of their surfaces and features show a complexity of floral motif in carved stone features and deep knowledge of geometry and their tilework elements, likely in partnership with the extraordinary achievements of the Behzad atelier at that time. And these inspired Ustad Nasser and others on that same trip to push their own craftsmanship further. This relationship between the masters of the past and present, a shared sense of heritage and importance of place, is a key source of renewed inspiration. This same notion inspired Ustad Nasser in creating the work on display here at Ithra. The pair of carved doors that you can see in the exhibition developed geometries and floral passages inspired by the motifs of Islamic art. Transmission of skills and knowledge to a new generation is also central to the living heritage of craftsmanship. I'd like to introduce you to Ustad Abdul Hadi. He was a master artisan with expertise in making wooden jali screens ubiquitous to the buildings of the old city of Kabul. Abdul Hadi is sadly no longer with us, but his legacy lives among his apprentices and young masters that he tutored. Abdul Hadi was born in Kabul in the mid-20th century. As a teenager, he followed his brother and started working at the Sana'i atelier, where a young generation of artisans received instructions in a range of traditions. Abdul Hadi then moved to the professional Jangalak atelier, where he created for illustrious clients, including King Mohammed Zahir Shah. In more recent times, he worked with conservators at the National Museum in Kabul to restore historic pieces and joined the Turquoise Mountain Institute in 2006 to pass across his skills and knowledge to a young group of apprentices. Ustad Abdul Hadi was famous for his knowledge of the jali technique, the intricate wooden fretwork used for windows and decorative grills. It is not clear from the artisan's collective memory exactly when it was first used in Afghanistan, but it was prevalent by the Timurid and Mughal periods. As the first cousin of Rawashin and Mashrabiya, the jali meets various needs, providing ventilation, whilst also reducing the sun's glare inside buildings, cooling the air during the hot summer months as it flows through the screen's apertures, and preserving privacy. At the same time, the geometric designs have a beautiful aesthetic value that enhances the interior space, refracting the sun's rays and creating complex geometric shadows. Most likely during the Timurid and Mughal periods, jali were developed to new artistic heights, using complex geometric arrangements for partitions, railings, and outer wall screens, as well as windows. By the start of this century, Abdul Hadi was one of the last master artisans who retained the knowledge of Afghan jali. Crucial to its survival in a living tradition was his transmission of skills to the next generation. The handing over of knowledge from master to apprentice that is so critical to the preservation of crafts heritage. This is one of his students at the Institute in Kabul, learning the new skills that he has taken on from his master. The Ithra Jali screen on display here represents an exercise in excellence in handing over of these skills. It was made some years ago, overseen by Ustad Abdul Hadi, and created by a group of masters and apprentices working together at the Institute to embody the transmission of skills and knowledge from one generation to the next. Striving for excellence in practice is a life's work, and I'd like to introduce you to speak about this to Ustad Mu'taz, a master woodworker and inlayer of mother of pearl. He's one of the artisans that we work with through our program in Jordan. He and his brother Osama set up a workshop together in Amman in 2011 after leaving Syria. They specialize in mother of pearl inlay and share decades of inherited experience in the craft. They fear that they are the last generation of artisans in the region to practice the craft, and they encourage young apprentices to join their workshop and learn this traditional skill. With their origins in Damascus, Mu'taz's workshop once used walnut from the Ghouta al-Sharqiyya and shell from the river Euphrates. For Moataz, his commitment to excellence reaches from his choice of raw materials to the final finishing of his pieces, often complemented in collaboration with masters with complementary craft skills.
الأسباب بيحكوا مثل شعبي إنه التعلم في الصغر كالنقش على الحجر. دخل علي شخص وأنا عم أشتغل، فوقف شوي قبل ما يسلم علي، قال لي أنت حضرتك إلك على الموسيقى؟ قلت له لا أبدا، أنا بس مجرد إني بسمع أغاني. حكالي هذا الصوت اللي طلع من الأزاميل والشاكوش هذا موسيقى بحد ذاته. فأنا من وقت هذاك اليوم صرت أعطي إيدي مضبوط لأنه أنا شو عم أعمل. أنا بلشت فيها كان عمري 14 سنة. الوالد كان له علاقة فيها بطرف ما بالمهنة، وحب إنه يكون إلي يد فيها أو أتعلمها. بالإضافة كان لدراستي، كنت أشتغل بالعطلة الصيفية. وتعلمت هاي المهنة واشتغلت بعد منها عند ناس فينا نقول بعضهم كان شيخ كار، يعني كبير بالعمر، وتعلمت منهم وأخذت منهم مثل ما بيحكوا الزبدة، يعني ما بخلوا علي هم بالمهنة نهائيا. نحن بنفضل دائما انه نشتغل على الخشب الجوز، لأنه هو أجمل خشب بينشغل عليه الصدف أو النقش أو الحفر. أجمل خشب على الإطلاق بالعالم. بالنسبة للصدف ما بنقدر نستغني إلا عن كل شيء إلا عن رقم واحد اللي هو الصدف المذر بريد والهين. نحن ما عم نستخدم إلا أجود شيء، لأنه بالنهاية هي القطعة تاخذ من روحك ومن جسدك وعم تحكي عنك، فمنقدم لها أحسن شيء لنقدر نشوف أحسن شيء. هي المهنة إنه في علاقة حب بينها وبين الأشخاص اللي بيشتغلوها. إذا هي المهنة لازم نحن ننقلها للأجيال، لازم أول شيء نحببهم إياها، يعني لازم يعرفوها حتى من هو صغار، من هم صغار. وكل يوم عن يوم ممكن تكتشف شيء جديد، أو ممكن تقرأ المهنة بزاوية مختلفة أو برؤى مختلفة.
Ustad Moataz has worked alongside other master artisans to create some of the pieces here at Ithra. Alongside excellence in practice, innovation stands as a critical component in a living tradition and in the expected skills of a master artisan. Abdul Rahman is originally from Damascus. Before he left Syria, Abdul Rahman owned and ran his own workshop with 20 employees. Now settled in Amman, he has started a new workshop producing and repairing fine wood mosaic pieces. Wood mosaic is often created using a number of different woods such as walnut, olive, eucalyptus, cherry, lemon and The woods are cut into fine strips and fitted together to create a series of long trunks, which are then sliced and inlaid to create a surface pattern on the wood structure. This kind of detailed and intricate wood mosaic is now practiced by only a small community of artisans able to make it in the region.
كفكرة المنبر فكرة جديدة، فكرة حلوة. من 2011 الفكرة براسي هي المنبر، والزلمة اللي حكى لي انه اشتغل منبر ولسه بيجيك 100 منبر عليه وجوز ما تلحق شغل.
كل المنابر الإسلامية بتشتغل بالخيط العربي. هي القطعة مميزة جدا انه عم تنشغل على موزاييك. هي بالاخير هي تحفة فنية، وهذا فخر إلنا يعني بالاخير، يعني انه نحن عم نشتغل مع تركيز موتر بهيك تصميم بهيك شغل، يعني انه هي عم تشجع الحرفيين على هذا الشغل. انا يعني بشتغل كثير، بس اول مره بتمرق على راسي هي القطعه، وهي كتجربه، وحسيتها انها تجربه ناجحه يعني الصراحه.
Abdul-Rahman and Maher both speak about two of the most important elements of innovation in traditional craftsmanship in the making of the minbar, both to develop design and to find new ways to express their craft in pursuit of aesthetic beauty and excellence as an important characteristic of a master artisan, and also to attract and open up new markets for their craftsmanship. Without patronage, their ability to respond and develop new commercial opportunities, and the master artisans able to maintain their position as market leaders, these traditions would not survive in their full vigor. For the movable minbar made for Ithra, Abdul-Rahman worked with the mother of pearl and joinery masters Muataz and Maher, and with the designer Salma, who's here today, to develop patterns inspired by the geometries of the Prophet's mosque in Medina. This commission for Ithra has held very great personal meaning for them. In some rare instances, it is sometimes possible to take steps towards craftsmanship even where master artisans no longer practice locally. In Jeddah, Turquoise Mountain and our esteemed colleagues at the Prince's School for Traditional Arts and the Centre for Building Arts as part of the Royal Institute for Traditional Arts have all taken steps to revive the historic plasterwork heritage of Al-Balad. The Jeddah Plasterwork Group, supported by Turquoise Mountain, is proud to display their work at Ithra. This on the screen is Hanan Rawas from Jeddah, who recently worked on hand-carved panels that emulate the historic plasterwork of the old city. Hanan had heard about the Jeddah Plaster Workshop through her cousin Hind, who was a founding member, and decided to join. As a group, they are inspired and proud to be part of a revival of this historic medium, reintroducing it as an innovative art form that captures the spirit and craftsmanship of Hijaz. We are so proud of our pieces, says Hanan. It's important for us to be able to give our input and let people know how this work has changed our lives. Since beginning 5 years ago, the collective has created many thousands of pieces by hand for clients around Saudi Arabia, representing their shared sense of heritage and craftsmanship. The Ithra carved panel is the first time they have worked on designs inspired by and for the mosque. A founding member of the collective, Amina, speaks here about their work on the plaster panel prepared for the Ithra exhibition.
آمنة الزبيدي مدرب معتمد في عدة مجالات حرفية منها النقش على الجبس. هدفي من تدريب وتعليم الحرفة نقل الحضارة التاريخية من أجيال لأجيال قادمة. المشاركة هي لوحة إثراء مقاسها من 100 سنتي إلى 200 سنتي، مستوحاة من جمال الحرم النبوي. شاركت فيها مجموعة من الحرفيات، حنان رواس وعفاف الهمداني. استغرقت تقريبا 3 أسابيع وما زلنا شغالين عليها، وإن شاء الله تشوفوها قريب في المعرض إن شاء الله. متحمسة للمشاركة في المعرض وشوف اللوحة بمنظر جمالي، وإني نقلت صورة حلوة عن الحرم النبوي. خطوات أول شيء نجيب الجبس الخام، نبدأ بصنع قوالب، يا قوالب من سيليكون مصنوع من سيليكون أو قوالب من خشب اللي هو عبارة عن فريم. نبدأ بخلط الجبس، كل مكيال مقابل مكيال ونص من الجبس، مكيال ماء مقابل مكيال ونص من الجبس. نبدأ بخلطه لما تبدأ المادة تتكثف يعني تثقل شوي، تبدأ صبها، تخليها لين توصل لدرجة ارتفاع في درجة حرارتها، تبدأ تقل الارتفاع. نبدأ نفتح القالب. بعدها تبدأ المرحلة الثانية اللي هو نقل الديزاين عليها. اللي بعدها اللي هو تبدأ اللي هو الحفر. المرحلة الأخيرة اللي هو صنفرة، وإذا كانت تحتاج تلوين أو تذهيب. لها تأثير إيجابي كبير علي بالنسبة لي أنا، تأثير إيجابي كبير إنه أنا تعلمت الحرفة. في بداياتي ما كنت أعرف عن الحرفة أي شيء، كنت أفتكر إنه مادة صعبة. طلعت العكس، إنه مادة سهلة في الحفر، سهلة في النحت، منها رسالة، يعني غير إنها حرفة هي رسالة ومصدر دخل. فهي رسالة إنه أنا ممكن أعرف المجتمع اللي هو إحنا بتاريخ بلادنا، رغم إنها اندثرت من زمان فإحنا دحين قاعدين نحييها.
The craftsmanship of artisan communities around the world has in most cases been informed and shaped by their local environment and through a symbiotic relationship with the natural world. The master artisan and crafts communities of today often stand as representatives and leaders in sustainable manufacture and environmental harmony, in many cases using locally sourced natural materials, working by hand in home-based or nearby workshops, and ensuring recycling and careful disposal of waste and byproducts. The carpet weaving communities across northern Afghanistan are no exception. With a community of over 1 million women weavers, their practices have been established over millennia in the region. Working with locally sourced wool from Ghazni and the northern areas, with silk originally sourced from sericulture in the areas around Herat, dyes and mordants from local natural materials, original practices were in harmony with their environment. Many of these practices still remain, with local sourcing of wool and use of older natural dyes. The hand-spun wool and hand-knotted rugs retain a quality impossible to emulate in their machine-made counterparts. The skills of these historic weaving communities are based on family transmission, from mother to daughter, from father to son. In these contemporary contexts, communities are provided fair trade protections through a partnership with Label Step, a third-party verifier who assures both women weavers' rights and protections and environmental and ethical supply chains and production. One of these weavers, Mariam, who worked on the prayer rugs on display here at Ithra, grew up as a refugee in Pakistan, learning weaving from her mother. By the time she was 17, she was teaching others her carpet weaving skills. When her family returned to Afghanistan, she sold her jewelry to purchase materials and weave her own carpets, but couldn't find buyers in the local market. She then learned about weaver groups and training programs run by her partner Label Step and decided to join. She's now a representative and supervises 40 other women weavers working in a network from their home. Based on in their home workshops, these weaving communities continue their work today as they have done for decades and centuries before. They feel a sense of honor to have developed prayer rugs for the Ithra display, working with Mariam Omar, an Afghan designer, to develop patterns, designs, and colors inspired by the Prophet's mosque in Medina. The weavers and other master artisans highlight the importance of well-being and community in traditional craftsmanship. A recent review of over 3,000 scientific studies conducted by the World Health Organization confirmed what we all may know instinctively and when watching master artisans at work, that craftsmanship practice, both individually and in group settings, significantly improves well-being and mental health. For the individual artisan, and like those involved in making the Ithra collection of objects, the experience of craftsmanship is heightened by the spiritual element and blessings of creating objects used in the mosque. The individual artist works with a deep sense of spirituality and connection. This is yet further increased by a sense of community, of working together to create even a single page of a manuscript, or the immense projects of the scale we will learn about in the next presentation given by Abdul Karim. These artisan communities have historically often been closely associated with particular court ateliers, religious orders and rites of passages, and with diplomatic exchanges, journeymen and trades of goods, bringing new ideas and innovations. Many of the master artisans we work with have faced enormous challenges with recent circumstances in their countries, and yet they remain steadfast in their commitment to their craftsmanship heritage. Others also have new tools at their fingertips, design and quality control over WhatsApp, or access to global markets through blockchain platforms and ordering online. This is craftsmanship in constant evolution, with each evolution new opportunities and challenges for the master artisans in retaining the authenticity of their heritage for those who went before. The Ithra Commission has brought together master artisans from around the Islamic world, each celebrating both their own heritage and a shared spiritual community and purpose in creating these mosque objects. It has also heralded the role of cultural institutions like Ithra as custodians of extraordinary collections, as exhibitors of communicators and communicators with audiences around the world, and as patrons in supporting these master artisans and the living traditions of today. Thank you to Ithra and to the Al Fawzan Award, bringing these master artisans together in celebration of mosque fit out. They pass their thanks to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Talia, for this wonderful speech. Thank you for shedding light on a very important subject, reviving art design in Islamic art, establishing a foundation for innovation. We hope to see consistent beauty from cup to carpet to buildings very soon. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Abdul Karim Kritis. He's an American art historian who researched, lived across the Islamic world for more than 50 years. His main focus has been the revival of Islamic art and crafts. He will speak today about the role of traditional craftsmanship in the contemporary mosque. Please welcome Dr. Abdul Karim. He will be joining us virtually.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, honored guests, colleagues, and friends. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the King Abdulaziz Center for World Culture and the Abdul Latif Al Fawzan Award for Mosque Architecture for inviting me to speak today. It is indeed an honor. I am also deeply sorry not to be there in person with you, but bureaucracy and the pandemic have blocked my way. Let me begin by telling you a little bit about who I am and what I do. My name is Mitchell Abdul Karim Kreitz, and as the MC said, I'm an American art historian who converted to Islam in 1976. I have spent the last half century based in India and other parts of the Islamic world, working toward the revival of traditional Islamic and Indian arts, crafts, and calligraphy. Over the years, our specialization has primarily been in the art, ornamentation, and calligraphy for mosques. As you can see from the screen, I'm beginning with the image of the Taj Mahal, one of the greatest and most legendary buildings in the Islamic world. Commissioned by Emperor Shah Jahan in his capital city of Agra in 1632 and finished 12 years later. The reason that I'm showing the Taj Mahal is because many of the master stone carvers and inlay artisans with whom we work on our projects over the last 50 years, all of them can trace their descent from the same families who decorated the Taj Mahal and other Mughal monuments in the 16th and 17th centuries. In India alone, there are hundreds of thousands of skilled artists and artisans working today. However, among them, there are probably only 5% who can be considered great ustads or masters. Here you see an image of Ustad Khalil Ahmed, who was one of the greatest master inlay artisans I have ever worked with. Sadly, he passed away a few years ago, but before he left us, he made sure that the knowledge and techniques he possessed have been transmitted to his family and apprentices. It has always impressed me how serene and dignified great masters look. They know their talent is special and precious, but at the same time, they are also humbled by the knowledge that the art they create will, in most cases, remain anonymous. For each of them, work is worship. And the hadith, God is beautiful and he loves beauty, is ingrained in their hearts as well as their hands. If we look across the Islamic world from Morocco to Malaysia and beyond, there are many thousands more like Ustad Khalil still working today. At this amazing conference, important art historical papers on various topics related to the art and design of mosques have been heard and discussed. However, what I want to focus on today is that there are masters out there who, although not educated and often illiterate, have within themselves knowledge of design and art and craft techniques that connect them to the earliest roots of Islamic art, culture, and civilization. They are the true living treasures of Islam, and they need to be protected and supported in every way possible. If they disappear, we lose a precious link that we can ill afford to the very beginnings of Islam. I also learned early on that although these great masters can slavishly copy designs that are given them, they are also capable of infinite creativity drawing deep inside themselves from an internal design DNA. They are also capable of solving knotty technical design problems and should be consulted whenever needed. To put it simply, these great masters practice every day what we are talking about at the conference. They live their tradition, and all they need is work. Now I'm going to show you 3 major mosque projects that our artisans have played a part in over the years. My aim is to show you how in contemporary mosque design, there is often a serious search for a style that is traditional, while also resonating with today's world. We will discuss as well some of the challenges that these great masters and artisans face, what they are capable of creating, and how they can be encouraged and supported so that they can pass on their knowledge to the next generation. Our first major mosque project was the Federal Territory Mosque in Kuala Lumpur, the capital of Malaysia. The mosque was commissioned by the Malaysian government and completed in the year 2000. 400 of our stone carvers and inlay artisans worked on the project for over 2 years. There are several interesting aspects of this mosque. When I arrived in Kuala Lumpur, it was clear that the government was searching for a style for the mosque. Malaysia was a country that had been colonized by the British, and the mosques that they still had in good condition had a strong influence from southern India, which had been brought there by the British and the Indian architects. The decision was made early on that there should be as much Malaysian content as possible to break new ground. I also remember being puzzled by the fact that the mosque building had been completely built, but there had been no discussion on what kind of decoration or calligraphy and where it should go. Clearly, when designing a mosque, the architectural plan, external and internal ornamentation, and placement of the calligraphy should be developed together and at the same time. This is a close-up of the main entrance to the mosque. If you look in the central 3 arches, the scrolling floral design, this was also very interesting. When I arrived, they said, we want to have a combination of geometry and vegetal floral patterns. I said, fine, which kind of flowers do you want? They said, we want European flowers. We want carnations and gladioli. I said, but in your gardens and in your jungles, you have beautiful flowers in Malaysia. Some of them are medicinal and healing, and they have deep meaning for the people. Why don't you choose Malaysian flowers, and we can abstract them and stylize them, which is part of the Islamic tradition. And that is what they did. You will also see a curving calligraphic arch, which frames the entrance. Another issue that came up was who should do the calligraphy? Who would write it? The ministry seemed keen on using calligraphers from outside the country and did not appear to have confidence in their own homegrown talent. I suggested that they use a fine local calligrapher who had been trained in Egypt, and they agreed. He had set up his own calligraphy academy, and I remember saying that if not given a chance, why should the students study this art? They have to be encouraged. And the final result, as you can see, was both inspired and inspiring. This shows you the scale of the calligraphic arch. The panels are white marble, inlaid with dark green granite. We go now inside the mosque. This is the interior of the prayer hall. The design, they call it Malaysian Ottoman. Ottoman style is used in a lot of mosques in the region. Our job was to create the Qibla wall, the prayer wall, the mihrab wall, which is right in the center of the picture. As you can see on the floral designs have an Ottoman content, but all of the flowers are Malaysian. Here we have Ustad Khalil again, who I started with, touching up the calligraphy, touching up the floral designs. This is a malachite leaf that he's polishing. As you can see, all of the flowers have been stylized and abstracted, but they are Malaysian and they are Islamic. This is the top of the central prayer niche, the Mukarnas design, large stellate star-like patterns inlaid with tiger eye. And here is part of the team, Ustad Khalil on the left, myself and others, when we were installing the panels on the prayer wall. The second project I'm going to discuss is the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque of Abu Dhabi. Here you see the inner courtyard of the mosque. I remember being told that it was a lifelong dream of Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, the founder of Abu Dhabi, that this mosque should achieve the same legendary beauty and iconic status as the Taj Mahal. The United Arab Emirates, unlike Malaysia, had never been colonized, but it did not have a strong architectural tradition of its own, so the design canvas was virtually blank. The design process went through many styles and changes over the years: Mamluk, Fatimid, Ottoman, Mughal, and even the modernists who wanted something radically new and contemporary. The final result was a fluid fusion of a number of styles and traditions. Considering the scale of this grand mosque, which can accommodate 41,000 of the faithful at prayer time, our contribution was small, but significant. We were asked to do the floral inlay for the 1,096 hexagonal marble columns that embraced the long traditional Iwan arcades surrounding the main courtyard and central prayer hall. The arcades were left open to the desert air. The columns were inlaid with flowering vine motifs in a variety of semi-precious stone, including agate, malachite, amethyst, lapis lazuli, bloodstone, aventurine, and mother of pearl. More than 350 master inlay artisans worked on the columns for over 2 years, both in India and on site. They cut, shaped, polished, and inlaid more than 1 million pieces of semi-precious stone. Here you see a detail from the column with the red onyx flowers and the leaves inlaid with different colors of green stone. Here is one of the artisans working on one of the lapis floral panels. And here is the team on site as the mosque was being completed. We also played a small part in the original design, which is something that rarely happens. When we were asked by the client to submit a tree of life concept for the central gateway, we were told that many artists, architects, and designers had already submitted their designs, but they were not satisfied with them. They wanted something original that could not be identified with earlier styles from different parts of the Islamic world. Something that was very much their own. It was a tall order. We went back to India, to the city of Jaipur, and sat down with one of the most creative artists and ornamentalists I've ever worked with, Sheikh Usman Tirandaz, who can trace his family back to the Mughal court at Fatehpur Sikri in the 16th century. I gave Sheikh Usman the design brief and told him to forget everything he knew about Islamic art and different styles. I don't want it to look Mughal, Safavid, Mamluk. I want it to come from the very earliest roots of Islam. It should nature, calligraphy, geometry, think about it. Sheikh Usman sat quietly for a long time and then began to draw. 2 hours later, he handed me his final sketch and said it was done and required no changes. And it didn't. The remarkable and powerful result can be seen today on the marble walls of the main gateway of the mosque, carved in deep and dramatic relief. Completed in 2007 and with a capacity of 55,000 visitors in a single day, the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque has become one of the most visited buildings in the world, far exceeding the founder's original dreams. However, one of the most significant aspects of the mosque is the bringing together of master artisans and different traditions from all over the Islamic world. Moroccan plaster workers, Italian designers, German engineers, Turkish ceramic tile makers, Iranian carpet weavers, Chinese marble workers, Swedish glass experts, Indian inlay artisans, and more. Such collaborations on such a scale should serve as a model for other mosques around the world. The last project I'm going to discuss is the Masjid al-Haram in Makkah Sharif, where we have worked on 2 projects for this most sacred of mosques. We were asked in 2001 to create the marble minbar. We were asked to do the screens, marble screens, and inlaid calligraphy. A total of 100 master stone carvers and inlay artisans worked on this challenging project, including German architects, engineers, and sound technicians. The minbar is a remarkable combination of 21st century German technology, overseen by Dr. Mahmoud Rash, a brilliant and sensitive architect with the mind and vision of a gifted engineer. And from our side, we contributed the finest of classical 17th century Mughal craftsmanship. The minbar is mechanized, remotely controlled, and can be driven to the side of the Kaaba Sharif for Friday prayers and special occasions. It is air-conditioned and equipped with a speaker and a video screen from which the Imam can read his khutbah sermon. Here is a detail of carving one of the jalis, and the bezels are inlaid with turquoise. Here is a view of the full jali. This was a ventilation panel at the back where all of the machinery was kept. The scrolling floral arabesques carved in relief and set with turquoise were designed by a gifted American ornamentalist, Jay Bonner, and what he describes as a pan-Islamic style. But clearly, to me at least, they have classical Mamluk antecedents. We also created the Quranic calligraphy inlaid with turquoise, which wraps itself around the ring of the dome. The calligraphy was written by an Iranian calligrapher and inlaid in the finest turquoise sourced from the legendary mines of Neshabur in eastern Iran. As you can see, even a small project like a movable minbar brings together the whole world. It is these kinds of collaborative efforts that need to be encouraged as more and more mosques and other architectural projects are being commissioned around the world. We are still at the Masjid al-Haram, but this is a project that is currently going on. We have been asked to create the calligraphy, both carved and inlaid, for the new extension of the mosque. We have been working on this project for the last 14 years. More than 800 carvers and inlay artisans have been working on the project. The total number of panels is 1,318. If they're placed end to end, it's 3.5 kilometers in length. And the total square meterage of the calligraphy is 2,167 square meters. Undoubtedly, the most complex calligraphy project ever done for a mosque. Most of the calligraphy panels were inlaid, but we did one exterior white marble panel carved by hand in high relief, which you can see being checked by me in the Jaipur workshop. The calligraphy for the project was done by the finest calligrapher working in the Islamic world today, Ustad Mehmet Özçay from Istanbul. He is a specialist in writing monumental Thuluth script for Quranic verses for mosques. It's a small niche, but it belongs to him. He is as well a scholar of Islamic calligraphy. Here you see some of our panels lined up in the workshop. The white marble, pure white marble, was sourced from Vietnam because it never changed color. Some marbles change from block to block, but this marble was consistently pure white. The beautiful calligraphy is inlaid with the finest lapis lazuli from the legendary Badakhshan mines of northern Afghanistan. Unlike most inlaid panels, the calligraphy is raised. It stands proud, 2 or 3 millimeters, perhaps 4 millimeters from the surface. Here they're digging out the calligraphy, and you can see some of the lapis letters being inserted and how it stands proud of the base marble. The lapis comes in blocks, it's sliced into thin plates, and then each letter is individually shaped by hand. Sometimes completely by hand and sometimes by this grinding wheel that you see here. Here is one of the letters put together. You can see how they have to be connected, but when they're polished, it's a flawless, seamless calligraphy that looks like it was written with dark blue ink. The gentleman on the left is Ustad Uwais, who is a Hafiz. He has memorized the Quran Sharif. Every panel, every letter has been checked by him and other calligraphic scholars. This is another example of setting in the final calligraphy for panels. And in the raised areas, we apply gold leaf. The gold leaf is beaten by hand in a secret process that has been going on for generations. It's pure 24 karat gold leaf, and applied with a secret adhesive that will stay forever. Here you see a side view of the calligraphy, which with the gold applied truly stands out beautifully. The last few images I'm going to show you are some of our panels that have been installed in the Masjid Al-Haram extension. Here is the single carved calligraphy panel that we created in one of the entrances to the extension. This is the beautiful Bismillah, dated. Mehmet Arshay put the date, but not the name, as is traditional. One of the upper stories of the extension with calligraphy panels and another date. Here you can see the grandeur, the serene grandeur. It has a spiritual feeling to it, elegant but restrained. In the mosque, everything else, all the work you see above and below our panels has been done by water jet or by machine. Only our work reflects the hand of man. I'm going to conclude by telling you that our projects have, over the last half century, given work to more than 8,000 master artists, stone carvers, craftspersons, and inlay artisans. These projects have greatly improved the lives of the artisans and of their families. They have also helped ensure that these precious and endangered arts and crafts, which connect us all to the deepest roots of Islamic art and culture, will remain alive and well and will never disappear. As Muslims, I feel strongly that we have a deep and profound responsibility to find work for these gifted artisans. And one of the most important ways we can do this is to incorporate their remarkable skills and techniques into the design and execution of future architectural projects around the world, especially the design and ornamentation of mosques. I would like to end with this image of one of our master inlay artisans performing his prayers at the workshop in Jaipur. When I see this picture, I am always reminded of another of our inlay artisans who performed the Umrah pilgrimage a few years ago. When he reached the Masjid Al-Haram, he called me on his mobile phone and said, "I'm praying in the mosque." I told him that I was very happy. It's wonderful that he was praying there. But he carried on saying, "You don't understand. I'm praying under our panels." He had searched in the great mosque for the calligraphy panels that he and his colleagues had made. And that was where he wanted to say his prayers, beneath those panels. With your support and encouragement, many more gifted artisans will be given similar opportunities like this in years to come. Thank you.
Abdulkarim Kreitz. I'm so sorry if I misspelled your name before. Thank you for sharing your presentation. Let us learn about your amazing projects and learning about these great masters around the world and the importance of transferring their knowledge to ensure sustainability of this hirfa. We would like to take some questions now from the audience, please.
Thank you so much. This has been very heartwarming. It's working. I have a questions for Dr. Minwa. I'm curious to know of the hierarchy in the workshop, knowing that the original member was signed by 6 master craftsmen. So when the reproduction was made, did you have many master craftsmen working each on a different section, and how did it work? Because I'm sure it must have been خلية نحل.
شكرا على السؤال الحقيقة لأن عانينا منه. الارتيزنز اللي كانوا موجودين على المنبر الأول هم 8. الأسماء اللي موجودة 8، ربما كانوا أكثر من هذا العدد، لكن هذول الماسترز. المنبر الجديد منعونا من أن نحط أي أسماء، منعنا من كان في لجنتين، اللجنة الملكية ثم في لجنة أخرى انبثقت عن ذلك اللجنة المتابعة. اللجنة المتابعة هذه يسموها اللجنة الفنية أو شيء من هذا، منعتنا من إنه نحط الأسماء. أصرينا أن نحط الأسماء، رفضوا. قلنا لهم في الآخر في قاعدة تحت اللي يجلس عليها المنبر، قلنا لهم طيب نحطها الآن هنا لأن هذا عمل تاريخي مهم جدا، السابقين واللاحقين. كمان رفضوا رفض قطعي، وقالوا لنا بالآخر لما أصرينا قالوا لنا لاحقا راح نخليكم تحطوا هذه، حسبونا أنه إحنا عايزين الشهرة أو عايزين أي شيء. الحقيقة لا، هو فقط لأنه عمل تاريخي. طبعا الأعمال الإسلامية، في كثير من الأعمال الإسلامية الارتيزنز ما هو موجودة أسمائهم على الإطلاق، لكن حين تجدي أسماء معينة تكون من جانب responsibility، يعني من جانب المسؤولية. الارتيزنز يحط اسمه ليس للتفاخر ولا لأي شيء آخر، ولكن للمسؤولية بأنه هو مسؤول عن هذا العمل وعن أي خطأ، لأن دائما يعتقدوا بأنه هم لم يصلوا الكمال بصورة ثانية، فإذا كان في أي خطأ فالمسؤولية عليه هو. وللأسف ما كان هذا موجود. شكرا يعني.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdal'Aziz and I direct my comment or question to Abdulkarim. First of all, I am from Mecca and my house is in Al-Masjid al-Haram right now, where I grew. My parents' house was expropriated and within the third Saudi expansion toward the west. So, first of all, I am flabbergasted and amazed at the work that you do, and I want to thank you, and I pray to God for your guidance and accept that He accepts the work that you do, and the work is done, that it is done by your artisans and craftsmen. My question to you is, I am involved in some of the restoration work in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi, and I want to ask you a question. Sarai design, it seems like from the work that you've shown us, you always, you don't differentiate between from where you get your artisans to work with you. Could it be from Istanbul or Iran or Afghanistan or India or whatever you need that expertise. My question is, in the Qibla wall in Medina, there's a lot of Islamic work, you know, like in Sultan Ahmed. It was done by the Ottomans when Sultan Salim Khan, you know, took over from the Mamluks, and they did the Qibla wall. And there's a lot of work right now, restoration work, that is not done very professionally, because, as I understood, I am not specialized. I'm an architect, but I'm not specialized in you know, restoration of decorative work. And as I understood, that the town of Iznik even have lost some of the schools that do the Iznik work, and it's shifted to Kotay, which is another town in Turkey. Are you shying away from participating in this kind of work? I mean, for Sarai design, or you're focusing on calligraphic work and you know, inlaying patterns, geometrical patterns on panels? That's what you're focusing on in Sarai design, or you could be involved in restoration of Iznik, the Iznik wall in Nabawi Sharif Mosque? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind words about our work. The Iznik tiles are there, of course, because they were donated by the Ottoman sultans. Just a quick word on that. Whenever, because you're an architect and you clearly are interested in the finest level of craftsmanship. In every tradition in Islamic art, the great masters are still there. It's our responsibility to find them and then expose them to the original quality and tell them what you want, and they can get it. They can achieve it. Now, about our work, we have been based in India. India does not have a strong ceramic tradition. It's more stone carving and inlay, some wood carving, metalwork. I've worked in Afghanistan with Dr. Kennedy, with other traditions, also some work in Egypt, and I know Turkey very well. There are 1 or 2 workshops which have kept their standards high and are trying to get the Iznik back to the original classical quality. They are there. They are there. But what I want to tell every architect and everyone who does a project is find the best ustad. Ustad is the word they use in India for the master. Find the greatest ustads that you can and let them lead the team. And if you have them on board, you will get the quality that you clearly want. And I hope that one day I can visit you in your home, in the shadow of our panels, and we can talk about restoration and Islam and art and life. Thank you.
There's someone here.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. My question goes first to Dr. منور المهيد. ركزت في حديثك دكتور على قضية الهندسة الفاضلة والهندسة السيكريد المقدسة. طبعا هاي المصطلحات موجودة دائما كانت في الحضارات من مصر، الحضارة الفرعونية، وبعدين في الحضارة الكلاسيكية الهندسة الأفلاطونية، وحتى ابن خلدون ذكرها سماها الهندسة العقلية. لكن في موضوعين هون في القضية، الهندسة نفسها والاشتقاق تبع الهندسة من النيتشر، من الطبيعة اللي حوالينا، وفي تفسير ذلك. الهندسة موجودة عبر العصور، والمسلمين أخذوها من الحضارات السابقة واستخدموها في إنشاء الزخارف الموجودة عندهم. ما عندنا مشكلة هون. الإشكالية أنا بالنسبة لي كانت في التفسير، في ربط الحق بالهندسة. طبعا هاي دخول هذا المعنى للهندسة المعمارية أو للزخارف والفن الإسلامي إجا مع الحركة الصوفية ومع الهندسة الفاضلة ابن عربي وغيره، مع الأفلاطونية الجديدة اللي طلعت. لكن السؤال، إذا كانت الهندسة لما طبقت في الإسلام هي نفسها اللي أخذت من الكلاسيكية تقريبا، سميناها الهندسة الحق أو الهندسة الدينية. طب ما هي موجودة كانت في الفراعنة فهل هندستهم هاي نفسها اللي طبقوها ما هي حق وإحنا عليها حق؟ فهذا التفسير أنا حسيت فيه نوع من يعني بده وقفة. بس سؤال ثاني second question goes to Mr. Abdelkarim. Regarding your first and second examples that you showed in mosque ornamentation, actually I feel that ornamentation was used in Islam to enhance the quality and the spirit of the space itself. In your designs, especially in Abu Dhabi, it turned to be a purpose in itself. This kind of contradict with the essence of Islam, not to not to exaggerate in terms of ornamentation in mosques. And there is one clear Prophet saying, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "La tuzakhrifunnaha kama zakhrafat al-yahud wal-nasara." So we are just following their steps, regardless of how much we are deviated from the proper Islam. Thank you.
أبدأ أنا في الجواب.
تفضل.
أولاً أختي، الحقيقة في عدة بداية يعني في مغالطات في سؤالك، لأنها هذه الهندسة ولو أنها موجودة ليست بالشكل المزدهر في العالم الإسلامي، ولكن هذا لا يعني أنها كانت موجودة في حضارات أخرى. الحضارة الكلاسيكية على الإطلاق ما لها علاقة، لأن الحضارة الكلاسيكية أو في الوقت الكلاسيكي للحضارة الغربية كان حالة هبوط من ناحية ما يسمى عندهم بالمقدس، وهبوط شنيع، وأجريت هناك كتب ودراسات كثيرة في هذا الجانب حقيقة. فالفترة الكلاسيكية اللي يسموها الجريكو رومان هذه فترة هبوط وليست فترة علو، علما بأنه كان هناك فترات علو في الحضارات الأخرى غير منكرة. الهندسة هي من الصنع الإلهي وليست من الصنع الإنساني، وبالتالي أينما استخدمت كانت نوع من الإلهام أو بشاهة، لأنها موجودة في الطبيعة أختي، موجودة من بداية من الفيروسز واللي هي أصغر المكونات الآن موجودة إلى الجالكسيز. هذه الهندسة موجودة مرورا في الطبيعة، مرورا في الإنسان، مرورا في نسب الإنسان، مرورا في نسب الطبيعة، في الورود، في الأشجار، في قضية نمو الأشجار، في هذا. فهي أولا ليست من الصنع الإنساني، ولذلك استحقت هذا المسمى بالهندسة الفاضلة بالنسبة للمسلمين. ثم كانت في ديانات أخرى أو ما سميت بالسيكريد جيومتري، وكذلك أفلاطون كتب على أكاديميته لا يدخلها المهندس، هو لا يدخلها إلا جيومتر، هذا المقصود في المهندس سابقا. فإذا هي يونيفرسال وليست من الصنع الإنساني، وإنما عرفها الإنسان. الآن عرفها الإنسان ممكن يكون هناك ديبيت كبيرة جدا بين الباحثين، منها اللي ينطلقوا أن الإنسان هو من عرف هذه الأشياء وهو من وجدها، ومنها من ينطلق بأنها من جانب إلهامي إلهي وكانت علوم الأنبياء ثم انتقلت إلى الآخرين من خلالهم. والمقولتين يعني جائزتين، لكن الأصل فيها اللي يجب أن نعرفها لأنها موجودة في الطبيعة. هكذا ربنا أظهر الموجودات، لأن لما تجد هذا الجانب من الهندسة في كل شيء من المخلوقات، من ضمنها الإنسان والنسب اللي موجودة في الإنسان، وهناك دراسات كثيرة يعني ما عاد الأمر مخفي. بالتالي هو ليس انحياز وليس تقديس لما هو غير مقدس، وليس أمر أنه ما عند الآخرين غير مقدس وعندنا مقدس، وليس هو جانب من الانحراف، على العكس. يعني نوع من الأمور اللي يجب أن ينتبه لها المسلمون بأنه ما في استحقاق أصلاً لأن نطلق على فن بأنه فن إسلامي إن لم يكن متعلق في حقيقة الإسلام، وبالتالي في المعاني اللي هي تحمل هذا الأمر. الآن في الفن الإسلامي هذا الفن مبني على علوم يعني ساينتفك، يعني لا يمكن دحضها. يعني هذه الجيومتري ما ممكن أن تدحض، لأن هكذا بني الوجود كله، واستعمالها سواء سابقا أو لاحقا أو في أي وقت من الأوقات لا يمكن أنه معادلة رياضية أن تدحض. وبالتالي هي تتبع هذا الجانب من، يعني الفن الإسلامي يتبع هذا الجانب من الإظهار، على عكس أو مو على عكس. في الديانات الأخرى ربما استعملت طرق أو طبيعة ثانية في فنهم أو فنونهم، ما يطلق عليها بالمقدس. أما في الإسلام أطلق عليها بالهندسة الفاضلة، لأن هذا الفضل أو القيمة القيمية يعني الحقيقية اللي هي موجودة في الوجود ككل، وإلا كيف يكون التفكر بحقائق الأمور؟ وكيف هذه الآية اللي ربنا يقول فيها ما خلقنا السماوات والأرض وما بينهما لاعبين ما خلقناهما إلا بالحق، هل الحق فقط في الشكل الخارجي أم هو في مضامين معينة وقوانين معينة، أم فيما هو أعلى من ذلك اللي هو ما تشير إليه هذه القوانين وتستدل فيها ما سموا في القرآن العلماء الحق على الموجد والخالق والبارئ. فيجب أن ننتبه الحقيقة، هذا كل أمري، يجب أن ننتبه بأن لا نضحض ما لدينا من علوم من حقائق فقط لعدم إدراكنا إلى أعماق معينة، أو لعدم تخصصنا أحيانا في جوانب معينة. لازم نستمع ولازم نشوف ولازم نشوف كيف مبنية هذه، لأنه لما وريناكم بأنه على سبيل المثال، طبعا هذا مثال ضئيل جدا، تعلق هذا الأمر في متوسط مدار المشتري في إحدى اللوحات في المنبر، متوسط مدار المشتري حول الشمس، ومتوسط مدار الأرض حول الشمس، ومتوسط مدار عطارد حول الشمس، إلى نسبة 99.8 صحيحة. يعني هذه ما تجي صدفة، ما في شيء، يعني ما في شيء في الخلق اسمه صدفة، وبالتالي يجب أن ننظر إلى هذه الأمور. شكرا.
شكرا دكتور. ولا ننسى طبعا أنه الفن الإسلامي قام على فكرة التوحيد بالله طبعا. الواحد الأحد. في عندنا سؤال كمان ونختم الجلسة. سوري في الدكتور الأستاذ كريم. ما في صوت.
Could I answer the lady's question?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. It's a very perceptive question that you ask. I love the purity of the most simple of mosques. Some years ago, Dr. Talia and I visited the earliest mosque in Afghanistan. It's a 10th century mosque, made completely of mud brick and covered with mud plaster, with a minimum of decoration. Even in ruins, it was a spiritual place. The Prophet, peace be upon him, his earliest mosques must have been a simple mud wall with a few steps for the minbar. I feel that you can find spirituality in the simplest of mosques and even the most elaborate. You're going from pure white to the colors of the rainbow. They are all accommodated in Islam. But I do agree that sometimes politics create ostentatious forms that are sometimes not so successful. I tell most of the people I work with that basically in mosques, less is more. And the purity of the design should be paramount. Thank you.
Thank you. I think our time is, we'll have one more question and then we will conclude.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. سؤالي موجه للدكتور منور. ما هو الفرق بين الزخرف والزينة في العمارة الإسلامية أو عمارة المساجد؟
الحقيقة في هناك تفريق كبير جدا، لأنه للأسف في العصر الحديث ليس هناك تفريق في بعض ما نراه من بعض الزخارف والأمور هذه اللي هي يكون فيها excessiveness أو زيادة ثم هبوط، يعني حقيقة هابطة، يعني يكون فيها ولو تبدو من الخارج أنه بعض الناس ممكن تعجب فيها، لأنها هي فنون هابطة لا ترتقي ولا لها تتبع لا النسب اللي مقبولة ولا المعاني اللي هي موجودة. فبتصوري والله أعلم في هذا الأمر بأن هذا ما يقصد في الزخرفة الزائد عن الأمر. أما ما هو موجود من ما رأيناه من الجمال، إن الله جميل يحب الجمال، فلا يمكن أن الإنسان لا يرى أن في ارتباط الحق في الجمال. يعني ربنا لما أظهر الوجود أظهره بهذا الجمال العجيب وبهذه الهندسة الدقيقة اللي قاعد نشوفها الآن في كل مكان. حتى هناك دراسات الآن، ما أذكر هذا الدارس اللي هو قاعد يدرس Unified Field Theory based on fractals. الفراكتلز اللي هي النسب الجيومترية اللي تعتمد على مفهوم التضاؤل. ربما الكلمة التكسيرية تكون يعني شوية أقل من طبيعتها بالنسبة للعربي، لكن هي نفس النسب اللي كنا نتكلم عنها الآن اللي يسموها الجولدن مين أو روت 3 وروت 5 نجدها في الوجود في الفراكتلز بشكل كبير جدا. فهو من خلال هذا الأمر قاعد يدرس موضوع Unified Field Theory which is إلى الآن ما وصل أحد إلى العلماء فيجب أن ينظر إلى هذه الأمور بعين فاحصة ودقيقة وعين يعني تحب الجمال كما أحبه سبحانه وتعالى. شكرا.
شكرا للأساتذة الضيوف، شكرا للحضور، ونراكم في السيشن القادم إن شاء الله.
I'm Dr. Hani Al-Hunaidi, the consultant of Abdulatif Al-Fawzan Award for Mosque Architecture. And we are, of course, the co-organizer of this event. Today, or now, we are going to proceed with our third session of the second day and the last day of the conference with a session about the beauty of mosques. And this is the second session who's talking about the beauty in mosque. We'll have now our first speaker, Dr. Haris Dervizic from Bosnia. Dr. Haris is a professor of history in the University of Sarajevo, and he's teaching as well in the School of Architecture in the same university. Of course, Sarajevo, or Bosnia in general, has a lot of Islamic art treasury, especially in the Islamic city like Banja Luka. And his research, or his paper today, is tackling this important work in Banja Luka, and it's about a special art piece that's located there. So please, Haris, the floor is yours. I don't want to talk what it is. I'll leave the surprise for him.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hadi, for this kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I would like to thank the Ithra and organizers, and also to special thank Amna, Idris, and Ahlam for organizing everything. And also I would like to express my gratitude for being here and having the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. My presentation is entitled Banja Luka Prayer Rug, Its Origin, Form, and Style. The story of Banja Luka Prayer Rug begins about 10 years ago, when I began researching this phenomenon, while it intensified during the 2016, when I was a part of a project focused on finding and dating old carpets, rugs, and prayer rugs in mosques of Sarajevo. After several months of research, we found beautiful examples of carpets, rugs made in Turkey, Iran, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and other parts of the Balkans. And we discovered beautiful Anatolian Kula prayer rug, the first one, the blue one, that we dated at the late 18th century. Amazing early 20th century Bosnian kilim that measures 2 by 10 meters. A number of rare rugs made in Balkan workshops in the 19th, 20th century. I was hoping that during the research we would come across at least one Banja Luka prayer rug, because there was a story that still is in Sarajevo was the one. Unfortunately, we did not find any. Academician Hamdija Krešeljaković, first the Bosnian academician, first pointed out the importance of the Banja Luka prayer rug, first through his texts in the 1950s, and then in the book Guilds in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where he briefly states, good prayer rugs were made in Banja Luka. The famous professor and researcher Milenko Filipović published his research about carpets in Bosnia in 1957. And although he did not see the Banja Luka prayer rug, he assumed, I quote, that they should not be considered as kilim. Bratislava Vladić-Krstić is the author of the most comprehensive study on the history of carpets in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Based on detailed field research, she came to the conclusion that, I quote again, Banja Luka prayer rugs are products of domestic labor. Although none of the mentioned researchers, Krešeljaković, Filipović, nor Vladić-Krstić, saw the Banja Luka prayer rug, the historical sources they used, and also the oral tradition that came to them, indicated that Banja Luka pre-rug was an important object of Bosnian material heritage. The most comprehensive study was published by Dušanka Bojanić-Lukač in 1985. In her paper, the author used extensive literature, Ottoman sources, and at the end of her research concluded, taking into account the available data, it can be concluded that Banja Luka is the place in Bosnia that gave its name to a special type of prayer rug. These were artistically made objects, valued and known throughout the Ottoman Empire in the 18th and 19th century. End of quote. The Banja Luka prayer rugs were also in focus of foreign researchers, such as the pioneer of Turkish art history, Celal Esad Arseven, who in his study Turkish decorative art says, the decoration that is achieved by pieces of material cut in the shape of a motif and sewn to the fabric is called application. The best examples of this kind were once made in Bosnia. They were named Banja Luka after the city that was its main center. Today, our museums have several examples of this kind, very artistically made. End of quote. Another Turkish scholar who has dealt with this topic is Can Kerametli, who described in detail two Banja Luka prayer rugs in the book Galata Meverlihanesi. Roderick Taylor is most deserving of presenting the Banja Luka prayer rug to wider audience through his book, here on the left, Ottoman Embroidery. Roderick, this is his words. Another version of these carpets was produced in the same applied technique as the tents. These were the sejade, which is the conventional name for carpet used both on the floor and as wall hangings. These smaller carpets were more popular in the Balkans than they were in Istanbul. These are the carpets called Banja Luka because the main center for the trade in them, was in that city. The last to write about Banja Luka prayer rugs was Hülya Bilgi, director of Sadberkhanım Müzesi in Istanbul, who in the catalogue Skill of the Hand, the Light of the Eyes, offers an example of multiple niche prayer rug made in Banja Luka. Now I will talk about documents that we can find the name of this carpet rug. The oldest mention of Banja Luka prayer rug can be found in the list of the legacy of Kabakulak Ahmed Pasha, a Bosniak who was a Beylerbey of Anatolia. The document is dated at the end of 1690, after Ahmed Pasha was killed near the Varadin fortress in Serbia, and it mentions 6 Banja Luklara sejade, or 6 Banja Luka prayer rugs. The next mention of the Banja Luka sejade can be found in the list of the legacy of the Sultan Kethuda, Hafiz Hussein A, dated for 5th February 1720. This document mentions 2 Banja Luka prayer rugs. Further, 1 Banja Luka sejade is mentioned in the property of the Mutasarrif of Skopje, Mehmed Pasha, dated for July 14th, 1734. In the legacy of governor of Diyarbakir, Hussein Pasha Zade, Sara Mustafa Pasha, dated in 1736, were 3 Banja Luka sejades, one of which was Saf sejade. In the inventory of the property of the main Sultan's Bacha, Hussein A, a document dated for November 11th, 1736, 1 Banja Luka prayer rug is found. During the 17th and 18th century, the Banja Luka sejade was a particularly valuable commodity, so the Sarajevo merchants of the Janetić family traded, among other things, the Banja Luka sejades. After the death of Smail Bey Janetic, who died on May 29, 1777, 3 Banja Luka prayer rugs were found, one of which is estimated at 3,240 akçe, the other at 1,320 akçe, and the third at 1,134 akçe. I will end the review of documents explicitly mentioning the Banja Luka prayer rugs. You can see the name of Banja Luka Sajada here in the document. This is the information we find in Sarajevo's sigil, number 28. The document is discussion on legacy after the death of Sarajevo Kadi, Kesrizada Mehmed Efendi, son of Suleiman Efendi, dated for 25th May 1791, in which one Banja Luka Sajada of 972 akçe is listed. All researchers agree that the origin of Banja Luka prayer rug is Banja Luka, a city in northwestern Bosnia, which fell to the Ottomans in 1528. I will note that from 1580 to 1639, Banja Luka was the seat of Bosnian Eyalet, which included Bosnia and Herzegovina, part of Croatia, part of Serbia, and part of Montenegro. If the city of Banja Luka is responsible for the name of Banja Luka Sajade, then its craftsmen are responsible for its appearance. Banja Luka, by 1554, had a small charshi or market with some 20 different crafts, and among were the terzis, or tailors. The craftsmen of Banja Luka, like other craftsmen in Bosnia, had a very well-organized guild organization and well-established system of hierarchy among its members, which seemed to be, this is one, for me it's important, which seemed to be one of the most organized, more than anywhere else in the Ottoman Empire. With regards to guild laws, rules, and regulations, where customary guild law apparently existed only in the form of oral tradition and occasional guild contracts, written in case of disputes or changes in the law, there is clear evidence of the origins of guild regulations in Bosnia. This evidence is contained in the Futuvetname, that you can see it here on the right. Documents which describe, sometimes in great detail, the economic regulations of the guilds, as well as those concerning the businesses and moral conduct of the members of the guilds. The finesse of making of Banja Luka prayer rug and its design supports the fact that it is the product of well-organized tailor workshops and a well-organized guild system. It can be assumed that over time the technique of making the prayer rug spread to other cities of the Bosnian Eyalet, such as Sarajevo and Travnik, where it was also possible to sew Banja Luka prayer rugs, but its name didn't change. With its form and technique, Banja Luka Sajada is most similar to the decoration Ottoman tents. It is interesting that the time of the first mention of Banja Luka prayer rug, that is the 18th century, coincides with the changes in the classical forms of Ottoman tents. At this time, the structure of the Ottoman tent opens and the decorative elements become more diverse through experimentation in material, technique, and theme. During the 18th and 19th centuries, Ottoman tents were designed to imitate the natural environment, so it is not surprising that there are many floral motifs of flowers and landscapes of cities. One of the most famous, well-preserved Ottoman tents is the one kept in the Princess Czartoryski collection in Krakow. In its form, this tent belongs to the Sayeban Marquis type of Ottoman tent. In the context of talking about Banja Luka prayer rugs, the sajades, the tent from Krakow is especially interesting because its technique and motifs resemble the Banja Luka multi-niche prayer rug from Salberg Hanım Museum in Istanbul. The 19th century example from Salberg Hanım Museum was made using the application technique, and the richness of the color palette is especially evident. Apart from the fact that the style and the form of the prayer rug from Istanbul coincides with the tent from the Krakow, it almost does not differ from it in the choice of the motifs. These, but also other examples, lead to the undoubted conclusion that the Banja Luka prayer rugs were created on the model of the decoration of Ottoman tents. Unlike other prayer rugs in the Ottoman Empire, Banja Luka ones were not woven but embroidered. This is also the reason why these sejades enter into survey of history of embroidery and not into reviews of the history of carpet weaving. The basis of Banja Luka sejade is made of choha, to which smaller choha cut pieces in the shape of flowers and leaves were attached. The borders were filled with flower bouquets, and in the center of the sejade was the central motif of bouquet of flowers in a vase. Higher quality examples were decorated with silk and gold embroidery. The floral motifs on the Banja Luka prayer rug are a reflection of the Baroque tendencies that appear in Ottoman art. By iconography and by its style, Banja Luka prayer rug belongs to the Ottoman Baroque with the features of the local style. All the examples of Banja Luka sejade are characterized by darker colors and accentuated border with 2 or 3 stripes filled with floral motifs and a dark red background. By putting the lighter and darker tones of fabric side by side, the limitations of embroidery as technique are replaced. The period from the second half of the 17th century and the first half of the 18th century is formative period, characterized by rigid and stricter composition. In addition to floral motifs, some examples of Banja Luka sejade are decorated with depictions of cities, which some authors identified with Banja Luka and Sarajevo. Changes in style can be noticed at the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th century, when the background became lighter and the border wider, with most often one strip of floral motifs. During this period, depictions of cities are rarer and floral motifs are much more dynamic. I am free to call such tendencies on the Banja Luka prayer rugs Ottoman Rococo. During Tanzimat period, the guild organization was abolished in 1851. These circumstances within the Ottoman Empire and also Ottoman society were also reflected on the art of Banja Luka prayer rugs. Thus, the middle of the 19th century could be taken as a turning point for gradual decline in craftsmanship and style. During this period, from the second half of the 19th century, 2 tendencies in form and style were noticeable, the first being manneristic, and the second having the characteristic of kitsch. Let's go back to Bosnia. And let's go back to masks of Sarajevo. I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation that I heard a story that there was a Banja Luka prayer rug in Sarajevo. To be honest, I doubted the veracity of the story. The traces led to the Gazi Husrev Bey mosque built in 1531. According to tradition, every Friday and every Eid, Banja Luka sejade kept in the mosque was placed in mihrab. This was done in order to emphasize the uniqueness of special days. The Gazi Husrev Bey Mosque belongs to Gazi Husrev Bey Waqf, which has been operating continuously since its founding, 1531. After talking to employees, we came to Mr. Dževad Ukić, who has been working for this endowment for the last 30 years. When we asked him if he had seen the Banja Luka prayer rug, the answer was yes. So I was happy. Mr. Ukic described the Banja Luka sajada as follows. It is a prayer rug about 180 to 190 centimeters height and about 120 to 140 wide. It was made of choha, Mr. Javad said. The background is beige and numerous floral motifs are sewn on it. This was the reason why we searched for photos taken in the 1990s. It was a positive surprise, as the photos confirmed earlier allegations. The last Banja Luka prayer rug in Bosnia was placed in Gazi Husrev Bey Mosque in Sarajevo some 20 years ago. According to available photographs, the sajada from Gazi Husrev Bey Mosque was made in the second half of the 19th century. Unfortunately, during the restoration of the mosque in 2002, the trace of this Banja Luka prayer rug was lost. Our research and desire to present this phenomenon to the wider public was recognized by friends and collectors from the Middle East and the United States, who donated 3 Banja Luka prayer rugs from their collections to Gazi Husrev Bey Library in Sarajevo this year. These 3 Banja Luka prayer rugs date from the second half of the 18th to the middle of the 19th century. With desire to get out of scientific cycles and to inform the others about the Banja Luka prayer rug, a documentary film was made by the National Radio Television of Bosnia and Herzegovina this year. The film follows the restoration and conservation of the prayer rugs donated also this year. In the end, we can conclude that Banja Luka prayer rug was originated in Banja Luka, a city in northwestern Bosnia. It was the product of well-organized guild system and organization. These prayer rugs were made using the embroidery technique. On the base of the choha were attached smaller choha motifs in the shape of flowers using the sewing technique. The borders were filled with the flower bouquets, and in the center of the sajada there was motif of bouquet of flowers in a vase. Views of cities also appear on older examples. The floral motifs on the Banja Luka prayer rug are a reflection of the Ottoman Baroque tendencies. The first prayer rug of this type appeared in the late 17th century, and the last example were made in the late 19th century, and there are indications that they were created in the early 20th century. It was not used for prayer, but to decorate a space. I believe that the example we saw from Gazi Husrev Bey Mosque, placed in mihrab, was an exception. Numerous Ottoman documents have no doubts about the name of the object, that is Banja Luka Sajade, or Banja Luka prayer rug. These documents also confirm that it was a particularly prized product, which is why we find it in different parts of Ottoman Empire. Today, Banja Luka prayer rugs could be found in various collections around the world, such as Museum of Arts and Crafts in Zagreb, Galata Mevlevihanesi Museum in Istanbul, Mevlana Museum in Konya, Amir Mohtashemi Collection in London, Harold Kishishin Collection in Washington, Philadelphia Museum of Art, Gallery Arabesque in Stuttgart, Gazi Husrev Bey Library in Sarajevo, and it also appears at auctions. At the end, I would like to add one more thing. There are 2 big projects on the way. One is preparing for the big exhibition, Islam in Bosnia, and second one is the big project establishing Museum of Islamic Art in Bosnia that would fill this gap between 2 big museums between Istanbul and Berlin. So thank you very much.
was a nice experience, and actually it's a rich experience to learn more about, I would say it's the institution of mosques, that we believe it's not only architecture, but it is art everywhere, and the rugs as part of this art. Now our second speaker will be Dr. Katya Nasirova. She's an artist, and she graduated from Camberwell College in London, and currently she's working with the Prince Foundation for Art. Please, Katya.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a real honor to present my creative work and research to you all today. So I'm going to talk about a project I undertook a number of years ago, which was the design and the making of a mihrab for a mosque in Delhi, India. The project started off as a usual commission, where as a UK-based Western woman artist with an art school and traditional crafts training, I would translate my two-dimensional hand-drawn designs into architectural settings using the medium of ceramics. However, the process of researching the history of the mihrab and making one turned out to be a much more meaningful, surprising, and inspiring process, and I'm going to share some of that journey today. So first of all, I'm going to talk about the history, semantic, and symbolic meanings of a mihrab as an architectural form, and then we'll look at some images of the actual studio process. Now, I am going to mention the name of the Prophet Muhammad and a number of times throughout my presentation. And while I'm not going to use the traditional salutations formally, they're present in my intentions, and you're welcome, invited to supply them yourselves. During my early research trips across the Islamic world, I often thought about the process where architectural forms acquire religious, cultural, and symbolic meaning, and this question is particularly relevant in the study of the architectural form of the mihrab. It is one of the few universal elements in mosque architecture, as we've seen again and again in previous presentations. The term is generally understood as denoting the niche on a wall of a Muslim sanctuary, indicating the Qibla, or direction of prayer towards Mecca. It occupies a somewhat ambiguous place within mosque architecture, being at once an object itself, but also often forming a part of the architectural fabric of the building. The sheer variety and individuality of mihrabs is truly remarkable, and indeed no two mihrabs are the same. But studying mosque mihrabs, we do find striking similarities from very, very diverse geographical and cultural territory. So the mihrab always takes the form of a space or an image set apart from the wall in which it is placed, and it takes the form of an empty arched niche or a flat representation of a niche. We know, of course, that early Muslims had close links with neighboring cultural and architectural traditions, and scholars have suggested among the possible origins of a mihrab the apse of a Christian church, the ark of a synagogue, or the throne niche of a royal palace. However, parallels observed between all niche and arch forms point to the symbolism of a niche as a sanctuary and a sacred space. And if you think about it, arches and niches formed by rocks, caves, and trees occur throughout the natural world, and this very universality suggests that perhaps through observation of nature, the niche or the arch have acquired a significance, suggesting an intangible and protected space, which can indeed be found in architectural traditions in different faiths and cultures. So if we have a look at the early architectural history of the mihrab, we know that the word occurs 5 times in the Quran and also in early Umayyad texts, where it is usually interpreted as a chamber or a sanctuary. But what's interesting is that these early uses are related neither to niches nor to the ritual of prayer or the orientation towards Mecca that came into being during the Prophet's lifetime. Archaeological studies, of course, do point to the existence of niches in pre-Islamic and early Islamic contexts. But as far as is known, the first Islamic appearance of better representation on the 7th century Umayyad coin, where it has been interpreted as a depiction of a prayer niche enclosed in a spear. So we have early Islamic reference to the mihrab and early Islamic examples of niches, but really we have no evidence connecting the two. We can locate the notional beginning of the arch mihrab and the construction of Islamic sacred history. We know that great care was taken in the reconstruction of the Prophet's mosque in Medina. This reconstruction was crucial for the evolution of mosque architecture in general, and it is also our main source for understanding the early stages of the mihrab as the architectural element we know today. As it is here for the first time that the form, and we don't know exactly what form, and the term come together. So the arch mihrab seems to be innovation, possibly it's intended to preserve and perpetuate the memory of the original house of the Prophet. It supposedly marked the spot where the Prophet stood while leading the prayers, so commemorated in the form of an arched slab or a niche. It was projected onto the wall of the reconstructed mosque. And this aspiration to preserve the memory of the Prophet resulted in curious structural asymmetries, and to this day the main mihrab is not in the center of the Qibla wall. So the importance of the mihrab of the Prophet's mosque lies in the way in which it developed into a kind of spiritual ancestor, coming to stand for the primary original mihrab, and for its associations, ahistorical, though they may be, with the presence of the Prophet himself. But we do know that right in more than a century after the event, historians refer to the first mosque to provide the niche mihrabs with an Islamic identity by associating them with the Prophet's mihrab in Medina, and thus leading to the symbolic moment of inception for all niche mihrabs. Now, the origins of the term mihrab are as obscure as those of the architectural form. Its morphology tells us that it is probably not of Arabic origin, although some grammarians attempt to link mihrab with the Arabic triliteral haraba related to war, explaining the term as the place where war is waged against evil and worldly desires. More recently, scholars have sought to link mihrab to another derivative of the root, harba, spear, and in this case, the etymology is supported by historical reports mentioning the Prophet's use of the spear. It was planted in the ground both to indicate the Qibla and to serve as a portable focus or boundary for the Prophet's prayer space. And we can say that when later mosques were constructed, the Qibla was incorporated into the architectural fabric. And the story may also explain the appearance of the spear within a niche on the Umayyad coin we saw earlier. Now, medieval lexicographers include a number of Quranic, poetic, and architectural illustrations and provide insight into the word's very broad semantic sphere. So here, for example, in Ibn Mansur's 12th century dictionary, we have a number of definitions with a broad range of meanings, including a specially honored place or elevated place, the place of prayer and direction of the Qibla itself. And so, as an artist and as a maker, I would say there are two strands of meaning which I found most useful in those lexical discussions. So the first is this idea of elevation. The mihrabs are defined as spaces within larger areas, such as mosques or houses, and have a quality of elevation, a quality that raises a particular space above all others. And I think that this raised, elevated, honored location can be understood equally as physical and metaphorical height. What I find equally important is the description of the mihrab not only as associated with the direction of prayer, but as identified with the Qibla itself, as the dictionary has it. And the mihrab is the Qibla, and the mihrab of the mosque is also its centralmost and the most honored location. So most basically, the Qibla is the direction of or orientation of Islamic prayer. But the architectural mihrab can also be seen as a fulfillment of the hopes of the Prophet and his community for a spiritual orientation with the divine origin. So we saw that mihrabs come in all sorts of shapes and sizes, with remarkably diverse ways of composition, ornamentation, scale, and media. Together with the minbar, the mihrab acts as a focal point in any mosque. It is like an architectural jewel, directing our senses of sight and hearing. And indeed, the acoustic aspects of the mihrab are really important. Now, some authors draw a parallel between the niche and the image of the cave, describing the cave as a place of appearance or a place of encounter, and the niche as the sacred cave of the heart. Indeed, looking at some of the oldest prayer niches, we can observe that they're very much cave-like, with scalloped edges or adorned with a canopy in the form of a seashell or a mother-of-pearl shell. It is a pre-Islamic motif, which perhaps suggests a universal significance, but there is also a prophetic tradition describing the pen and the guarded tablet, which reports how the guarded tablet was created from a white pearl, which is most often a sphere, and is associated with the divine word. And so this correlation between the mihrab as an amplifier of the human voice and as an oral experience of an architectural space becomes even more intriguing when we consider some of the descriptions of the seashell enclosing the pearl is like the ear of the heart receiving the divine utterance. So there is this reciprocal relationship. So we have numerous examples of mihrabs composed of multiple receding niches or arches within arches, containing multiple levels of ornamental details and calligraphic inscriptions, inviting the viewer to its innermost sanctuary, and also suggesting an architectural element with multiple levels of interpretation. And moreover, the constant use of columns with capitals, which often have no weight-bearing function, can be seen as creating a sense of passage into a sanctified space, or perhaps framing the imagined doorway or entrance to paradise. And these monochrome stucco mihrabs were a great inspiration for my studio project, which we'll see in a moment. So there's a whole range of smaller portable mihrabs known as mihrab shape or mihrab image, or flat representation of a niche mihrab. The contexts in which these particular flat mihrabs appear, in mausolea or on tombstones, add yet another element to our understanding of the mihrab, and that of commemoration. So what is interesting is the way in which ideas of orientation, rhythm of prayer, physical and spiritual purity we associate with the mihrab are connected with the other ritual objects within a mosque, and in particular the portable Islamic prayer rugs. We often see an arched doorway or a mihrab as a central compositional motif where the mihrab replicates the direction to Qibla. Some designs of the prayer rugs resemble the arch of a door or a window that opens to a garden, perhaps a garden of paradise. But we also have depictions of the tree of life, and some designs bring the tree of life and the mihrab together in the same carpet. We also find the recurring motif of a hanging oil lamp, echoing the actual lamps you would find in a mosque. And this relates to some of the portable ceramic and alabaster mihrabs that incorporate the lamp. So here, most certainly, the mihrab niche can also be linked with a niche referred to in the so-called light verse, often used in Islamic architecture. Indeed, the iconography of many of the smaller mihrabs is understood to be referring to this verse. Now, some commentators have described the niche as the breast of the believer and the glass as his or her heart. So later niche mihrabs can be read as a direct analogy of the term mishkat or niche in the Quranic light verse, where the divine presence in the world or in the heart of the believer is compared to light from a lamp placed in a niche. So these are just some of the examples that I was looking at when I was about to begin to design my mihrab. And if we put all the descriptions so far into a single picture, we have a term of quite uncertain origins, but clearly having to do with special elevated spaces, which came to be applied at an uncertain date, but before the 8th century, to an area marking the focal point of prayer in the direction of Mecca. With the rebuilding of the Prophet's mosque, the arch shape was added to the equation, and the mihrab as we know it was born. And we have seen that the arched niche allowed for an incredible range of interpretations. Here are some examples of the engravings and early photographic images of mihrabs, showing among many other things just how beautifully the arch mihrab encloses the human frame. So the mihrab encompasses the ideas of orientation, elevation, intention, ritual, prayer, contemplation, commemoration, in a way uniting it in its function, form, and meaning, and I have attempted to translate at least some of those ideas into my studio project of making a mihrab, and this brings me to the images of my work. So my commission was to design and make a mihrab, or prayer niche, for a hall located in a small community mosque in South Delhi. The mosque is part of an architectural complex built several years previously and includes wonderful gardens and residential housing. The hall where the new mihrab was to be located also houses a tomb at the opposite end of a Sufi sheikh of the Naqshbandi Mujaddidi Sufi order, Hazrat Azad Rasul. It was a real honor to engage in the commemorative aspects of Islamic art and architecture, but it also came with many challenges, such as finding the appropriate aesthetic language and also working within an existing space and dimensions. There were many practical considerations, such as bringing in as much natural light as possible into what otherwise was a somewhat sheltered ground floor space. And in part, this determined the choice of materials. I did make a choice to execute the drawings and the ceramic tiles as far as possible by hand with the use of traditional tools, and I really wanted to transpose something of this hand gesture into the final designs. And I think as an artist there is a great value in this process, as you witness a lot of the invisible structures and lines which really disappear in the final designs. I looked at structural compositions of historical mihrabs to understand how different design elements can relate to each other proportionally. I tried a number of arch and niche profiles to figure out how the simple and profound shape can sit within other compositional elements. And then once the basic structure was established using proportional rectangles, drawing a three-centered arch and enclosing it within a framing rectangle, I wanted to incorporate the main elements of the visual language of Islamic art. So in other words, geometric pattern, floral or biomorphic motifs, and a calligraphic inscription. And apart from all the practical considerations, the basic design elements for the mihrab also aspire to reflect the teachings of this particular Sufi order and to honor the memory of the Sufi sheikh. And elements of metaphysical teachings and spiritual practices were also embedded into the geometric design. So drawing out the whole composition and its individual elements to scale on a giant piece of paper, so about 3 meters tall, was probably one of the most rewarding parts of the process, where I could really get a sense of how the graceful curve of the arch, oriented vertically, with its apex pointing upwards, frames the geometric pattern within and supports the spandrel and border elements around it. The original scale drawings were then transferred onto tracing paper, which was used to transfer them onto the surface of plaster molds. The plaster was carved with corresponding designs to create corresponding clay tiles. Now, as many of you know, clay is a truly unique medium with many advantages and limitations too. As we have seen from some historical examples of mihrabs, clay's malleable property makes it ideal for imprinting very fine linear and curvilinear designs, or for producing individual design elements and individual objects, of course. The translucent or matte nature of glazes, affected by the color and texture of the clay underneath, offers a unique approach to using color. And this is particularly so in the case of high-fired porcelain, which after many trials became my medium of choice for making the focal feature of a mihrab. When fired to its vitrification point, porcelain becomes a very strong marble-like material, capable of reflecting light and giving a particular brilliance to glazes. And here we've just seen the individual hexagonal tiles producing a continuous geometric pattern. Now, as we've seen from historical examples, again, when framed by a rectangle, the arch forms a space underneath and the spandrel area above, which is such a unique and beautiful shape, and it has been given a very special attention in numerous historical examples. So here are some working drawings for the spandrel, composed of 2 layers of interconnected spirals using traditional Islami and Hatay motifs, which allow for a great variety and flexibility in composition. Now, the spandrel was composed of individual panels following the profile of the arch, and an individual plaster mold had to be carved for each section to produce symmetrical mirroring designs. Now, the underlying layer has been designed so that the relief pattern creates a subtle play of light and shadow, while the overlaying pattern of slightly larger spirals and motifs has been designed to contain the color of the glaze and act as a predominant composition. Now, borders, of course, play a huge role in Islamic architectural ornamental patterns. And I've tried a great number of options, again, considering them as a kind of transitional space or in-between space between different elements. And in the end, I've settled on a well-known square repeat unit design containing an 8-pointed star. And then making the large calligraphic panels, I would say that probably I approached this particular stage with a greater sense of reverence, since Islamic calligraphy occupies the most revered place due to its inherent relationship to divine revelation. So I've considered a great number of scripts and verses, and in the end, settled on the opening verse of Surah Al-Fatiha in cursive to the script, and it was selected because of the way it complemented and framed all the other elements. It was written for me as a template by a distinguished Turkish calligrapher, Hasan Çelebi, and then I used the template of the script to scale it to the required proportions and to apply it to plaster molds and eventually ceramic panels. And what's really interesting about the making process of the calligraphic panels is that unlike the linear and curvilinear designs we saw previously, this part did not respond to the concepts of repetition and symmetry, and each panel bearing the inscription from right to left had to be carved individually. So through this process of progressive design refinement and numerous trials on paper and in ceramics, the designs were brought together to begin to create the overall structure. And this is probably my favorite part of the studio practice, where the work is not yet installed in its final home, but already has a presence. So we don't have a lot of time, but just a little glimpse of this project will hopefully illustrate that I wanted to design something practical and beautiful at the same time. It did happen in a culturally embedded way, as a contemporary artist living in the West, attempting to renew aspects of devotional and commemorative Islamic art and architecture. But I would say most importantly, at the center of this process lies the unmediated, creative, contemplative practice, where working with the tools, materials, and design principles which evolved over the centuries of craft traditions places my practice within the long chain of transmission of practical knowledge, skill, and visual repertoire. I did have a sense that I was creating a compelling architectural element whose main function was to indicate the direction of Qibla and to evoke the memory of Kaaba. But in the process of historical and visual research, I realized that mihrab can also be read as a reminder of the Prophet Muhammad, whose spiritual presence as the original leader of the Islamic congregational prayer accompanies every congregation, and to some extent, I wish that my mihrab should serve as such a reminder as well. So I would like to finish with a curious commentary, marginal commentary, which is found in the Treatise on Transcendent Unity of the Andalusian Sufi writer Ibn al-Arabi, which articulates a really interesting fivefold structure of the Qibla. So the first Qibla is the niche of a mosque, the second is the Kaaba, the third is the frequented house, the fourth is the footstool, and the fifth is the throne. The niche is the Qibla of the soul, the Kaaba is the Qibla of intention, the frequented house is the Qibla of understanding, and the footstool is the Qibla of the intellect, and the throne is the Qibla of the heart. So in this nuanced and multi-level system, the niche of the mosque could be viewed at the lowest level of scale of increasing spiritual value, which begins with the individual worshipper or congregation at prayer before the mihrab in a mosque. It passes through the Kaaba and its heavenly counterpart, the frequented house, where angels are believed to pray, and terminates with the footstool and the throne, both of which are divine realities attributed to God. So this passage is an evocative statement of the principle of elative orientation, that is, the way in which the worshipper turns all his or her faculties towards God, and with each faculty concentrated on the appropriate level or reality on the path towards God. Thank you.
Well, it was a very impressive presentation about the mihrab. I always look to the mihrab as not as a rule of beauty in the mosque, but sometimes it shows the political depth and the identity of the builder of the mosque, mostly show up in the mihrab. Our next speaker is Professor Joachim Gerlach. He's art curator and has a long experience in Islamic art, especially in our region. He was the curator of the Islamic Art Museum in Doha, and now he's working for the Zayed Museum in Abu Dhabi. Please, Joachim. Of course, the topic is about the wooden column in the Seljuqi mosques, which always draw our attention.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, all right. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. I would like to thank, first of all, even if it's late and many thanks were given to the organizers, to Idris, Dr. Hani, Ahlam, Amna, and all those behind the veil, so to say, who made this happen. It's special for me to be here because I had the chance to see the building in 2016 on my way back on the land route with my car to Germany. But the building was not yet open and operating, so now it's really nice to see how this all looks when it's alive. So I will try to introduce to you a special type of mosque, and these shortly called wooden column mosques in Anatolia in the medieval period, Seljuk or not Seljuk, or later we will see. First of all, I would like to say a few words about the role in Anatolia. As you can see on the screen, it reached its peak in the Seljuk and later Emirates or Beylikler period. That means mainly in the 12th, 13th, 14th, early to mid 14th century, and it covers all kind of furniture, architectural parts, doors, window shutters, cenotaphs, rachle, the Quran or book stand, minbars, and even a wooden mihrab, and also these type of mosques. So just I will throw on you, to you, in front of you, a few examples of this woodwork from that period. Oh, sorry, that was a bit too quick. I have to learn. All right, just as an, to give you an idea. These are the mosques I will shortly speak about and introduce. I won't read it all down because it will come again in a second, but just to give you an idea. They belong to the 13th century, to the 14th century, also 15th, and even due to some new research I came across very late, it seems even to continue later on with a few examples. But the most important ones, one can say, come from or belong to the 13th century. Shortly, some common features. There are wooden columns instead of stone columns or brick pillars. There are flat wooden beam ceiling. These columns have mostly wooden capitals, but also sometimes stone capitals. And in those cases, often these stone capitals are spolia. That means they are reused. They are older. They are from late antique or Byzantine period. Many of these buildings are quite unspectacular from outside. Simple masonry, sometimes whitewashed, really nothing special from outside. The orientation is mostly longitudinal, but, and this is a problem, there are two exceptions, and these are quite early ones. I mean, they belong to the main group, and they are transversely oriented, and these are the Ulu Jami in Sivri Hisar and in Afyon. Also interesting if we look into the region where they are found, where they are located. It's all in Western or Central Anatolia. So far, no examples known from the Northeast, East, or Southeast Anatolia. So it's all focused in one or two parts. There is also one more information now. I will come later to this one mosque not existing, but has been located to the Black Sea region. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong one. Okay. So looking a little bit back in the history of discovery, these buildings have been first discovered and researched in the 1950s by late Katharina Otto Dorn, and also published by her in a Festschrift for Ernst Kühnel, quite famous, well-known museum director of the Berlin Museum of Islamic Art, you have seen today on the screen. Just a side note, which might be also interesting to know, Katharina Otto Dorn got the first chair and in the 1950s, and as a woman at Ankara University, to set up an institute for art history, mainly Islamic art history. So that was also quite something, and during that period, she was there from 54 to 66, 67. She did a lot of research, of course, in Turkey, and one of the results were the discovery and the publication of these wooden column mosques. I'm using here material, a lot of material from her, which is now in my possession. I'm lucky she gave all her material, books, library at some point to me. So started also to digitize it, and I'm using it here in this research. So you will see a lot of, sorry, in a way, black and white old photographs, but I think this is sometimes very important actually to go back to these old documentation, because many of the buildings have been restored, some even more than once since those days. And restoration can be done, as we all know, in different ways, and sometimes there's also a kind of over-restoration, which actually doesn't tell you anymore what is original and what is rebuilt, repainted, redone. Okay, so the first building, oh, I don't need to look back, I have to adopt that, it's always here, is the Ulu Jami in Sivri Hissa. It's a transversely oriented hall, as you can see. In the 1960s, when Katharina Otto Dorn published this, it was considered to be the oldest one, but I will discuss this later. The date of origin has changed. Now it is very next to the second oldest one, the Ulu Jami in Afyon. As you can see, and this is also true for others, the shape is not very regular. Also, the rows of columns, they are not very much in line sometimes. What else is worth to mention? Yeah, as you can see from outside, it is looks quite as a simple building, has more than one entry, 4 entries, but not in the axis. Interesting is also to look, if we want to understand whether it is a special type or what belongs to each other, it's actually the size of these buildings, because the size is very much different. This is the largest one, 53 to 26.5 meters. It's roughly 1,400 square meter. The aisles, they run parallel, so if you count them 6, then that means running parallel to the Qibla, not towards the Qibla. This is also sometimes, there is a confusion. Altogether, 62 wooden columns with wooden and some antique capitals, spolia. So coming to the, and I can't go into the details right now here. So basically, now we think, or some authors think, it's actually built in 1274-75 and not as before, 40 years earlier, 629 or 1232. This is a little bit of importance. I will come later to this, actually, what we believe when this type has been, so to say, developed or introduced. So right now we think more, we tend more to the later date, but I couldn't do it for this presentation, but we'll do it for a written version. I will double check, try to get a specialist look again at the inscriptions. I have the material. So then there were different restorations, and as before, one of the restoration date is now actually interpreted as the original building date. So to give you an idea, an impression, actually this is Katharina Otto Dorn in the 50s in this mosque. Everything is made out of wood, as you can see, and even if there is no color, if you look carefully to the floor, because we had a wonderful paper on carpets, this shows how still in the 1950s, and there are other examples, actually a lot of, let's say, furniture or carpets, kilims were kept in these buildings. Nowadays, of course, this has all changed, and there is a manufactured new carpet or prayer carpet. It makes a big difference. I think it's an aspect we should also at some point maybe think about. Okay, some information to the columns themselves. 12 or 13 pro nave or pro aile, with quite irregularities, as I said. Only some of them are original, 19. All others have been replaced over the time. I mean, already in the 1950s, I'm talking about. Some are special in front of the mihrab. There are more decorated, and so basically demonstrate the importance of the mihrab, if you want to say. So some more images. This shows how the construction, so to say, is made. I won't deal with the details right now here, but we have the case that there is an spolio, an antique capital or late, I mean pre-Seljuk stone capital reused. Also, you can see there are some details, interesting details of the decoration, and I think it's worth again to look into those more deeply than it has been maybe done in the past. Another example, just to show you how it looked in the 1950s. There are also two hanging ornaments. I need to double check whether there is any information can be found how to interpret. This I was just reminded in the paper of Robert Hillenbrand when he showed one image from the, of course, much earlier Khirbet al-Mafja palace complex. There was also this hanging element, but I'm not saying it is the same, just an idea. Okay, then of course there is a minbar, also made of wood, as we have many in Anatolia from that period. But this is quite a simple one. Here are some details. And of course, there's also a mihrab. It's made of white stucco, There is not, it's very low relief, there's not much contrast, and most probably it belongs to one of these restoration periods. I move on to the second building, that's the Ulu Jami in Afyon. It's built 671, 1272, and there is one restoration recorded in the 14th century. This is now the oldest one. The Ulu Jami, the main mosque, Sivrihisa, is 1 year later, if we believe to that second date. And let me, yeah, it works well. Here you see the plan. Again, one can easily understand it's not very regular. It's much smaller. It's 34 by about 25 meters, roughly 850 or 913 square meter. I found different numbers. Again, 6 naves or 6 aisles, and again determined running parallel to the mihrab. 40 wooden columns in this mosque. So we had 62, now we have 40. And as I said already, in the 14th century, there has been a restoration. A few more images here and colored, one from a slide, but also from the 1950s. What you see, very impressive, these mukarnas, wooden capitals on top of the wooden columns carrying the ceiling. And one more close up. Okay. What is very interesting in Afyon and worth mentioning is there are some details, and I will only stress here on some figurative representations, a cock and another bird, and maybe even more. This is an old original drawing from the time when it has been researched. Unfortunately, I couldn't manage. I had the plan to visit this mosque before I came here and present, but for various reasons, Corona and other unexpected issues, so to say, kept me away from traveling in summer to Turkey. All right. Again, mihrab. In shape of a mukarnas niche. I won't say anything more to this, we have heard already. Made out of marble, Quranic verses as often, and quite a simple minbar. Maybe this is a later replacement actually. It's not very much decorated if you compare it with others from that period. Just a detail. All right. Here, an image showing it in operation, so to say, when I visited the building in the late 1980s, traveling in Turkey for my PhD. But I didn't focus those days on this type of mosque. I was searching completely different things, but I already got kind of interested in this special type. So this is a documentation also now more than 30 years old. And then there is a third one, the Aslanhane Jami in Ankara. This is a kind of a nickname. The real name or the original name is Ahi Sharafuddin Jami. It's the name of the patron mentioned on the minbar. It's a little bit later, 20 years later. It's, as you can see, 689, 1289, 1290, common era. there is an idea that, or there is an inscription fragment of the beginning of the 13th century, but there is not, it's not absolutely clear whether it belongs to the original building or maybe belongs, has been transmitted or brought from actually from another building. You see outside, not very impressive. Inside, this old image is insofar interesting because it shows that at some point the wooden column was completely white painted. And this is an interesting observation, I think, because nowadays you don't see it anymore. Let me move on, showing the plan with the measurements, because right now you only see the restored, so to say, columns in wood, and of course the impression is very much different. And if one thinks, okay, it has been painted in white, so maybe the idea was to, let's say, try to convince people they have a marble or a stone column. This also tells something if you do this. I'm only want to throw this in the discussion. Here you see the old view and the new one. This is taken 2019, if I remember right. Yeah, 2019. Okay. What is also very interesting that this mosque has a very, very unusual, or not very, very, but an unusual and really high quality mihrab using faience, mosaic, and very precisely cut stucco. I just see the time is running horrible. Okay, I need to speak up a little bit. Just a few close-ups to show you the quality. And again, this is a slightly older image when still the candlesticks were placed next to the mihrab. Also of high quality is the minbar. The minbar actually has the date and the name of the two brothers who sponsored this building. So basically the date from the minbar is also used to date the mosque, which is kind of okay, but also kind of not okay, because as we know, minbar can be moved, and so there is always an uncertainty that actually this is the building date if you don't have a building inscription, and stylistically you can't do so much with such a building from masonry or something like this. A few details. I need to speak up a little bit. There was the inscription shortly. Then we come to the next building, the Ulu Jami in Beşe here, more or less same date, shortly before 1300. It's ordered by Süleyman Eşrefoğlu. It's the largest and richest decorated wooden mosque. An unusual plan, as you can see. There's a cut off one corner, so one wonders what was the reason for that. Nowadays there's plenty of space around, but this doesn't say anything because often these buildings are now, so to say, cut-free. Buildings around them have been removed in the last decades to make, so to say, the mosque look nice, have space, but this is actually not reflecting the historical situation. So maybe there was something built there and then they had to fit the mosque. On the other side, also one wonders if one is doing such a mosque and then one doesn't find a space where you can build it, let's say, in the proper way. So I don't know. What is the reason I want to mention it? Interesting also, it's part of a complex. There is a turba, there is a hammam. Okay, again, a few historical images. Then some insights. Here we have nearby 50 columns with mukanas, capitals, as you can see. And there is something I would like to mention. Okay, the mihrab first. I come to this in a second. Here again, you see the original decoration and equipment. You see candlestick. You see this flag hanging from the minbar. This is all, of course, now changed. All the carpets on the floor, all gone. I will show you images from 2007, how it looks. So these images, even if they 20th century, in the 1950s, for example, you can say they are historical now, and you need to use them for the right understanding, at least for some of the questions. Here, of course, nice images taken many decades later, but things looking really quite different. High quality, wonderful carved and well decorated minbar. Again, here the mihrab, some details, some close-ups. Won't focus on that. And then this is what I want to focus on, not to focus on, just to mention. This is an area you can see here to the right in the middle of the image. It's an open space. So the ceiling is kept open. I mean, nowadays often it is closed because to prevent from rain coming in, but originally it was open. And it is interesting because we don't really have a proper understanding why this was done like this. We call it sometimes, or some authors call it as a kind of a snow deposit. But this is more like just to give it a label. One idea is that maybe originally from this type, a larger courtyard outside has been, so to say, reduced and taken inside. But this is a theory. But what is interesting, some of these wooden color mosques have this feature. It's not exclusively with them. There is also the famous mosque in Ithra, for example, which is completely built out of stone, but it could be a relation. I'm not sure. Okay, here you see again, and then also there are some features later installed as this tribune, for example, but here you see quite well the snow deposit, so to say, some close-ups, and then also some examples of the original painting. I hope, I believe in this case it is original, maybe slightly cleaned, but yeah, one has to double check all these things. Again, some calligraphic writings, okay, and that's okay, jump over. Then just before, oh, I'm running late, I have to close one later example, one example from the 14th century, and just to show how different this type, if it is all one type, can be. It's just a few meters large building, only just 6 columns. So the question is whether these, and there are many of those, actually more from the post-Seljuk period than from the Seljuk period, is all one type actually. If you think about, you know, have a huge mosque with 60 columns, really like a hypostyle mosque, and then you have these kind of small, more masjids. It is all really the same. Few more images, again a stucco mihrab. I need to move on soon. Sorry, there is a duplication. There was a technical problem. And then, oh yeah, another one, the Mahmud Bey Jami in Kasaba Köy. It's in the Kastamonu area, so it made even this, they became famous now. It made to the UNESCO tentative World Heritage list. Again, it's built in the 14th century. And here again, it's very richly decorated and colored, but this is the door, giving the date. Okay, I move over this. Just want to show you something. You see, if you look to the decoration, and I can't go into the details, color-wise and from the motifs, from the style also, it is different if you compare it with what we have seen before. So also the question is whether this painting, for example, is really same period as the mosque or maybe later added or changed. Okay, a few examples. 50 seconds, just to give you some impression. Yeah, let me try to summarize. Basically, if you look to this, and this is only a selection, these are plans of medieval mosque in Anatolia from the plan. So what you see quickly is there is a huge variety. They are often unusual, they are often unclear, and in some cases we still, until now, we don't have a very exact understanding. For example, with the Aladdin Jami in Konya, there are several attempts made to reconstruct. There are still open questions. These are four mosques I showed to you. Unfortunately, there's, the writing is cut off. It's Afyon, Sivri Hisar, and then a later one, sorry, the one in Ankara and the one in Beşe here. And again, it's even hard to decide whether from this main group it's oriented longitudinal or transversal. So many open questions. Again, let me move over this. Sorry, it's too much what I have written about. Yeah, what I would like to mention finally is that two buildings, both in Ankara, can be related to a specific religious group, the Ahis. It's a brotherhood, a guild also, and we know definitely their involvement, their sponsorship, because it has been, it's written in inscriptions. So there is maybe a link to these, but whether this can explain the existence of the whole group is an open question. So this is more really work in progress, even more as yesterday Stefano Carboni said. I had the feeling many things were already solved. Here there are many questions still open. There is one new attempt made. I came very, very late across a dissertation some years ago, published in Turkey, which want to link these buildings to the, so to say, to the political situation. The Mongols took over. The Seljuks were still there, but after the defeat, 1243, they had no power anymore. So he wants to link it to the Mongol suzerainty, so to say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Joachim, for this nice and beautiful presentation about a topic that never been even focused or tackled before. Now we are open the door for questions. If there is any questions. No questions? Yes, please.
Hello. Hello. My question is to Dr. Harris, if that's possible. I just want to know why in your paper you mentioned that the type of prayer rugs that you presented, they usually are used in the Ottoman world in an ornamental way. It's not used for prayer or its function. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. The answer is connected to its origin. As I explained, the Banja Luka prayer rugs, its origin comes from the Ottoman tent. Some one piece of Ottoman tent, this technique, application, sometimes it is one of the explanation how was it used. It was used to decorate the space. And also when I saw it for the first time, I was sure why was it not possible to pray on it. Because of these much layers of the choha, these textiles, when you sit on it, it's hard to pray. You feel these all layers on your knees. So the Berlebes, the noblemen wanted to decorate their houses, the space, interior, with these kind of prayer rugs. So this example from the Gazousir Bey Mosque in Sarajevo, it's not typical, something that not usually what you can find with these kind of rugs. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for very beautiful presentations. My name is Baqir Al-Ramadan from King Fahd University, Department for Architectural Engineering. My question is to Joachim, yeah, regarding these wooden columns. I just wonder why do they use wood rather than stone, given that stone would last longer and are more durable? Is it because of the availability of people who will craft these woods? Is it because it's more decorative, or if you have any explanation for this, thanks.
Yes, thank you for asking this. I have to apologize. I rushed a little bit through at the end. I have actually addressed this, but now I have opportunity to answer. This is actually an open question. One explanation is that maybe there was a lack of, let's say, of craftsmanship, of, let's say, architects who could build let's say, a normal mosque. I mean, normal in the sense of using stone, because stone is what is used in Anatolia. You know, we have brick, for example, in Iran and Central Asia. We have stone in Anatolia normally, so something like that. So here we have the use of a different material. Wood was, of course, available, but wood is also available, for example, in the northern part of Iran. There's plenty, and there is not one wooden, no, there is actually one, but not there, wooden mosque. There are other buildings using wood. So why all of a sudden, let's say, or maybe not all of a sudden, but why in the 13th century we have these wooden mosques, and some are quite large, as I said. And there is even another building in Konya, which has completely rebuilt in the 19th century, but recently, or not so recently, but you know, in the last decades, reconstructed also most probably as such a wooden column mosque. We don't know. It starts in the 13th century, maybe at the end of the 13th century, and then it continues into the 14th and 15th, but the building gets much more simple, much more smaller. Then also, as you can see, even these six, let's say 5, 6 main buildings are differently decorated. For example, in Ankara, in the so-called Aslanhane Jami, they have these, let's say, brilliant and with strong colors, these mihrab, while in others, the mihrab is, let's say, it makes the step back, so to say. So the focus is more on the columns, on the color. I'm really not sure. I can't really answer your question. I'm even not sure whether it is so much more simple or easier or even cheaper to build a mosque with 62 wooden columns, many meters long, and do all the wooden construction in that way that it lasts for some 100 years. So, frankly, I have not a proper answer. This is also why I try to go back in a way, or to address this again, also to push myself to look more into it, and for a written version I hope I can come up with something usable. If I have one more minute, because I also didn't mention this, and I should have mentioned, there is of course the theory where this comes from, the origin of this mosque, and it has been an accepted explanation given by Otto Dorn in the original publication in '59, that the roots are in Central Asia, because we have there wooden column mosque from the 10th century even, and also the 10th tradition of Central Asia, where there is in the middle a column, and also sometimes a nicely decorated column. But this has completely challenged by this PhD done a few years ago. I just came across in the last days while preparing the final presentation. So even this question of the origin is again open. Sorry for not really answering, but maybe it shows the problematic at least.
Any more questions? Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Yichem. I'm really amazed by the presentation, amazed by the material used in the mosques. I have a question here. If today
Would you please just introduce yourself, please?
My name is Sami Al-Haddad.
Yeah.
I'm an architect. If today I want to build a mosque or any function by column walls, what type of woods possible you recommending? What is the resources? And what type of structure possible you recommending to be used? Type of structure behavior. Thank you.
Oh, I think the questions are getting more and more tough, I have to say, as longer as the session goes. But it's a very, very good question. Thanks for it. I will think about, again, I can't say by mind what they have used. I mean, normally what we expect is that the local available wood is used. I can't say right now, but I will try to check it, whether they used a similar type of wood, or even the same, actually, not similar, the same one. I'm not sure. Construction-wise, I mean, I'm not an architect, of course, but in my understanding, also there is a huge difference in these different mosques related to the height, of the columns, and this is also, of course, makes a big difference. We have some are 5 meters, some are. I have actually to look it up. Often, very funnily, this information is not available. You find all kind of information, but the size of the building and the exact measurement of something, it will be in the archives in Turkey somewhere, I'm sure, but not in articles often. And then, okay, you have the column, you have a capital. Then it starts with a ceiling construction, which also often is, again, has different levels or layers. So it is quite a complex system. Unfortunately, I can't give you a better answer.
Okay, we have only one question, please. And this is the final one.
Yes, this is a question for Dr. Katia.
would you please introduce yourself, please?
I want to say thank you for this analysis for geometrical analysis for the mihrab geometry. But I want to say this is, you cannot study separately the mihrab itself without the wall and the mosque walls, because there is some proportion between the mihrab height dimensions and the wall. So it's better to explain together, not separately. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're absolutely right. And when I did look at historical examples, I did consider how the scale of the mihrab and the proportions relate to the overall wall and other ornamental details, so windows and arches further above the mihrab. The project that I was working on was fairly small scale. So the rectangle enclosed in the mihrab was basically the proportional space that I was working with. So I didn't have the need, and I didn't include the illustrations for the larger space. But you're absolutely right. I think this approach, looking at elevations, floor spaces, the details, ornamental details, tell us a lot about the overall proportional relationships between different architectural elements.
Okay, thank you, all of you. And with this, we are ending this session, the third one of today. And we'll have a small break now, and then we will return for the final session in 10 minutes. Thank you all.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. يقول الله تعالى: وطهر بيتي للطائفين والعاكفين والركع السجود. المسجد وعمارة المسجد. المسجد سمي مسجداً من السجود، ونرجع كلمة سجود إلى أصلها سجدة. فما معنى كلمة سجدة؟ What is the meaning of the word masjid? Masjid in the Arabic language, if we want to understand the origin of the meaning, we take it back to the three-lettered word sajada, to prostrate. سجد بمعناها العام أن تسجد وتلمس جباهك الأرض، ولكن هل هذا هو معنى المسجد؟ أنك سمي مسجدا لأنك تسجد وتلمس جباهك الأرض أو جباه المصلين الأرض؟ نرجع إلى القرآن الكريم، وفي آية: والشمس والقمر يسجدان. هل القمر والشمس لهم جباه تسجد؟ طبعا لا. ويسبح له ما في السماوات والأرض، جماد وغير جماد. السجود هنا بمعنى الخضوع لقوانين الله والخضوع للخالق الذي خلق كل شيء في هذا الكون، الخضوع والإذلال. فنحن عندما نذهب للمسجد ليس للحركة أي السجود بجباهنا، وإنما للاتصال الروحاني بهذا الخالق والشعور بالذل له. طبعا الله كرمنا عن بقية الأشياء كوننا خلقنا كإنسان على هذه الأرض، وأعطانا العقل وأعطانا اللغة واللسان وأعطانا أشياء كثيرة كرمنا بها على باقي المخلوقات. المغزى من هذا الكلام عندما نتكلم عن عمارة المسجد، وهي مرت بأشياء كثيرة من بداية المسجد الأول في المدينة المنورة، وكلنا عارفين أنه لم يكن هناك قبة ولا مئذنة ولا محراب، ولكن تطورت هذه العناصر وأضيفت إلى المسجد، إلى عمارة المسجد عبر العصور الإسلامية، من عصر الخلافة الراشدة إلى عصر الأموي، إلى العصر العباسي، إلى العصر الفاطمي، إلى العصر الأيوبي، إلى العصر المملوكي، إلى العصر العثماني، وبدأنا نرى هذه الأشياء والزخارف. المسجد الأساس لم يكن فيه هذه الأشياء. طيب أجل، ما هي قضية تصميم المسجد المعاصر الذي سنتكلم عنه اليوم مع أحد أباطرة العمارة الإسلامية العربية، وهو الدكتور راسم بدران. هو من أعلام العمارة، وسيتطرق إلى البعد الروحاني في عمارة المسجد، وكيف المعماري المعاصر سيوزن العلاقة بين الهوية الأصيلة للمسجد من ناحية العناصر الموجودة اللي تعرفنا ونعرفها وهي مرتبطة بوجداننا عندما نرى مسجد به قبة وبه مئذنة، وهل هذه العناصر ضرورية لنا في عمارة المسجد المعاصر؟ لأنه هذه عناصر مكلفة، لكنها نحتاجها لتأكيد الهوية والأصالة لنا كإفراز لعمارة نبعت من الدين الإسلامي وعبادته. فأنا أتشرف بتقديم الدكتور راسم بدران، وهو أحد أساتذة العمارة. ما أدري هل هو مستعد؟ أيوة يا أبو جمال، أتفضل. الله يسلمك.
شكرا دكتور. أنت يعني كيف بالغت في وصفي، أنا إنسان أحاول أن أعمل جهدي لخدمة ما يسمى مفهوم البناء المقدس أو البناء الروحي، أو عامة العمران في مجال التصميم المجتمعي. سأتطرق الآن إلى، حتى بعرف الوقت قليل وأنا عادة بنسى حالي لما أتكلم، سأتطرق الآن إلى علاقتي مع هذا البناء الروحي أو البناء المسجدي. بدأت أصلا عندما كنت طفلا بسن أنا نشأت في قرية صغيرة اسمها رام الله، هي كانت ليست فيها مساجد، ثم انتقلنا بالهجرة إلى دمشق، وهنا يعني تفاجأت بمدينة مليئة بالحياة ومليئة بالحراك المواصلات والإنسان والعمران. ورسمت هاتان الميدانتين من الذاكرة. لا أدري لماذا، لكن رأت انتباهي هذا الشيء العمودي الذي يسطح على أسطح المدينة. هذه دمشق. وبعدها ب3 سنوات عندما انتقلنا إلى ليبيا طرابلس الغرب، حيث والدي كلف من قبل اليونسكو للإشراف على تربية دور المعلمين الفنون والحرف اليدوية. فهنا في سن ال10 رسمت أيضا من الذاكرة زيارة الملك سعود بن عبدالعزيز، جلالة الملك سعود، عندما زار الملك السنوسي في طرابلس الغرب سنة أظن 55، وعدت إلى المنزل وقعدت أرسم ما رأيته، وصدفة رسمت هذا المسجد مع الميدانتين. لا أدري لماذا، لكن رسمت هذا كان دائما هذا يرعى انتباهي وبصري. ثم بعد ذلك انتقلت إلى ألمانيا، ودخلت في أوج التقنية التي في الستينات والسبعينات كانت هي من التقنيات المتميزة في العالم، من خلال المجمع الأولمبي بميونخ حيث أنا شاركت في تصميمه. فأنا عشت جو آخر مختلف نهائيا عن ما كنت أراه في بيئتي. كنت أنا المفروض أكون مصمم طائرات ومصمم أجسام فضائية. هذه أحد أعمالي التي صممت أيضا وصنعت في مصنع طائرات. الآن ننتقل إلى طفرة كانت جدا مهمة في السبعينات عندما انتقلت إلى رام الله أو إلى القدس، حيث كلف والدي، هو يعتبر من أسس الحركة الفنية في فلسطين، جمال بدران، كلف من قبل اليونسكو أن يعيد رسومات منبر صلاح الدين الأيوبي الذي احترق سنة 1968. كنت أذهب معه إلى القدس حيث كانت ترسم الرسومات في المنطقة في المكان الذي تم فيه الحريق. وهنا ترون بعض مخلفات من المنبر، هو منبر عمره 900 عام. وتفاجأت كيف أنني رأيت لأول مرة المقرنص. هذه رسومات والدي. هذه رسومات رسمت، آسف أنا شوي لأني شوي تعبان بس اعذروني. هذه الرسومات رسمها باليد المجردة عمدها 5000 ساعة مدة 5 سنوات. ونرى على اليمين المقنص. فرأيت المقنص، هذا هو الشيء الذي شدني كتكوين تشكيلي، وهو أيضا إنشائي وزخرفي. كان هذا على رأس المنبر. عندما ذهبت إلى عمان سنة 75 دعيت للمسابقة، أو 77 دعيت للمسابقة لتصميم جامع الملك عبد الله الأول المؤسس. وكان أول شيء رأى انتباهي هو المقرنص. كيف أحول المقرنص إلى فراغ تكويني، هو يحمل القبة، يتحول الشكل مربع إلى مثمن إلى دائرة. فهذا التحول السطحي للطبقات، تحول الأجزاء أو الزوايا إلى مقرنصات، أنا اجتهدت وحولتها إلى عناصر إنارة. فكانت الذاكرة التي لقيتها في رسومات منبر صلاح الدين الأيوبي استعدتها من خلال ما طرحته من تكوين مقنصي. للعلم رفعت الجدجي المرحوم هو يعتبر علامة وباحث وكاتب، وأسس الحركة النهضة العمرانية مع عباقرة العمارة زي محمد مكية ومعاذ الوسي وقحطان المدفع الله يرحمه. قال لي لماذا لا نتعاون سويا في تشكيل هذا المسجد. لكن لسبب ما طبعا صارت ظروف عند رفعت منعته أن يشارك معنا في هذا التصميم. أنا استمريت في التصميم، وكانت مشكلة أنه كيف أتعامل مع المسجد. فهذه كانت بعض الزوايا التي تشكل، يمكن كانت فيها نوع من البراءة، أنه كنت أعتبر المقنص هو هذا الشيء الذي جذبني مقارنة في معيشتي في أوروبا، حيث أنا لم أعرف هذا الشيء ولم أراه في حياتي. هذه فقط المشروع الذي قدمناه جامع الملك عبد الله. وبالأسفل ترون الصورة، هذه أحد المشاريع اللي قام بها رفعت. كنت عاوز أعرف علاقة المسجد والقبة، فأخذت أطلع في النشاط المعماري، وجدتها في مجلة فرنسية للمبدع والمفكر رفعت أكيد الكل يعرف إنجازاته. فكانت هذه إحدى النماذج التي أعطتني زي مفتاح كيف أفكر حول تكوين المسجد، حول علاقة القبة والمئذنة. ثم انتقلت إلى مرحلة أخرى هذا في الأردن. بعد مرحلة طويلة دخلت في مسابقات لترميم أضرحة الصحابة. وترون هنا القبة وعلاقتها مع تكوين المثلثات التي تشكل كما لو أنها كانت مقنص مقلوب. عندما ينتقل القاعدة المربعة إلى سداسي 10 إلى ثماني إلى دائرة. هذه كانت مسابقة عالمية وربحناها، وكان معي فيها أيضا المرحوم إبراهيم عبد الحليم الطائرة. ثم دخلنا في هذا كان مشروع أبو عبيدة بن الجراح. حولنا المشروع، بدأ أن يكون ضريء، تحولناه إلى مدينة تنموية، وهذه كانت من أهم التأثير في أضرحة الصحابة في الأردن، أن تتحول ليس تعاد ترميمه، وإنما تتحول إلى موقع اجتماعي، موقع تنموي، موقع حراك منتج، وحتى حراك أكاديمي. الحمد لله أنه هذه الأمور عندما جاءت الملك حسين المرحوم يعني أعجبته هذه الفكرة أن تتحول إلى مشاريع ضخمة وليس فقط ترميم. المشروع الآخر هذا طبعا أبو عبيدة بن الجراح. ثم هناك مشروع صغير أنا أعتبره هذا ريفي أيضا من ضمن أضرحة الصحابة، ضرار من الأزواج. فهذه فقط مجرد يعني تعاملي مع القبة والمئذنة ونسب هذه، والنسب أنا أضعها فقط بالنظر. هي في هناك ميزان بصري، ليس عندي هناك أي تدالع حول النسبة الذهبية. ربما فيها نسبة ذهبية، لكن أنا أعتقد أنه دائما كان يكون والدي أنه البصر هو الميزان الصحيح، وعادة البصر يعطي ما يسمى هذا الميزان الذي يريح الناظر له إن كان. سأطرق فيما بعد بهذه النقطة بالذات. هذا من الداخل. ثم انتقلت، وأيضا من ضمن مشاريع الأردن كلفنا بعمل مسجد للمرحوم أبو غزالة. هذا المسجد رجعنا فيه إلى المسجد بناه النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم بالمدينة المنورة. هي عبارة عن حائط طيني وسقفية، فكان الداخل يتميز بأنه عبارة عن سطح شفاف، وكان الناس يعجبون بهذا النوع من التأليف. إنه هذا يذكرهم بالمسجد القديم، لكن هو مسجد معاصر حيث الإنارة فيها كانت جزء مهم. وعلى فكرة كل المساجد اللي ترونها فيما بعد هي تركز على موضوع الإنارة، كيف إنه الضوء هو البعد الذي يعطي المسجد قيمة من الصباح إلى المساء، كيف أن الشمس تتغير والضوء يتغير والظلال، وبالتالي يصبح الفراغ من الداخل متحرك. هذه زخرفة الشمس، الضوء الذي خلقه الله سبحانه وتعالى. بدل أن أضع زخارف أنا أجعل الضوء هو يشكل ما يسمى التكوين الجداري الخاص بالقبلة والحوائط الجانبية. وهذا طبعا المسجد أيضا وضعنا فيه اجتهاد أن ماذا تتحول إلى برج يستطيع الإنسان أن يعني يصعد إليه ويرى الحي من أعلى، وهنا سكن الإمام. فهو عبارة عن مدينة مصغرة، هي ليست فقط مسجد. أنا كنت عم بحاول أتفادى موضوع المسجد كمعبد، المسجد كجسم. كنت أضعه في إطار من خلال المنتج العمراني الذي يحيطه، أو الغلاف الغشاء الذي يحيطه، يحوله إلى عمراني وليس فقط بناء منفرد. هنا نقطة تحول. طبعا رفعت الجدرجي أنا أعود له وله الفضل أنه جعلني أدخل في مجال الساحة العالمية عندما دعاني إلى مشاركة في تصميم جامع الدولة الكبير في بغداد، ودعا له فنتور سكوت براون وبوفيل وأيضا معماري أباني مشهور. ثم دعا أيضا أساتذة العمارة المعروفين الذي أسسوا حركة العمارة في بغداد في العراق، مثل المرحوم محمد مكية ومعاذ الألوسي، قحطان المدفعي ومعاذ الألوسي، الله يعطيه الاستمرار، لأنه زال يعني معطاء وإنسان ذات قيمة كبيرة في مجال العمارة على مستوى المنطقة. هذا الجامع أعطاني فرصة أن أدرس التاريخ. من هنا بدأت. طبعا هنا رفعت الجدرجي، وهنا على يمينه إبراهيم جبرة الذي هو أسس حركة الفنون والفكر، ووالدي درسه الفنون في القدس سنة 1930. صدف أنه يعني يكون أنه أحد تلاميذ والدي كان حاضرا في احتفالية إعلان نتائج مسابقة حضور صدام حسين، نتائج مسابقة جامع الدولة الكبير، وهو شكل نقطة تحول في كل مجرى حياتي. حاولت أحول المسجد إلى مدينة، يعني ليس إلى مكان سطحي معبدي، لأنه من قدموا الآخرين زي بنتوريا وبوفيل كان المشروع عبارة عن بناء سطحي ضخم. أنا حاولت أتعامل مع بناء مدينة يؤمها الناس. وهنا عملت بحث سكتشي عن كيف أنظر لهذا المسجد، إنه كيف أتعامل أيضا مع موضوع إنه المسجد يجمع بين الشيعة والسنة في نفس الوقت. هذا كان أحد مطالب الدعوة لهذه المسابقة. فكانت مدينة صغيرة فيها مجموعة قباب، مجموعة مآذن، كل له زاويته، وكله يجاور الآخر أثناء إجراء طقوس العبادة. هذه دراسة عن علاقة المشروع مع الموقع. هو عبارة عن حديقة قديمة، كيف تشكل الحديقة هذه جزء من هذا المسجد. ودخلت في العمارة العباسية اللي هي عمارة المحاور والإساحات الممتدة، وأعجبني قوة التكوين المديني للحضارة العباسيين. فكانت المشروع هذا يشكل كما لو أن نقول أنه هو جزء من هذا الإرث العمراني الذي تميزت به بلاد ما بين النهرين. وهنا نأتي إلى مفهوم أن يتحول المسجد إلى دور، إلى كتل منفصلة. كما نقول هو بيوت الله، يعني كأننا أوجدنا بيوت الله وليس معبد ضخم. فديت العمارة العثمانية التي عبارة عمارة ضخمة، يعني تعتمد على الصح وتعتمد على الكتلة الضخمة. كنت عاوز أجسد موضوع البيت. فأنت تشكل هذه الحجيرات، كل حجيرات تتسع إلى 200 مصلي. المشروع المفروض يصل إلى 30,000 مصلي. كان آنذاك هو أكبر مشروع معاصر في ذاك الوقت كمسجد. وهنا نأتي الحوار من السكتشات كعلاقة القبة وعلاقة التكوين، بناء قاعة الصلاة جزئياتها وكيف أجزئها، وعلاقة القبة مع السطح. فهذه كانت دراسات استكشافية. وأنظر إلى أيضا بعض الإرث العباسي أو حتى الإيراني، كيف نتعامل مع هذه القبائل، لأنه العمارة في العراق لها تأثير من التأثير الصفوي اللي أتى من إيران وأوزبكستان. فحاولت أنا أوجد لغة تميز هذا المكان بإرثه القائم والحي. وأيضا الشيء الآخر الذي جذبني أيضا اللي هي الإنارة الداخلية. هنا هذه خان مرجان، هذه أحد المنشآت في العهد العباسي. أعجبني موضوع الإنارة، كيف أتعامل مع الإنارة من خلال فتحات ونوافذ لا أراها، وإنما أرى الضوء وهو يتساقط ما بين هذه العقود. فرأيت هذه فكرة يمكن أن تكون جزء من مكونات هذا المسجد. فهنا سكتش يظهر كيف أنني استغليت هذه الخاصية. وكما ذكرت كان الضوء بالنسبة لي هو الهاجس، كيف أصمم شمس في داخل هذا الفراغ. لم أنظر إلى الزخارف، اعتبرت أن الشمس هي الزخرفة، الضوء هو الزخرفة، هو الذي يعطي للمسجد تغير في مناخه الداخلي عندما تذهب إليه صباحا ظهرا. وأذكر بعض المساجد التي سأتطرق إليها بعد، كان الناس يذهبون إلى المسجد ويظلون من الظهر إلى العشاء حتى يرون كيف الشمس تغير من صفات الفراغ الداخلي. وهذا الشيء لا نراه في المساجد الضخمة الكبيرة. طبعا هذه الفكره انه يتحول المسجد الى مدينه، انت تسير من خلال ازقه فيها اماكن الحرف، اماكن بيع كل ما يستلزمه المصلي من ادواته من القران والسجد الصلاه. يعني هذه عباره عن شبه مدينه حيه، وايضا فيها اماكن للتعليم واماكن فيها مكتبه قرانيه. فالانسان يذهب الى هذا المكان ليصلي، ليتاجر، ليتعلم. كأن الصلاة تعطي الإنسان أن تصلي ثم تنقل قيم الصلاة إلى عملك اليومي، ليس فقط تصلي ثم تذهب إلى العمل. لا، العمل والصلاة متلازمين. الصلاة تعطي الإنسان زي ذاكرة كيف تحسن التعامل، كيف تكون صادق، كيف تكون أمين، كيف تكون كريم، كيف تكون لك الرحمة على الآخرين. وهي طبعا بعض العلاقه ايضا النخيل، لانه النخيل في العراق ما بين النهرين تزخر زي ما هو الحال في نجد في وسط السعوديه. فحاولت ان اتعامل مع النخيل كجزء من مكونات المشروع. فهي كما قلت هي عباره عن مدينه مصغره. وهذا الشيء الذي هذا المشروع هو اللي نقلني الى السعوديه، لان هذا المشروع نشر في اكثر من 20 صحيفه عالميه ب5 7 لغات. واحد الصحف تناولتها الهيئه العليا لتطوير مدينه الرياض سنه 85، ومنها اتتني الدعوه ان اتي لاصمم ادخل في مسابقه عالميه لتصميم وسط الرياض في من خلال الجامع الكبير وقصر الحكم والمركز الثقافي او المتحف حول المصمم. وهذه كانت اول خبره لي في الرياض، وهذه هي التي ربطتني من الرياض الى هذه اللحظه. وهذه يعني جزء من حياتي التي لن انساها. وهذا مشروع حاز على جائزه الاخان بالاجماع كأول مشروع لمسجد معاصر في العالم العربي. طبعا ذهبت إلى الرياض وعجبني البيئة فيها نوع من الهدوء والسلام، علاقة المنشآت مع بعض. وهنا قرأت المصمت، وهنا ترون المسجد الإمام تركي في الخلفية. هذا بني في الفترة بعد أن تهدمت البناء الطيني وعيد تجديده من خلال فترة الملك فاروق، عندما بعث ببعض المصممين المصريين اللي يصمموا المسجد، ونسميها العماره الملكيه، يعني هي العصر الملك فاروق كيف كان يتعامل مع المساجد. فكان مشروعي هو ان تستبدل هذا المسجد بالمسجد المطروح كموضوع المسابقه، وهذا كان سكتش رسمته لكل عناصر المشروع تتمثل فيها المسجد الذي فاز بالجائزه الاولى، وقصر الحكم، ثم المتحف الذي يحيط حول المصمت، لكن هذا المتحف طبعا الغي ووضع في مكان اخر. هذه فقط فكره المدينه بساحاتها. فكان اهم شيء في رايي انه كيف اضيف على المشروع الذي طرح فقط كمسجد، اضيف حوله غلاف حيوي مديني تعليمي اجتماعي تجاري سكني لم تكن في المسابقه. والحسن الحظ الهيئه العليا تجعل الفضل، كان هذه الاستناره هي كانت دائما تتوقع، يعني تقبل اي شيء جديد له قيمه وله معاني تسري هذه الفكره. فقالت لي اوكي استمر واضيف هذا المشروع، اضيف هذه الجزئيه للجامع. وهذه ترجمه لما رايناه بالصوره القديمه سنه 1912 للصوره القديمه للمسجد الامام تركي عندما كان مدفين، حيث ترون حولها الدكاكين والناس. ترجمت هذه الصوره الى واقع عمراني لتصبح هي وعاء لهذه القيمه المجتمعيه التي كانت تحيط بالجامع اثناء الصلاه وبعد الصلاه. وكان جلاله الملك سلمان خادم الحرمين الشريفين كان انذاك هو امير الرياض، وكان يجلس بنفسه وكان يجلس معنا ويرينا الوثائق القديمه كيف ان المسجد كان مربوط بقصر الحكم. كان يهمه، كان دائما يقول لي انا اريد ان اجعل الانسان يعيش الحياه في امان، بحيث انه الحاكم والرعيه يعني دائما يتجاوران. فهذا هو الجسر الذي كان سابقا موجود بين قصر الحكم والجامع، وهذا هو الجسر الذي وضعناه ايضا حسب توصيه امير رياض جلاله الملك سلمان خادم الحرمين الشريفين، لانه هذا كان جزء من هاجسه، انه كيف نعيد القيم الانسانيه وتصبح الوعاء المادي هو الذي يساعد على إثراء هذه القيمه وتنشيطها. طبعا هذه دراسات على الموقع، ذهبت الى الموقع وبدات افكر في كيف نصنع حدث حول الجامع بحيث تصبح هذه هي وسط الرياض الاجتماعي. والهيئه العليا لها الفضل، اللي هي الهيئه الملكيه للرياض، لها الفضل انها كانت تضع هذا الاساس انه يجب ان نبحث عن فراغات مفتوحه. فكانت اكثر مساعدي ان استمر بهذا النهج، وكانت داعمه له. وهنا ياتي قيمه صاحب العمل، انه هو الشيء الاساسي في كل عمل. احنا في العالم العربي نفتقد لاصحاب عمل لهم هذه المعرفه، ولان كنت محظوظ انه الهيئه العليا كانت هي صاحب العمل، وهي الهيئه الملكيه للرياض. فهذا المشروع هنا ترون السكتشات وحوارات. بدل ان اكتب كنت انا ابحث عن اللغه البصريه، ماذا كنت اعني، ماذا كنت اريد ان اصل خلال هذا الطرح. وكان اهم شيء هو الحشوه او الانفل او البناء، الحشوه بين اتجاه الجامع نحو القبله وبين النسيج الحضري المحيط الذي اتجاهه يختلف. كيف أشكل هذه الحشوة التي لم تكن في المسابقة أساسا موجودة، أنا أضفتها وخلفت. والهيئة العليا قالت لي يعني برافو أنك أنت عملت شيء نحن يمكن لم نفكر به، لكن أنت أحسنت التفكير. وهنا وضعت البدائل لهذه البيئة العمرانية، المايكرو العمراني. طبعا ذهبت إلى المساجد القديمة في درعية، وحللت المسجد القديم اللي رمم لاحقا، وحاولت ان ارسم الجامع القديم الطيني الذي تهدم بحكم الزمن، وحاولت ان ابحث عن عناصره الصحيحه، العمود والتاج والبكيات او الاروقه، ثم المآذن. ووصلت الى نتيجه كانت جدا مهمه، انه في السابق كان هناك معنى التصميم المسبق الصنع، كان ياتوا بالحجار كانها موجوده، ثم ياتوا بالجسوره والتيجان والاجزاء جاهزه كانت تحمل على الابل او على الدابه. فانا حولت هذا الحدث الى حدث معاصر، فتحولت الى اجزاء مصنعه مسبقا. وهذا كان التحول في انه نعمل مسجد يبنى من خلال ما يسمى البناء الجاهز، التكوين، العناصر الجاهزه من البطون المسلح. وكان مكتب بيرو هابل كان هو المساعد، ونحن وجهنا كيف نتعامل مع التكييف، كيف نتعامل مع الإدارة. فكانت متعة أن تلتقي العمارة مع أصحاب التقنية. طبعا بيرو هابل تعاملوا مع أجزاء حديد أيضا، فقالوا لي هذا أول مرة نرى مسجد يبنى بالبريكاست أو بالبطون المسبق الصنع. وهنا بحثنا عن موضوع الإنارة، استعنا بالإرث اللي وجدناه بالعمارة النجدية. كان المصمك هو أكبر مثل على ذلك، هي الأبراج التهوية، تحولت إلى أبراج تكييف، ومنها يدخل الهواء البارد مباشرة إلى المصلين. وكانت أثناء تنفيذ المشروع كانت الإنارة من الأشياء اللي كانت تسحر القادمين العملاء، كانوا يصلوا، حتى كان الجوار كان يصلي في المشروع أثناء بنائه. هذه نقطة مهمة، أنه بناء لم يكن معزولا، هو أثناء بنائه كان الناس يصلوا فيه، وكان يستمتعوا بهذا الضوء الذي يتحرك من عصر إلى المغرب إلى العشاء. طبعا هذه صورة من الداخل. قاعة المسجد تسع إلى أكثر من 16,000 مصلي. نرى هنا الجسور الخشبية فيها الصوتيات، طورناها فيما بعد في مسجد آخر. ثم من الشيء المهم أنه هذه المساجد عرضت في البنالة بتاع البندقية سنة 1993، وكانت واعتبر أني مثلت أنا عالم إسلامي بمساجد الذي منها جامع الدولة الكبير ومساجد أخرى سأطرحها عليه فيما بعد. ثم طاف هذا المعرض على مدن أوروبا، وعندما أتى بعض النقاد البريطانيين بيتر ديفيز قال أنه هذا المسجد يذكره بجامع قرطبة. أنا تفاجأت كيف أنه الغرب كيف تعطي صورة لمسجد يقرأ بعدة سياقات، وهذا أعتبره من أهم رسالة المسجد، أنه ليس محصورا في مكانه أعطوا القيم، ولكن القيم هذه أصبحت قيمة عالمية إسلامية. سترون نماذج أخرى بهذا المنهج، أنه الصورة تتعدد في قراءاتها وتعطي للرائي القدرة أن يسرح وأن يتخيل أين رأى هذا الشيء بروحه وليس بحذافيره. طبعا هذا الغلاف العمراني، هنا نرى الجامع الكبير، وهنا نرى قصر الحكم الذي وضع أيضا في العملة الجديدة بفئة 200 ريال. فهذا جزء كمان من توثيق أن هذا العمل أصبح جزء من ذاك. وكثير كان من كبار السن يقولون لي أن هذا العمل يذكرهم في بيوتهم، يعني مع أنه هذا عمل تقني معقد، فأصبحت لغة يفهمها حتى عامة الناس من الختيارية الذي يكاد يرى بعينه ما يرى أمامه، يقول لي أن هذا المسجد يذكره أو هذا البناء يذكره في بيوت القديم. هذه الأشياء الجميلة أنه بعض الأصحاب يرسلوا لي صور على الإنترنت. هذه جزء كيف المسجد نفسه يحول الزائر إلى أن يبدع بالتصوير، فوضعتها فقط للتوثيق، حتى وضع هنا رمزه أنه هو حق التصويري. فأعجبني أنه كثيرون كان يرسلوا لي صور أنا لم أصورها، فأنت وضعت أمامك بناء يصور لأنه متفاعل، فيه اكتشافات، فيه مفاجآت. وأيضا عندما طلب مني بجامعة أكسفورد أن أتكلم عن العمارة المملوكية وأين علاقة المسجد الكبير، فأنا وضعت صورة لسلطان حسن مداخله، ووضعت أيضا صورة لمدخل المسجد الملك بن عبدالعزيز، هناك طبقات الدخول والألوان. فهذه أيضا تفاجئوا فيها أنه كأن العمارة المملوكية موجودة حتى في طرحي للمسجد الكبير. وأيضا علاقة هذه الحشوة العمرانية التي تربط النسيج العمراني القائم بالمسجد المنتشر بنصف القبلة كما هو الحال في القاهرة. طبعا ساحة المسجد تحول إلى ميدان عام لكل الناس، أصبح هي حدث مهم. نقارنه بالجامعة ساحة البناء بمراكش، فهذه الساحة أصبحت هي ميدان رياض سيأتوها الناس أثناء عطلة نهاية الأسبوع، يأخذون وقتهم إن كانوا من العائلات العربية أو العائلات السعودية. فهنا وجدت أنا ساحة مجتمعية. حتى التعامل مع المسجد هذا إبداع، إنه تجد الإنسان يضع أحذيته على حديد الحماية، فوجدتها كصورة فنية. يعني هذه جزء من تعامل الإنسان العفوي مع البناء. ثم أثناء دخولك على المداخل المسجد له أكثر من 12 مدخل، لأنه إحنا وجدنا هذه المدينة المحيطة أو هذه الحشوة العمرانية أو الحشوة التفاعلية، فتحول إلى أزقة ويضع الناس فيها حاجياتهم، كما هو الحال مثلا في صيدا كيف تحول الحائط إلى حائط تجاري، أو إلى كمان صورة أخرى من الزقاق. فهي مدينة تدخل في داخلها. وعندما رشح جائزة الخان قال لي الذي أتى معي للتشريح، قال لي عجبني أنه مدينة ومسجد وليس مسجد صرحي وليس معبد. هنا نأتي حول الساحات، كيف الناس أثناء بعد الصلاة وقبل الصلاة ماذا يعملون. وهنا هذه صورة كثير أنا أتأثر منها بعد الصلاة هنا في الرياض، وهناك في القدس في الأقصى. يعني الناس يجتمعون ويجلسون لأنه فراغ مرحب في حوله فراغات لعامة الناس. هذا فراغ يصبح هو العمراني الآخر نحن مدننا العربية تفتقد إلى ساحات هي تشكل بيتك الآخر. مشروع آخر أنا تعلمت من هذا المسجد، وبلا شك كان هناك في أخطاء في النسب، فقلت لماذا لا أحاول أن أعلم نفسي أو أصلح نفسي عندما دعيت لمسابقة جامع الملك عبدالعزيز في الخرج، وأنا أعتبره من أجمل المساجد أصلا في موضوع سأتطرق له فيما بعد. لماذا تحول إلى لماذا أشبه بصخرة؟ يعني طبعا هو عبارة عن سوق حسبة للخضرة وحوله سكن الإمام، فهي الحشوة هذه أنا كنت أعتبر أهم شيء عندي كانت الحشوات، كيف أتعامل مع المسجد. قاعة المسجد موجودة، لكن ما يأتي بعدها أنا في رأيي هذا هو العمراني المجتمعي، كيف أوجد فراغ مجتمعي عمراني مجتمعي يشكل ما يسمى البيت البديل. الصور المضحكة أنه هي طبعا منطقة مشهورة بالنخيل، وصلت أن المنطقة التي كنا بها كان النخيل قد يعني أصيب بعطب، فأجزاء مسبقة الصنع كان هي أصبحت تتجاوب مع أعمدة النخيل، هي صورة تأليفية. وكان أهم شيء في هذا الموضوع أنه كيف ندخل الإنارة في داخل أروقة المسجد، عكس ما عملناه في جامع الإمام التركي. هنا دخلناها من خلال الأروقة، وهنا يأتي فن الإنارة. وكانت فعلا عندما تدخل الإنارة في الداخل تتغير ألوان الجدران، ألوان القاعة وإسقاطاتها. هذا سكتش رسمته من خيالي، وهنا تظهر فكرة اللي بسموها الحائط المزدوج للأروقة. ودخلت أيضا بالزخارف النباتية، ولكن لحسن الحظ أتانا هيك الهام أنه ندعي أحد الحرفيين السعوديين أن يقوم هو بعمل زخرفة، وسمح له أن يزخرف الجامع بطريقته. وسمو الأمير سلطان يعرف هذا الإنسان وقال لي هذا الإنسان مبدع. فهنا بدأ تاريخه بهذا المسجد. هنا فكرة المسجد وعلاقة التهوية والإنارة. طبعا هي دراسة أنا بديش أطول لأنه مشكلتي مع الوقت، عندي مشكلة. هذه فئة المسجد الداخل. عندما تجلس في الداخل الضوء يتغير، كأنك تحت نخيل، يعني هذا الضوء يأتي ويتساقط بكل في نوع من الرحلة، في نوع من الرفق، كما هو حال الضوء الذي يتساقط من خلال جذور النخيل. أنا سأرجع هذه البيئة القروية لنجد للخرج تتماشى أو تتجاوب أو تخاطب البيئة التي أوجدناها نحن حول الجامع، عكس ما عملناه بجامع الإمام التركي. كانت هناك بناء عمراني أكثر، مدينة. هذا بناء قروي. سأتطرق الآن بس بسرعة لأنه شكل الوقت أظن بدأ يتداركني. هذه الحشوات أنا كنت دائما أشعر نفسي أنه هنا أنا أعيش في هذه الحشوات، بيت إمام، المدرسة الصغيرة، مكتبة صغيرة. والشيء الآخر أيضا تعدد القراءة. عندما نرى جامع الإمام الملك عبدالعزيز في الخرج، الإنارة تأتي كيف تأتي من خلال هذه الأروقة، ونفس الحالة اللي رأيناها في خان مرجان في بغداد، أو جامع في فاس جامع القرويين، كيف أنه أشكال الإنارة كيف تتعدد. يعني هي تأليف شعري أو تأليف فيه مور سبيريتشوال، هيك فيه قصة إنه هذا الجامع ممكن أقرأه بعدة سياقات من الخليج إلى المحيط. وأيضا هذه حياة الجامع، الناس يذهبون، هذا جامع قروي، الأطفال يمرحون، فأنا وجدت لهم ما يسمى العمران الاجتماعي، هي الفراغ المفتوح كأنه بيتهم الآخر. بس نقطة صغيرة، هذه الجامع، هذا المئذنة الجامع الإمام الشيخ عبد الوهاب في البوجيري، فقط أو أنه الجامع المئذنة تحولت إلى شيء آخر، تحولت إلى منصة تستعمل احتفالات درعية. هذه كمان بس مجرد إشارة. شيء آخر، عملنا مجامع الحدائقي، كانت مشروع كبير دخلنا بوتس بس لم يفز. كان الفكرة فيه إنه أتعامل مع المسجد الحدائقي، إنه هو متكون من خلال تلال وهضاب. فاستعنت بهذه الصورة من قلة الطويق، وهنا أوجدنا هذه التلال اللي كانت أصلا موجودة في الرياض لكن اختفت مع العمران، وحاولنا نوجد المسجد من خلاله حتى يكون ما يسمى المسجد الحديقة وليس المسجد البناء. وهذا من داخل كيف أدخلنا جوا المسجد أعمدة هي حدائق داخلية تعطي إنارة والتهوية وتعطي أيضا خضرة. نأتي إلى الآن مجال آخر أيضا من دول الخليج، هو المكان الرطب الحار، هو مثلا زي مجامع الإمام علي بن ابي طالب بالدوحه. هذه كانت مسابقه عربيه داعي لها اسماء معروفه في العالم العربي لا داعي لذكرها. الفكره فيها انه كيف حاولت ان ابحث ايضا مره اخرى، خلفت المشروع وطلبت من المنظمين ان اضيف لهذا المشروع حشوات خارجيه حتى تنتظم فراغ الجامع من الداخل، واوجد ما يسمى المدينه مصغره حولها من خلال ازقه واسواق، وعجبتهم الفكره، وهذا كان احد اسباب فوز المشروع. فاوجدت ما يسمى عمران المسجد، وليس المسجد كانه صرح، كانه معبد. نفس هذه القصه، هذا جامع صغير تكررت عندما دعيت لان اقدم ايضا دوحه جامع الشيخ امام عبد الوهاب، جامع الدولي الكبير، وهنا كان تركيز على الحشوه، يعني انه الحشوه بالنسبه لي كانت كثير مهمه. هذا الغلاف الخارجي، الغلاف العمراني اللي يربط كما هو الحاله في الاعمار المملوكيه. تجد انه المنشات الشارعيه او الطريقيه ماشيه مع اتجاه الشارع، ثم المسجد يتحول تتغير اتجاهه وحشوه تكون الحشوات الداخليه. هنا تجد الاكتشاف والمجازات، هنا توجد جمال اكتشاف الفراغ الداخلي.
دكتور راسم،
هنا نرى الحشوات المختلفه. سامع انه
الوقت نعم الوقت
طبعا المشروع لم يبنى.
لا نديك 5 دقائق كمان.
طيب اذا خليني استعجل. هنا ايضا دعيت لان مسابقه جامع الامين في بيروت مقابل الكنيسه. اوجدت حوار بين الكنيسه والمسجد، لكن المشروع لم ينفذ، وكان المقابل هو نفذ هذا المشروع فاصبح مشروع ضخم. ثم ناتي الى المدينه المنوره، توسعه الحرم النبوي الشريف، حيث الخادم المحلي الشريف اوقف التوسعه اللي كانت مقترحه، وانا حاولت اني دعينا للمؤتمر المهم في اسطنبول، قدمت اقتراح ان تتحول الى مدينه. هذه كانت تصور حول. ثم ناتي الى موضوع مهم هو علاقه جيلي انا مع جيل الاخرين مع ابني، وهنا دخلنا في خبره جدا رائعه ساتطرق لها بسرعه. ابني درس في البارتس في لندن وهو من المبدعين، ودعينا من قبل الهيئه بدبي تقدم شيء الى كراتشي، الى ضريح في باكستان. فكان الهدف انه ننشئ زي مكان للصلاه ومكان للعباده مقابل هذا الضريح، ومكان الايواء، ووفقا المشروع، لكن الاوضاع السياسيه لم تسمح ببنائه. ثم انتقلنا الى مشروع اخر، مسابقه عالميه او اوروبيه في جراتس، حيث قدمنا وقال لي لا نريد ان نرى مآذن، نريد ان نرى بنيه عمرانيه. فقدمنا شيء له علاقه ببيئه الجبال في مدينه جراتس، المدينه في النمسا، وهي مدينه جميله. فهنا فقط هي عباره عن هيئه مسؤول عنها شيخ من يوغوسلافيا، وهي عباره عن ارض تستعمل هذا الجامع للصلاه، ثم هذه بالاعياد. ثم بدات احلل الجيومتري. طبعا انا مش هقدر محاضره كامله، بس للاسف الوقت لا يسمح، بس حتى اوريكم حكايه المقنص. بعدين في الاخر انتهى المشروع بعمل بناء مطعج مكسر، كانها مقنص ضخم يشكل تجاوب مع الاسطح التقليديه في جراتس. وهذا البناء هم قالوا انه يعني اعطوني جائزه شرفيه، لكن قلت لهم مشروع غالي. قال لي في المدينه، فكر انه زي حديد عملت، هذا شغلنا. فكان الاعجاب شديد، لكن لانه كان وصل بسعره 5 ملايين اكثر من المطلوب، كان المفروض يكون 10 ملايين، وصل 15 مليون، لانه مشروع معقد. كانت الفكره فيه انه تفاجئوا انه كيف انسان عربي يقدم طرح مسجدي معاصر عالمي، وليس فقط هذه بعض اجزاء من المشروع. ثم ناتي الى مشروع ايضا دخل فيه ابني، هو اللجنه الخيريه لمساجد مكه. هنا وجدنا انواع تايبولوجي لمكه، وحلو واحد بس يراها فقط كفكره: المسجد كمدينه، المسجد كعماره، المسجد الصغير. وهذه فقط انهيها بهذه اللوحه، حيث هذه لوحه شماليه، لوحه من رسومات والدي. قدام اسال والدي عن النسب بين الكتل والفراغ، وهذه ما قدمناه بتوسعه الحرم النبوي الشريف في المدينه المنوره، هي التوازن البصري بين الكتله والفراغ. وشكرا.
أنا أشكر البروفيسور راسم بدران على محاضرة مليئة بالمعلومات والمشاريع. I cannot give justice to Professor Rasim and his work, but the main takeaway from this presentation is that the mosque is the city, really, and that's how we attain the spirituality of the mosque as our Prophet has illuminated, and he said that I was granted by God 5 things that no other prophets was given, and one of them was that I was granted that the whole earth is a mosque. And this is really the real representation of what the Prophet has meant. And Professor Rasim has repeatedly repeated the word, the mosque is a city, and that's where all living activity is a kind of worship. When you sleep is worship. When you eat is worship. When you meet with your fellow humans is a way of worship, because that's how we are created. Anyway, he mentioned also the use of light as a decorative mechanism for the mosque, that we don't need the actual decoration inside the mosque because of the time lapse of the sun. During the day, the light is casted and the shadow is casted in a certain way that will give you this decorative feel inside the internal spaces. Having said that, I want to welcome our second lecturer. She hails, her name is Dr. Noshin, or Noshin Shafi'i. She works with the Princess Charles Foundation, and she will talk about the use of traditional and contemporary design elements in the Central Cambridge Mosque, I think. So please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank for the most wonderful conference. I congratulate particularly Idris, Amna and Ahlam for the excellent management of what has turned out to be a successful and highly stimulating conference. Today I'm going to talk about the Cambridge Central Mosque, a combination of forms, traditional and modern styles. Britain is the home to an estimated 1,500 mosques, most of which have been built in the last decade or so. The style of architectural mosques are a vital component of the new public face of Islam. Recent years have seen the entry of the British architecture into the mosque design. The new phase may witness a shift away from nostalgia for places of ethnic origin that arose from around of the Muslim world to innovative design concepts that are more advantageous in scope. The aim of this research is to gain an understanding what a new Cambridge Central Mosque is. Central Mosque is a case study in my research. Cambridge Mosque, it uniquely unites sacred Islamic tradition with British architecture using the very latest technology. Their research focuses mainly on architectural forms and design elements, both also objectives that use it around of the new Cambridge Mosque. A documentary film has been produced in addition to this presentation, and later at the end of the talk, we're going to see 10 minutes of this documentation. Actually, the documentation is 30 minutes, but I chose 10 minutes of it. I'm going to give you some background about the Cambridge Mosque. The Cambridge Central Mosque is European first eco-friendly mosque and the first purpose-built mosque with the city of Cambridge, England. Of the 7 mosques already located in Cambridge, most have been converted from small houses or warehouses. The 2011 census returns indicated that the Muslim population had increased with about 6,000 Muslims. I have to mention there are also population of Muslim students and others who may not have been appear in those figures. The demographic breakdown indicated no preponderance of any ethnic group in Cambridge, contrary to other UK Muslim concentration, which often tend to dominated by a single ethnicity. The Muslim community in Cambridge, it is a combination of estimated 70 different ethnic groups, originated from Africa, the Middle East, the Indian subcontinent, Southeast Asia, China, and even Venezuela. It should also be added that about 11% of the self-identified Muslim in Cambridge, they are white European. The Cambridge Mosque Trust, founded in 2008 by Dr. Timothy Venter and Yusuf Islam, aimed to meet the needs of Muslim community in the city and beyond. The Abu Bakr Mosque, the oldest mosque in Cambridge, is far too small for the growing Muslim population in the city. Dr. Timothy, I have to say, Dr. Timothy is charged with enkindling a vision for the mosque. He mentioned that in choosing a design item, the trust was relatively unfettered because of the diversity Muslim community in Cambridge. There would be no overwhelming pressure from any given group of the particular background to build a mosque in the style of the places such as Iran, Pakistan, or elsewhere. As all of you know, usually mosques had adopted local conditions through the world. A key question emerged when they decided to make the Cambridge Mosque. What design should a British mosque have in the 21st century? Also, to design a British mosque, it seems that two other questions needed to be answered. First, should a British mosque reflect the element of traditional mosque? Second, should a British mosque be a customized architectural hybrid that represented something entirely new? As the Cambridge Trust pointed out, the intention was to develop a strongly contemporary design of its place and time, yet reflected both the Islamic and British traditional sacred architecture. To realize this intention, an international competition was held, calling for innovative idea. Accordingly, a range of the proposal was received. They varied from replica of the medieval Syrian building to abstract concrete building, also Victorian building, and also there's very funny, it is a Star Trek futurism as well. It was between the design. In 2009, Mark Berfitt Architecture won the competition with the concept of the mosque as a calm and oasis with a grove of trees. In their proposal, the link between the local and Islamic is expressed through the natural world. Nature is particularly important in Islam and is also of universal value. The idea of man as the custodian of nature is significant in Islam, and thus natural material like wood were used. As Julia Berfitt has said, what the studio funded was the mosque design tended to take and the vernacular of its place and time. It tends to pick from the culture and use local material. Thus, mosques in China, India, and North Africa are very different from each other. As you will see in the presentation and conference yesterday, all of the mosques are different. They are depending on where they are, which culture they are, and which material is common in that area. Okay, therefore, the question of what a British mosque should be in 21st century emerged. Accordingly, additional research into British sacred architecture and Islamic sacred architecture was done with the idea of somehow bring the two together as a bridge between the culture, as so that this mosque could become comfortable in the sitting in the Cambridge. I'm going to give you some information about the designing of Cambridge Mosque. The late Professor Kit Critchlow was an Islamic geometer and would expert in the sacred geometry, particularly Islamic geometry. He designed the guiding geometry for the building. He used an 8-fold geometric pattern. The octagonal pattern is based on what he called the breadth of compassionate, an 8-point geometric star that is revered a source of beauty with Islam. I was going to show you some photo in the PowerPoint, but because the time is limited, I decided you can see the documentary and I don't need to show any photo. Sorry about it. Yeah, he drew the 8-point star. Later I'm going to explain to you and you're going to see it in the documentary. The next section which I'm going to talk about it and is important is the structure of the Cambridge Mosque. The defining the feature of the Cambridge Mosque, it is timber structure because sustainability was high on the design agenda. Timber was chosen as the main material for the building because its sustainability properties. Initially, the first design was one of the fan vault. The architecture studio started with the stone material for its design. However, later they moved to timber. This was so the structure could have its own integrity. When the drawing of the fan vault began, the temptation was to put a column in the middle and the fan vault would be just as a decorative. The studio, however, wanted a structure to be a real structure, and moving to timber seems to be the way of achieving the link of the going back to universal. And they used the, maybe I'll show you the photo here. Yes, if you can see it here. Yeah, they use the timber as a main source of the mosque. Okay, I'm going to move to next section. Okay, the mosque is characterized by the grid of the timber structure columns from portico to prayer hall that rise into the carving geometric pattern, fanning across the ceiling. Julia Berfitt, who is the designer, described how Gothic fan vault, a specifically English invention, exemplified in nearly 16th century King's College Chapel, as well as repetitive arch of the Cordoba Mosque, are conceptual reference for Islamic geometric structure vaulting across the Cambridge Mosque ceiling. We're going to. This is another example, how they use the timber, and this is another one. This is from Portico and Artium. This was the design when I talked about it. This is the design from the Kit Critchlow, and this two slide is showing the King's College Chapel on the right-hand side, and this is the Cambridge Mosque column. The other, I have to mention here, and it's very important, each tree has been fabricated from 145 different components which were transferred from Rhodes in Swiss, then fixed together inside. The use of timber throughout underlined the project overlay, ambitious to be as carbon neutral. It's important because one of the main reasons for this mosque is the carbon neutral, is they are very sustainable as well. I have to mention the mosque is designed to be naturally light during the day and naturally ventilated even at the peak occupancy when using a combination of as well. When it's very crowded, there is some section in the mosque they can change the temperature inside the prayer room, and that is very important. I have to mention this one. As well, one of the highlight of this mosque is using of the green technology. As well, the other things is they use the rainwater for the flushing toilet, as well for the garden. That is very important. I didn't see in any other mosque. As I mentioned already, Cambridge Mosque is the first sustainable and eco-friendly mosque in UK and in Europe. The Cambridge Mosque Trust was very keen in the building being eco-friendly, reflecting the importance of the being humble in Islam. The Trust believed that this would highlight and encourage people to see the role of the faith in the responsible management of the earth resource. Cambridge Mosque is the first of its kind in Europe to be both sustainable and eco-friendly with zero carbon footprint. As the environment crisis has become an emergency in the world, the studio aimed to work with the engineer as well with the high technology to make the mosque to have the minimum effect on environment. The building is partly powered by photovoltaic array, which is sufficient to cover all the hot water used in the building, all the cooling and 30% of heating they use from the solar system. Rainwater is harvested for flushing toilet and irrigation. The building form and fabric specification ensure that it can be naturally lit during the daylight hours and naturally ventilated through the year, even during the period of the peak occupancy, which I read it already as well. The other section which is important in the Cambridge Mosque is women space. One of the aims of the project, it was to create one of the UK leading women-friendly mosques, an aspect that Mark Berfield also took into the consideration when they designing the space. There was definitely a desire with the community in Cambridge that it should be a very women-friendly mosque, and it was designed so that it could be flexible. Inclusivity was a key priority in designing the Cambridge Central Mosque. As Dr. Winter mentioned, the planning of the mosque was to serve all Muslim traditions at the same time. Men and women's space are customarily separate in mosque, while with the difference of opinion over the method and degree of the separation. In many mosques in the UK, women took up a gallery overlooking from the screen to the large male prayer space. However, for the most part, they find themselves in completely separate rooms, smaller and generally poorer in condition compared to the male area. While acknowledging the benefit of the secure and the detective space for women, critics also pointed out that this leads to many feeling of the being unwelcome and excluded. Local female mosque users were consulted during the designing of the space with the level of preferred circulation from height to waist height to create an area with no screen at all in the prayer room. In the documentary, you're going to see how they divided the women's space in the prayer hall. And I don't talk about it now. Yeah. The next section which I'm going to explain about is dome and minaret. Prior to this project, the chosen architecture has never built a mosque before. How then did the design team bridge the gap between the brief and experience? The practice co-founder, Julia Berfield, explained in many ways we approach it as we would do to any project. We undertook a huge amount of research in order to educate ourselves and ensure that our response was granted by an understanding of the typology. The process quickly led to a realization that was to have a huge impact on the project. Berfield continued, we looked at the source of mosques around the world and discovered that historically they were incredibly repetitive to the local culture, material, and technology, and they would adapt it to the environmental accordingly. For instance, here in Britain, we may associate mosque with minaret, but minaret was specifically designed as a visual and audio call to the prayer in the medieval center. Surrounded by some of the world's most advanced 21st century in Cambridge and with a lot of technology, we do not need a minaret when an app can do that. It's because of the reason the Cambridge mosque, they don't have any minaret. As you know, domes are significant in Islamic culture and symbolize heaven and earth, making them a common addition to sacred architecture. However, when deciding how to set up the architectural competition for the commissioner, Winter set the brief saying that they didn't want a dome as mosque is located with the residential area. However, in the end, the mosque, in the end of the design, they decided to have the dome for the prayer home in the mosque, but the dome is very small. I will show you. This is the area which I was talking about, the separation in between women and men. We're going to have more explanation in the documentary. And this is the dome. It's a very small dome, but anyway, the mosque has a dome. The other section I'm going to talk it is the brick walls. You can see it in this photo here. The exterior of building was informed by the location itself with the Markfield architecture, looking to the yellow brick that are common in Cambridge for inspiration. As the facade brick aren't structural, the studio was free to create an imagination design that also referenced traditional Islamic design. I have to mention here, these tiles, they are not inside the building. They are as a just decoration out of the building. They are small tiles, which they stick them on the wall, based on the Islamic geometric. The garden, the mosque has a beautiful garden and has a public garden. It has its own garden as well. It's a public garden outside of the mosque. There is a great tradition of the garden design in Islamic land. For example, the garden of the Grand Rife in Alhambra, Spain. The Garden of Paradise are described in Quran Jannatul Firdaus. This motivated the Cambridge Mosque Trust to design and apply the garden at the mosque. Julia Berfield says that because the mosque was in a busy road, they needed to be progression between the place to go inside the mosque. Because of that, they decided to build the garden from the mosque. Emma Clark was a designer of this garden. And the garden has a beautiful fountain as well in the middle. Yeah, this is the example of the beautiful fountain, which is based on 8 point. Yeah, star. Okay. I'm going to show you the documentary. I'm going to make my paper shorter. I'm going to go to the conclusion. The new Cambridge Central Mosque shifts the narrative of mosque architecture in Britain, driven by an ambition of the intercultural exchange and dialogue, fusing Islamic and Christian architecture tradition in the symbolic way. I have to say this mosque is a marriage between the British architecture with the Islamic architecture. And I have to mention that I hope this be an architectural of hope. And I hope in future this became as a way to combine British architecture with Islamic architecture in UK. Okay, it's better we watch the documentary. We are in Cambridge. This is Cambridge Central Mosque, one of the first sustainable, eco-friendly, and carbon zero mosque in Europe.
What should a British mosque be in the 21st century? The idea of the Cambridge Mosque came from the notion of a garden of paradise. So it was the idea of a glade of trees where, of quiet contemplation, which also contained a fountain. The glade of trees was developed as they became the structural trees of the building, and they were then joined at the top and became the structure of the roof, and then the remainder structure on the outside was also timber. So a completely timber structure to be for its beauty, but also for its low carbon qualities, its sustainable qualities.
To some extent, it's dictated by the site, which is quite deep. And the Qibla, the direction of prayer, is off to the right. So in many ways, it's an unpromising kind of location, and the architect had to work quite hard to make it feel natural as one moved through the dynamic of the different spaces. Having said that, his initial fundamental impression, which is what really determines the idiom of the building, is to revert to the idea of the tree or the forest.
We did additional research in terms of British sacred architecture and also Islamic sacred architecture. And the idea was somehow to try and bring the two together to make this a British mosque, as I said, in the 21st century. And that was the idea, was that there was a kind of meeting of cultures, a bridge of cultures, that so this could become comfortable in its setting.
One of the most neuralgic issues amongst mosque communities is the differentiation of the mystery of gender in the architectural space and the flow of mosque users through the building. In order to reach a solution that would be satisfying and also religiously valid, we consulted female users of the existing mosques in Cambridge to discover what they would be comfortable with. And they came to no conclusions. There was no agreement at all. Some of them wished to be in a completely secluded space, invisible to all others. Others wished to be part of the action in a single prayer space with then being no barrier at all, and a range of views in between. So the solution that was adopted was to give the female users a range of spaces with different degrees of seclusion.
That's why we've got 4 different spaces, I would say. In that we've got a separate space which is at high level for the people who want to be removed, for the women who want to be removed from the main space.
This section is a balcony. It's for the people who want to be completely separate from the men.
Then we've got an area for women and children that is acoustically separate, so that any noise doesn't disturb the main space.
This section is for the women with the children. This area is completely soundproof, and the sound is not going to go to the other side.
And then we've got a space behind the Mashrabiyah screen.
We are in the main prayer hall of Cambridge Mosque. The separation between the women and men is through the Mashrabiyah.
The Mashrabiyah screen is, originally it was very high, and we, from talking to the more kind of modern women, they didn't want it to be that high. They wouldn't be able to see out, to see the imam, or for lectures and things like that. So then, we made the screen high at the ends and then low in the middle, so that the people who wanted it, you know, to be behind a high screen could be behind a high screen, and the people who want to be a low screen.
Islam's preference for geometry represents a very strong instantiation of its exoteric theology, and I think that psychologically that is very impactful. The actual esoteric symbolism of some of the numbers, some of the forms, the 8-pointed star, the 16-pointed radii of some of the CLT trees, the use of circles, the use of squares, that brings us into some quite complex areas of cosmology associated in particular with the school of Ibn Arabi. We were very happy that the stone of which the atrium floor, which was Keith Critchlow's principal contribution to the mosque, which carries his geometrical fingerprint, was actually sourced from quarries which are quite close to where Ibn Arabi lived in Spain. So there's a certain sort of poetic symphony there. So the question is the extent to which the deeper esoteric symbolism of the numbers and the geometry is something that more than a tiny fraction of the mosque users is ever going to pick up on. I suspect probably it's a minor feature of the building of interest to certain esoteric numerologists, speculators, sacred geometry experts. It's certainly not something that the average visitor to the mosque is keen to discover.
The geometry of the mosque, it was determined by Professor Keith Critchlow, who was our tutor at the Architectural Association many years ago in the 1970s, because he's an Islamic geometer and an expert in sacred geometry and in particular Islamic geometry. And he drew by pencil, he drew the breadth of the compassionate pattern, which is based on octagons. And that was the sort of underlying geometry of the whole building. And we, through, even though he drew his drawings always in pencil, we then took his drawings and then put them on in quite the latest kind of computer 3D systems and drew them up into 3 dimensions to make the design of the trees. And that's where the structure comes from.
The idea of the Cambridge Mosque came from the notion of the Garden of Paradise and the fountain. As you can see it here, we have a lot of tree here. And we have a fountain, which is the symbolize of the paradise, and it gives you a feeling of the calm, and you feel relaxed. The other things which I have to mention, and is important, this garden is not just for the Muslim people. The other people from the other community are welcome here as well.
It is normal in many parts of the Islamic world, particularly in Southeast Asia, in the Turkish Ottoman world, some parts of West Africa, to include a garden as part of the sacred enclosure. Sometimes they're used for overflow space for festival times for the mosque, but very often they're just used as ways to transition the passage from the busy public quotidian space of the street into the serene sanctuary of the mosque, so that one passes through a garden. And you find this particularly in the great mosques of Java, for instance. It is customary in some Muslim countries for the garden to be an interior garden, particularly in places where the sun is very strong. In our case, that didn't seem necessary, and we wanted to place the garden in a location where it could be seen and enjoyed by all passers-by, irrespective of whether they were going to come and use the mosque or not. And it was something that local residents were very keen about, and much of the concept of the mosque was to make sure that the entire community, not just the Muslim community, had a say in what the mosque would look like and its functionality. So it's a gesture to the neighbours, but it's also very useful in many practical ways, such as providing a buffer between the sanctity of the mosque and the bustling busyness of what is actually one of the major arteries of Cambridge.
The mosque is on a fairly busy road, that there needed to be a progression of spaces that prepared people mentally to go from the mundane to the spiritual. And that's why we placed the prayer hall far back on the site, and that allows people to go through a progression of spaces from the community garden, which is on the outside of the gates, through to the Islamic garden, which was designed by Emma Clark. So through to the Islamic garden that was designed by Emma Clark, and then through to the portico, and then the atrium, and then through to the prayer hall. So it was an idea that people were prepared mentally to go to slightly different space in their heads. And the Islamic garden, which was designed by Emma Clark, was also inspired by the Garden of Paradise, and was also a coming together of English or British and Islamic traditional garden features, but also plants. So there's a kind of mix of British plants and more traditional Islamic plants that make a reference to Islam. So very much, as I say, again, a coming together of the two cultures.
Thank you for the presentation. We're a few minutes late, so please forgive us. I think the major takeaway from what we've seen is a good attempt in trying to reinterpret the traditional Arab Islamic mosque architecture into an English local mosque. I think it is successful in some respects by using the wooden tree elements that opens up to these lattice forms in the roof of the mosque. I liked the fact that they tried to bring in the concept of paradise on earth by using the elements of the gardens in the approach to the mosque and using of the English plants. And, all in all, I think it's a good, successful attempt, although the site, you know, the location of the site is, I don't know the debate behind the selection of the site for the mosque. I'm sure because certain density of Muslims in that location, or I would probably have selected a different site, because I think the front is too narrow, but that is not my decision. So having said that, thank you again. We open the discussion. We have 15 minutes remaining, so please the lights. So Dr. Rasim and Nosheen Shafi, any questions? Yes. There, do I see a hand? Okay. No hands, so I have a question. Okay, I have a question. Go ahead.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
الاسم علي حتحوت من جامعة الملك سعود، دراسات عليا في ماجستير. السؤال للدكتور راسم، ماذا تعني بالحشوة في المشاريع؟ هل هي المحيط العمراني أم هي منطقة التهيئة للمسجد؟ يعني ما المقصود بالحشوة؟ شكرا.
شكرا.
هي مش حشوة، هي عبارة عن علاقة قاعة الصلاة أي كان نظامها العمراني أو الفراغي مع المحيط العمراني القائم، بحيث أن تصبح هذه هي أشبه بالحيز المفكك المفرغ، بحيث تولد ما يسمى العلاقات الاجتماعية قبل الصلاة وبعد الصلاة. أنا بعتبر هذه كثير مهمة. هي ليست فقط للصلاة للذهاب للمسجد ثم الخروج منه، لا، أنا أحيط الجامع بنطاق حيوي من الفراغ اللي أصبح ما يسمى فراغ مجتمعي يلتقي به الناس، توجد فيه الأسواق والأفنية الصغيرة التي تبيع أسواق حسب طبيعة المواد، حسب نمط هذه المادة وأنواعها. فأوجدت أنها حياة للجامع، ليس فقط الجامع هو عبارة عن مكان تصلي فيه ثم تخرج. فهذا يعني هذه الحشوة أو هذا ترانزيشن، يعني الانتقال بين النظام العمراني، يعني السجن العمراني الذي يأخذ اتجاهات ليس لابد أن تكون متجهة نحو الكعبة، نحو مكة، والمسجد الذي تجد فيه هذا التغير أو هذا الانحراف. هذا الانحراف يعتبره حشوة أو مادة أو حيز ثري يعطي المسجد قيمة مضافة.
فيصل البريكان، ودنا نسمع رأي المهندس راسم في مسجد كامبريدج. هذه فرصة
كويس. هل شفت العرض يا دكتور؟
شفته المسجد.
يبغوا
رأيك الهندسي يعني المعماري في التجربة هذه يعني.
ايوه خلاص وصلت. يبغوا الابريشيشن يا دكتور للمسجد اللي شفته. تقديرك
يعني الآن عندي رأي مختلف عن ما طرح في فكرة المسجد والأعمدة الخشبية اللي أشبه بالأشجار. يعني أنا هنا يعني أدخل في فراغ مليء بالاشتغال البصري، يعني لا أشعر بالهدوء، لا أشعر بالسلام مع النفس. فالمسجد من الداخل فقط إلى حد ما يسمى بعده الروحي التأملي مع الضوء وإحياء الضوء. وأنا أتذكر مسجد إمري أرولات خان معجب بطريقة تعامله مع الضوء غير مباشر حائط قبلة، حيث تجلس وتتأمل ولن توجد هناك أشياء تشغل ذهنك وعقلك، ثم يعني تطلع إلى فترة ما بعد ما مرحلة الاتصال الروحي مع الخالق، فيصبح كل حواسك متجهة نحو هذا الشيء الغير مرئي. فكثرة الأشكال الهندسية في الداخل وكثافتها تشغل العقل وتشغل الحواس.
وأضيف إلى ذلك موضوع قطع الصفوف، يعني كثرة الأعمدة غير محبب، خاصة هي كانت موجودة في المساجد في زمن ما لأنه التقنية كانت غير موجودة لمجاز البحور الكبيرة، يعني المسجد ليس بهذا الحجم الكبير لاستخدام هذا العدد من الأعمدة. تفضل.
الله يمسيك بالخير دكتور راسم، أنا سامي الحداد.
يا
هلا. ولدي سؤال حقيقة، وأجد أنها فرصة اليوم نجدك لنسألك هذا السؤال من أجل أن نستلهم منك أشياء كثيرة، ولو أن الوقت يعني لا يتسع، لكن كان يحتم علي يعني أني أسألك الأسئلة هذه. دكتور، أنا أود أعرف كيف تقرأ التاريخ، تاريخ العمارة في المنطقة يعني بشكل عام، العمارة العربية، وكيف تستلهم منها إطار العمل عندما تقوم في تصميم مشروع عمراني ما على سبيل المثال، بحيث تعكس هذه القيم، وخاصة أن الدكتور راسم تعرض حق يعني ثقافات عديدة اليوم كثيرة، وأكيد هي عند التصميم ووضع إطار العمل تستحضر هذه كلها، أنا على يقين. ولكن في الأخير أنا على يقين أن عندك برنسبلز ترشدنا فيها في هذا اللقاء، ونود أن نعرفه مع تقديري وشكري لك.
أنا بدي قبل لا تجاوب دكتور أبغى أنا أعتقد المهندس سامي يعني نحن في مؤتمر عمارة المسجد، فلازم السياق حق الكلام يكون في هذا يعني حول هذا الموضوع، لأنه العمارة شيء كبير ما عندنا وقت. لكن أنا أترك الدكتور راسم يختار يجيب عن هذا السؤال أو عن هذه الملاحظة.
بدي أختصر بس كلمة يمكن مهمة، إنه أنا عندما أتعامل مع التراث أنا أتعامل مع سلوك الإنسان عندما أنتج هذا الشيء الذي يسمى موروث في وقته، كيف يتعامل مع النظام الإنشائي، كيف يتعامل مع نظام الاستعمال الفراغ الداخلي، وما هي نسميها الأداءات النفسية مع هذا الفراغ. أنا أعتبر هذا الأداء النفسي ممكن أن أتعلم منه حتى أنتج أداء نفسي لكن بفراغ معاصر، يعني هذا الشغل ما يسمى العقل الذي ينتج هذا الشيء وليس المنتج الصورة التي يمكن الإنسان يقلدها. أنا أحاول أتفادى أن أتعامل مع النسخ المرئي ولما أتعامل مع العقل الذي فكر حول كيف أنتج هذا الشيء. كما هو الحال عندما تطرقنا إلى جامعة الإمام تركي، لما تطرقنا إلى موضوع البريكاست، بالضبط كان في نوع من أنواع البريكاست، كان أجزاء تجهز ثم تركب. فعندما فكرنا في هذا النظام اعتبرنا هذه عبارة عن أداء إنساني كان بالضبط موجود بآلات وإمكانيات محدودة. أخذت هذا الأداء وحولته إلى أداء معاصر يتناسب مع الحجم والتعقيد الفراغي، وكان حلا مع برهبط انه كيف تتعامل مع التكييف، كيف تتعامل مع الصوره، تكون اجزاء عمرانيه تراها وتبعد عن ابعاد 10 امتار تقريبا. فانا تعلمت من الماضي انه صار كان في نوع من انواع الاقتصاد في الجهد، انه تجيب اشياء جاهزه وتركبها. فهذا هو اتعلم من السلوك الانساني في انتاج هذا الشيء وليس المنتج المادي الصوري له. وهذا ينطبق على كثير من الاعمال الموجوده في المنطقه.
نسمح بسؤال آخر إذا في أي سؤال تفضل. معليش ماني شايف من تفضلي.
الله يعطيك العافية دكتور، ما قصرتوا جميعا. اسمي يسرى مهدي، أنا مهندسة معمارية.
يا هلا.
سؤالي كالتالي، هلا أنت تكلمت إنه المسجد ممكن يكون مدينة وممكن المسجد يكون عنصر أو جزء من تراث المدينة. فالسؤال، متى بيقدر المصمم يختار إنه هذا المسجد يكون مدينة بحالها وممكن يكون يعني لاند مارك في المدينة وعنصر جمالي وممكن كثير معماري مختلف كليا، ومتى بيكون جزء من إرث وتراث المدينة؟ ويعطيك العافية.
تفضل دكتور.
هو السؤال يمكن ان لازم وجه اخر، هل المسجد هو صلاه ولا مكان للتعامل في اطار التعلم والايواء والنفع الاقتصادي؟ يعني بحول المسجد الى اداء اضيف له. واكبر دليل على ذلك عندما دعيت لسابق جامعه الامام تركي مع عبد الله قبل سنه 85 ما كان فيه الا فقط مسجد، انا اضفت عناصر اخرى لكي تعطي المسجد معنى اجتماعي، انا اصلي ثم ما اتامل واتعلم من هذه اللحظة التأمل الروحانية اللي فيها صفاء تحول إلى عمل فعلي وليس فقط أصلي ثم أذهب. فلذلك ربطت هذا المسجد بمجموعة من الوظائف اللي هي تشكل جزء من مساند المسجد. أنا لا أريد أن أبني فقط بناء فقط صلاة، أنا أريد أن أبني بناء صلاة تتعامل مع حاجة الإنسان في حياته اليومية، في أن تهذبه، يمارس ما يتأمل الصلاة في عمله اليومي من خلال وجود متجر، من خلال وجود مكتبة، من خلال وجود مدرسة التعليم. فهذا أنا أضيف حتى يعني كل مسابقاتي كنت أنا أخالف وأضيف، والإضافة كانت ترى تجاوبا جدا متقبل من خلال أصحاب العمل. الهيئة العليا مثلا بالدوحة نفس الشيء، كمان لما قدمت للجامعة العربية الإيطالية كان عبارة عن مسجد، وأذكر المصابين الآخرين قدموا بس مسجد، أنا قدمت مسجد مع توابع له. المسابق الامريكي الذي كان وضع نظام احكام لهذا المسابقه قال لي انت عرفت ما هو الاسلام، لذلك انا يجب ان اطور فكره المسجد، ليس فقط المسجد كما كان صار، ممكن يكون مدرسه كمان يعني.
انا اشكر البروفيسور راسم بدران على عرض شيق. طيب تفضلي. اوكي نديكي نص دقيقة.
So I just want, it's just just a comment.
Yes.
I would like to congratulate Nushin for this presentation, because I think it's a grand finale for this beautiful conference. It is really the last presentation, but not the least, and really wonderful. This project has to be, in my opinion, first of all, through what Nushin presented, it looks very spiritual, in my opinion, and it's the decoration, the choices of materials, and the dramatic pillars that looks like pine trees, and at the same time that we call Gothic architecture. And actually they are in line with a lot of ornament and decoration in historical mosques, where we cannot say that we don't have a framework for spiritual contemplation. For example, when you have a Qibla wall entirely covered with Islamic tiles, floral, arboreal, and colored, and so on and so forth, you are not distracted. You are in a state of hyper-perception, yes, where man put all his knowledge, her knowledge, in producing exceptional material, aesthetic materialities, yeah, that are meant to enhance the spirituality. And I think that everything in this mosque fulfill these needs. And there is definitely here, I feel that it's a place for contemplation. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry? Go, come on.
Oh, sure.
Yes, you have the microphone? Go ahead.
In UK, you know, there are Muslims, the next generation of the Muslim. For example, their father and mother, they are from Pakistan, from Iran, from other country. They don't look at themselves as created something completely new. Something, it's combination of everything. You know, when I was designing some mosque, the first question they were asking me, they were saying they don't want something traditional. They want something to identify themselves. Something not British, something not from Pakistan, from India. For example, if you look through the mosque in working in UK, the mosque is exactly Indian mosque. Because the people, they were using it in the, it is the first mosque built in UK. They were a student from India. Now we have to look at this as a new approach. We have to bring something which it doesn't look like something which we have it now. Sorry, Dr. Anna, I know you didn't like that.
No, I didn't. No.
Because I'm there, I can feel it. You know, I designed the mosque, and the first question they say, they don't want something traditional. They want something completely new. And I think this Cambridge mosque is a new approach toward the way we look into the mosque design in 21st century.
Okay.
That is it.
Thank you. Thank you. So again, I want to thank Professor Rasim for an excellent presentation, and Noshin Shafi for walking us through the Cambridge Mosque. And my comment was really, I thought the design could be a lot improved by having a wider approach to it. The street, I felt the street was narrow. I reviewed the design when it was announced. I had to say what I say because here we are debating and expressing our ideas. That doesn't make my appreciation of what was the design any less. I feel it's a good attempt, a good trial, especially the philosophy behind using the garden, mimicking the paradise on earth. The mosque is a paradise because that's the connection to our spirit, to God, our creator. And I felt that using of the wood as a material, linking the British Isles and the British architecture, which uses wood a lot, to the mosque design. So having said that, again, I want to thank Ithra and the King Abdulaziz Center, Ithra Aramco, for hosting this conference. And I want to thank Professor Rasim Badran again and Noshin Shafi for a good presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.